Hi, guys.
I would like to point out that was a totally different gesture than you promised.
we were promised a gesture like this, and we got a gesture like this.
Which is nice. That's a very, very welcoming to the stream.
I'm done with this world.
What gesture do you want?
I mean, I'm fine with anything. Just don't tell me one thing and give me a totally different gesture.
Isn't it supposed to be like a this? Isn't that it?
We
got like a hug.
It made me feel comfortable. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, it was soothing. It was soothing. Yeah, I like it.
All right, so you guys, welcome to this is YouTube Live at E3 with Rooster Teeth. This is day one of actual E3, but we're before we get to that, there is one final press conference left that we're going to take a look at, and that is going to be Nintendo.
I'm so happy that they scheduled it so early in the morning ahead of the first day. I mean, I was not.
I wanted to be up right now.
I was not angry when my alarm went off at 6:30 this morning.
There's nothing better than the badge pickup opening at 8. And then a press conference happening at like 8:20 all the way down the road. It's wonderful. It's a great way to start the day.
The logistics work out for everyone.
So what? Okay, their press conference starts at 9 o'clock here, so it must be the perfect time of day for a press conference somewhere.
Well, it's also worth noting that Nintendo, they don't do press conferences the way the other publishers and platforms do. They haven't rented out a theater somewhere. No, it's not nearly whimsical enough. There aren't enough white walls.
When the press conference starts in about 23 minutes, it will be 1 a.m. in Tokyo.
That's the worst.
I thought maybe it was like middle of the day in Tokyo, and that's why they were doing it.
So they're just going to be super wired is what's going to happen.
I mean, having been to Tokyo recently, there are people lined up in the streets to look at someone watch the trailer. That place is insane for Nintendo.
Yeah, Tokyo's where there were lines for PlayStation VR as well, like 6 months after launch.
In Tokyo, there are lines for everything. They love queuing up.
There's
like,
lines for lines.
They really do.
They really are.
It's the Austin of the East.
It is. That's what they call it.
Yeah, that's what Tokyo
Austin of the
means
East.
in Japanese.
What's up, Bernie?
Can I ask a
Tokyo
question?
means barbecue.
You may.
For all the Nintendo experts in the room. So I would not consider myself someone who follows Nintendo religiously. Didn't they just have an event just like 2 weeks ago where they didn't announce anything at that?
Not even. They had They had a Nintendo Direct for Pokemon in which they failed to announce the only Pokemon game anyone wanted.
Wow, they gave you some other ones.
Yeah,
they did.
They
It's
Nintendo'd you.
Well, it's kind of like Rooster Teeth. We keep trying to hire Zach Anner, and instead we end up with like Aaron Marquis and Chris Damaris and like all the people around Zach Anner. What we really want is Pokemon Stars, and what we got was like everything.
We got Aaron Marquis.
But this is what Nintendo does. I mean, this is what every company does. It's the old string along, right? So they have a Nintendo Direct. It's Pokemon themed. It's not too far out from E3, and you don't see the one thing you want to see. So what are you going to do? You're going to wake up early in the morning and you're going to watch the Nintendo press conference and be like, well, this is where they're going to give me the one that I didn't see.
See, that's the dream,
ago.
but instead what everyone does is just get angry on the internet.
Sure.
I mean, the theme of this
And
E3
Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Call it a day.
the theme of this E3 so far is just don't show me the thing that I really want to see. So
yeah.
let's see how Nintendo can disappoint me today.
I hope
Or you
Nintendo
can
bucks
see
that
it, but there
trend.
can be no date attached to it.
General, vague future
Just
times.
in general.
I want some Animal Crossing today.
That's
I want
number
on
one.
my
Stop it, you
on my
can't
Switch.
have it.
So
Number one.
I have a dream list
I'm gonna
of
be here to just crush
3.
all your dreams
If I
now.
get
No.
one of them, I'll be happy. Animal Crossing is one of those.
Never gonna happen.
Pokemon Stars is one of those.
It's on
and
fire.
A new Metroid is the other one.
They haven't even started
That's
it.
my trinity. That's my holy trinity.
Metroid is the longest shot of the 3, I think.
I know, but that doesn't stop the wanting,
No.
Anthony.
No. Last night I was like, I think we're going to get a Metroid and 2 Earthbounds, and I'll get like a Star Tropics. We can have everything. We can have everything we want at E3.
You can have nothing.
Nothing. We're
Nothing.
going to get none of that.
And,
I do think there's a good chance of the Animal Crossing. I do think there's a solid chance that we'll see more of Pokemon. I do. Whether that will be like a huge announcement, whether we'll see a lot of information, whether we will see release dates.
They've
Well,
gotta
I'm
do something.
I'm wearing my lucky Nintendo shirt, hoping that somehow that will have changed everything they've been planning for the last several weeks. And so they just say, let's do what Ashley wants.
Ashley wore the shirt. We gotta
do it.
make her
Right.
happy.
Like otherwise.
I mean, you got to
letting
put something
everyone
out
down.
for that console, though. You launched a console and then gave it no games.
I mean, I think they're doing okay. It still sells out every time it gets into a store.
It's because people buy it before they realize there's nothing to play on.
Well, but remember, we
What,
still
like,
have
you
a
mean,
couple
like,
huge
including
things
yourself,
coming.
Ryan?
Yes, including myself. Well, I wanted to play. I didn't have the previous generation, and I wanted to play Zelda.
Sure.
But there's a lot of people that bought bought the previous generation that can play all the games you can play on the Switch right now.
Oh, you say a lot.
They're doing a great
Well,
job
true.
of
The last
spacing
console
out
didn't do
their
great.
first-party stuff, though.
They
really are.
There's a cadence there.
Well,
Yeah.
even the third-party stuff's great. We already saw Mario and Rabbids game at the Ubisoft conference.
Oh,
and that's a game
wait
I
a minute,
definitely
wait a
wanna
minute.
pick up.
That's not something you want to say about a positive about a launch of a new console that's $300, $400. Oh boy, they're really taking their time pacing out the delivery of those first-party.
Pacing is important, and it's something that Nintendo has historically been bad at, and that's why it's good that we are getting one of these things every quarter guaranteed for the next 3 quarters. That's bigger than Nintendo's been able to do for the last 2 generations.
Well, yes, and see, Ryan, I think what they're like, they want you to buy every single one of these games, not just take your pick from 3. So they release Breath of the Wild with the launch of the console. You've played it. Most people are now finished with it. They're through it. They are on to the next. Bam! Mario Kart 8 Deluxe comes out. Now everyone plays it because a lot of people.
Titles.
That's true, but again, the Wii U didn't
I wouldn't
have
call
the
Breath
kind
of the Wild a re-release.
That's fair.
No.
That's not a re-release.
No. A lot of people didn't buy the Wii U, so for a lot of people, it was their first introduction to Mario Kart 8. They play it, having a great time. Great, gonna be over that, and bam, we're gonna get Splatoon 2. We're gonna get ARMS, and then we get into the holiday period. We're gonna get Super Mario Odyssey.
Though I would argue that a lot of the people that picked up the Switch, because, in the limited quantities as you start rolling that new console out, are probably also the ones that were super fans that bought the previous generation too. The ones that are going to be there at the door, give me the new console immediately, are the ones that did it last time.
And they're going to be happy.
And they already played or had
And we
access
are.
to these titles.
Yeah, and we are.
But this is sustained sellout though. This isn't like the first batch completely sold out. This is like multiple runs of this console have sold out, which means it is doing a much better job than the Wii U did. This is more than just the hardcore Nintendo fans, because I do think the Switch itself, even with a few titles out, is one of the most compelling hardware designs and ideas that Nintendo has had in years.
You and I
maybe
can't share a couch.
We can share a couch.
No, it's not.
totally-
we can
I
share
totally
a couch
agree.
together. I agree too. I
That's
think
a
it's
valid point.
I'm going to pipe in here too,
Okay,
because
here
I
we
agree.
go.
Because how can you say after what we saw this week with Microsoft?
Bernie, can you just like stay back there and just like pop
Pops
up?
up.
You know what? I agree with that. I mean, after what we saw with Microsoft is we got promised, I think last year, that Scorpio was going to be revealed this year at E3, and it was going to be this whole big thing. They had Todd Howard talking about how it's the most impressive thing he's ever seen. They didn't say it was the next generation of consoles, but it certainly felt that way, the way they were presenting it. And then we got
I
an
didn't get
Xbox
that.
Pro. Is what we got.
I got very much that it was the equivalent of the PS4 Pro. It's a mid-generation hardware upgrade.
Yeah,
That's
but they
the
did
impression
want to
I
make
always
it.
got from
But they
it.
did want to make it seem like more. Obviously, from a sales perspective, they wanted to make it seem like more of a generational leap than the PS4
Right,
Pro.
like
Right.
like PS4 Pro, but like more.
Yeah.
But not Xbox One,
if the
2.
if the PS4 Pro is like 1.25, they wanted the Xbox One X to be like 1.75. You know what I mean? They
Right.
wanted just that much more. But it's more like with the Nintendo thing, like with the Xbox One X, one of the biggest jokes was like everybody on Twitter going, I don't know what a teraflop is. I don't know what all this stuff is. I don't know why it matters to me.
So
I
many
don't have a
flops.
4K TV. But the Switch, for as much as like the commercials were like a little too cutesy millennial grading, you pull those controllers out, set this thing up on a table, and you understand that. And you understand the idea of, oh, it's my TV, it's at home, but it's also like if I'm out, I can play it, but I don't just have to like plug into headphones. I can play it with friends. I don't have to buy tons and tons of controllers. I think it's a very compelling hardware design.
They showed you why you needed it.
Yeah,
and that's the thing we were
exactly.
complaining about the Xbox One X is we weren't shown why do we need this.
Or the PlayStation
Right.
Pro.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
And with
a
it-
year later is kind of like, eh.
And it's delivering the promise of something like the Vita, too, where the Vita was supposed to be like, here are the home console quality games on the road, but it was kind of a kludgy implementation of that. I'm buying games twice. It's not every game is coming out. I'm doing remote play. With the Switch, it's like very easy. It's like I buy Breath of the Wild, and now I have Breath of the Wild everywhere. And that is a huge deal for people.
Yeah, I kind of feel like too the Vita suffered from the PSP, just because there was like the UMDs, like
Yeah.
like that whole disc, and people just sort of wrote their.
That's the best
their
movie
handheld
format, by the way.
proposition off.
If you can catch the UMD version of something, I mean, grab it. I'm
like
like
the
a
hipsters
laser
with vinyl.
Yeah, it's like a vinyl purist, but for UMD.
Digital hipsters.
You found
It's
the
just like,
unicorn of movies.
I have 4 copies of Lucky Number 11 on UMD just in case any of them get scratches in them. You know?
You know what though? Hey, what? How dare you? Lucky Number 11 is a fantastic film. So we were talking about Nintendo.
Yes.
But listen, but
I'd love to talk about
what? You
Lucky
can't
Number
watch
11
on
if
your
we have a
Switch.
few minutes.
going back to what
Lucky
Anthony
number
said
11. There
though
you
about
go.
the launch of the Switch is, I mean, I remember the Wii in much the same way, where the Wii was sold out for a year. You couldn't get it. It was like the hot item.
People were dying for them.
And I felt at the time that Nintendo was just kind of drawing out the hardware aspect of it to build up demand. But at the end of the day, the Wii ended up being a platform that was a Wii Sports delivery mechanism, is where I think that platform ended up in history. I mean, Wii Sports is now the best-selling software title of all time, which it's hard to believe.
It's great when you give it away.
But I think the Switch has already surpassed that. I
Yeah.
think the Switch now is going from Breath of the Wild, which was an enormous hit, to Mario Kart right away. I was waiting for the period that, dip in the valley when there was no titles on the Switch. With Mario Kart 8, it's got a lot of replayability. We're not going to hit that for a while, I don't think.
Yeah, I think what Ryan's counter argument is that Mario Kart 8 already existed.
That's true.
Well, and I've already seen it die off in the people playing it. I mean, no, I know that is what I look at in my life as a smaller slice representative of that. But the people in our office were playing it like crazy, and now it's already dropped off.
I think that's fair. I think you can only get so much mileage out of a re-release, out of a port. But that's why the moment I started getting tired of Mario Kart, they've been very smart with like these test periods. The second I was getting tired of Mario Kart, all of a sudden the ARMS test punch was out. You know what I mean? They're just kind of like reminding me, like, oh, remember,
Something's coming.
You like the Switch.
Hey.
Remember, this is cool.
Eventually, there'll be a game.
Yeah.
We swear.
And honestly, with as good as Zelda is, I'm still playing Zelda. Like, I'm still playing Zelda. So they sold more copies of Zelda than they did of the actual Switch
Which
hardware.
is insane.
Which
Which
I
is
still,
insane.
I was wondering what the hell was up with that for a long time, and we did several news updates about things like that, and saying, who are these people? And actually, a lot of people wrote in and said, I bought it, just waiting for Switch to be available.
Well, and you got to remember though, the Zelda right now on that console is like the only thing you can play by
Right.
yourself. No one wants to play Mario Kart by yourself because there's no unlocks to it. Well, there kind of is, but not like the kind that are compelling enough to keep you just solo racing. That's a social game. ARMS is going to be a social
sometimes
game.
you want to play it by yourself because that's how you can come in first. Okay.
I will say, I think the point of the console is they're really trying to push that multiplayer and that shared experience interaction.
But what about
That's
people
always
like
been,
me
like,
that
a
don't
big
like
Nintendo
other
thing.
people?
I'm like you. You and me, we're the same there. But I think that this console's looking to try to incorporate and take advantage of the fact that it's portable. You can share the controller. It's got online. You can play with people. So I think that's what they're trying to focus on immediately.
They've forgotten about the people that like Twix.
They'll have
two controllers for me, none
They'll have
for you.
Animal Crossing for us very soon, Ryan.
I don't give a shit about
Dude,
Animal
You
and
don't,
Crossing.
you don't think
Maybe
you
I
give a
will.
shit
I'll
about
try it.
Animal
I
Crossing.
You
wanna
may
You
try
not,
it.
but
don't know.
you're gonna wake up. It's gonna be a year later, and you're gonna be like, "I need one more couch for this golden flower set
Look,
of furniture. Just one more couch."
I have taken. This is with this generation of Nintendo. I'm taking the challenge of any exclusive title for a good window here. I'm going to try it out.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had a Nintendo since the Super Nintendo. So this is my first return to that platform. No, I take it back. I had a Wii because everybody did.
Everybody had a Wii.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably propping open a door somewhere. But so I want to experience all these games from my history of gaming. I want to see Metroid. I want to see Zelda. I want to see Mario. I want to play all those and see where they are now versus
Then why
where
are
they
you
were.
fighting us?
Because
Ryan?
they're not giving me those. They did great with Zelda. I'm very pro Zelda. Good job. Nice Zelda.
Nice Zelda. You'll remember.
Would play again.
Way to Zelda, everybody.
Way to Zelda.
It's going
We
to
did
be
it.
a huge moment in your life that you're always going to remember the first time you catch a KK slider set.
Ooh.
Oh man.
You're going to know exactly. You're going to remember that.
It's
going
all
to stick
gonna
with
happen.
Is that like a tiny hamburger or
No, that's so in Animal Crossing you get into the drug trade,
tell me more?
and
I'm in.
that's,
Now I'm in.
I didn't realize this was
and the first. You may.
I would like to tweet about our fine program, and I was curious, what hashtag should I use to do that?
If you wish to tweet about our fun program, and I would encourage you to do so, please use the hashtag YouTubeE3. You can also use RTE3. We are checking both.
YouTube spelled out.
YouTube spelled out. So it's not YTE3, it's YouTube E3.
Got it.
We want you to really commit to the letters in your 140 character tweet.
You got to make them really count. KK Slider's a traveling musician in Animal Crossing.
Wait, so you actually do
He's a cool dog.
there's
He's like a
human
real
trafficking?
cool dog.
Okay, he's a dog.
No, he's a cool
real
dog.
Okay, no
and,
one cares then. It's fine.
and he unlocks like sweet tunes.
So he's the shanty provider of
He is.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
the
okay,
shanty
there you go.
guy. He's the shanty guy.
Cooler dog of E3 2017, assuming there's an Animal Crossing. KK Slider or Boomer, the gun fetching
I
guy.
don't know. He fetches guns.
Guns versus guitars. It's like the eternal question.
Yeah, man. It's
No,
art
yeah.
versus the military.
Does your Animal Crossing dog
You
help
hippie.
you capture other animals? Because
No.
Boomer will take out terrorists.
No, but we don't know what new functionality may be coming today.
Oh, that's right.
That's true. This could be the whole new announcement. Like KK Slider's taking over the town.
Maybe-
You have to get it back.
With motion controls, you can play the guitar.
You know what?
Animal Crossing SVU.
After the surprise of seeing a Mario Rabbids crossover that is a turn-based strategy,
It actually looks really
they
cool.
could do anything. Okay, I'm open to this idea of Animal Crossing GTA.
I was real excited for that Mario Rabbids. I was shocked. I was shocked by how
I was
wonderful
surprised.
it looked.
Yeah.
That actually sold me on the game because I love that style of game, and I have not really had any history with
And
Rabbids.
It's funny because we should not have been shocked because these sort of things have happened with Mario. Like the original Super Mario RPG was like a collab like that with Capcom, and so it's anytime they give the Mario license to the right person, something kind of magical comes out of it. But I remember those teaser images came out last week, and we were all like,
Yeah, I was.
"This is
I
gonna
was,
go one way or the other real hard."
Well, and that was probably one of my favorite moments so far of E3 was you talking about the right person having access to the franchise and the history. Was Miyamoto up there praising the developer who's getting like
Oh, he was
teary-eyed
misty?
in the audience.
Can you imagine being praised personally by Miyamoto?
Miyamoto smiled at me once, and I had to lie down for 48 hours.
The doctor told you couldn't lift anything heavy.
Yeah, just don't exert any more force. Your
right.
poor heart won't be able to take it.
All right, so we're getting pretty close to the Nintendo Spotlight Conference here, so we're going to pull that up in a few minutes. But before we do, I do want to say thank you very much to War for Planet of the Apes for sponsoring YouTube Live at E3 with Rooster Teeth. They're making this whole thing possible. You guys, you should see this studio. Last year, we were in what equates to a broom closet because we were so late in organizing the show. And this year, we actually feel like a production. There's air conditioning. We have lights.
It was a
We have
cubicle.
bagels. And that's all been made possible by War for the Planet of the
Bagels.
Apes. So thank you for the bagels.
Made
and,
from bagel.
We'll talk more about it in a little bit, but check out this trailer for the movie that hits theaters July 14th.
Who is child?
I don't know.
But she was you.
She has no one else. We are not savages. Apes fight only to survive.
Bad human can kill ape. All dead now. A long time. Long time.
Bad humans.
Soldier.
Years from now, your children will ask you, what did you do in the greatest war? And you can tell them, I fought to protect this world. We created them. But now, we will bring an end to their kind.
No mercy. No peace. This is war. Apes together. Strong.
You are impressive. You're smart as hell. You're stronger than we are. But you're taking this all much too personally.
So emotional!
I did not start this war. But I will finish it.
Dude, every time I see that trailer, I'm just like, what is knocking it out of the park with the effects?
There's nothing better than watching a monkey pull a pin out of a grenade. You know what I mean? Like, every time I see that, I'm just like, yeah, we did it, society.
The one that gets me is always the one in the monkey in the well, it's an ape, I'm sure, in a puffer coat, getting shot at by a heavy machine gun.
What a magical time to be alive. You know what I mean?
We're experiencing this.
This is the future. This is the real future.
We're here
It's all
waiting for
downhill from
Nintendo
here.
announcements, watching monkeys throw grenades.
Whew.
That seems like
This
the
is
next
live.
Nintendo game, actually. That's Donkey Kong's next level.
I actually really liked. So we were talking a little bit before about the Mario Rabbids crossover.
Yes.
And I actually really liked the Donkey Kong Rabbid that came up as kind of a boss.
They have
Rabbit
a
Kong.
big. Did you see
Yeah,
it? A
he's
big
there's-
statue down
there's
in the
a giant
hall.
one in the South Hall lobby.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, to take like it's huge that you can like take a picture under going like, oh no, it's gonna squash me. Because if there's one thing everyone at E3 loves, it's like photo ops with stuff. There's also a Ni no Kuni 2. Or no, right? All right.
I'll be back.
Yes, it's.
Let me know what
it's
Nintendo
right-
announces.
It's right in the South Hall lobby that looks like awesome. It's just like, it's honestly just like a balcony with like a painted landscape in the background. But the fact that it's Ni no Kuni 2 makes me so pumped.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I got distracted by the rabbit thing.
Speaking of this stuff, last year, my favorite thing on the floor was when Nintendo turned their entire booth into Hyrule.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was
That
pretty
was-
spectacular. When they said they were
But what did they
only
do this
really
year?
bringing Zelda to E3, I was so skeptical. Like, what are they thinking? Seriously, how can you have an entire booth around one game? And then I saw the castle. It had a day-night cycle. It had bushes
That's
and
the hot new
grass
trend in E3
and
booths
walls.
is persistent day-night cycles.
No, it's important to give you immersion.
So hot, yeah. Otherwise, you get pulled out of the whole trade show.
I mean, you're already in a building that has no natural light, so if they can just play with that some more.
Well, it makes you feel like you've been in the line that much longer.
Every
You're like,
10
how
minutes, I
many
just got
days have
real
I been
sleepy.
here?
Out of curiosity, do you think they're going to talk much about 3DS this time? They recently did a 3DS Nintendo Direct that was really announcing a whole bunch of titles saying, we're still supporting you, 3DS, still going to be games, don't leave us.
This feels like contractual obligation, the Nintendo Direct. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to say that they're abandoning the 3DS, and they're not going to abandon the 3DS. They have another year of support guaranteed. But
Wait, which one?
all of the various
work.
ones.
So the 3DS is the kind of family that I think Xbox is trying to build, where you can come out with hardware upgrades. The old ones can still pretty much play the games. They're just not going to have the bells and whistles that the new versions do. And also the 3D on the new ones is way cooler.
I think it might be kept around as an inexpensive sort of price point for parents with kids,
Could be,
for people
yeah.
who need something that's a little more durable
And
a,
they
and
are
a lower
bringing the
price point.
2DS.
Yeah, and I think that'll stick around maybe for a couple of years, but I think they're paying a lot of lip service to support of the 3DS and this whole kind of 3DS family. If you've got the Switch and the Switch does everything, and they can keep getting aggressive on that price point, if they can have a price point drop within the next year, you're sort of making the 3DS obsolete.
Yeah, well, I think they have a few iterations of XL and U to throw in there
Yeah.
for some hardware.
I have a question.
Hey, it's our favorite puppet, Bernie.
So, since you're talking about the 3DS, it makes me wonder. We saw them announce this Mario plus Rabbids at Ubisoft specifically, but prior to this, one of their big announcements was with a partner as well, which was Apple when they announced their mobile game, Run Mario Run. Do you think the Switch
Is it? Yeah, Run
Well,
Mario
it
Run.
was-
Is
The
Super Mario
famous
Run.
German film,
Is
Run
the-
Mario Run.
I got close.
He's trying to save his drug dealer boyfriend. Got to get
Luigi.
some money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you think that does to
KK slider.
Nintendo's mobile strategy? Does the Switch now, are they going to focus exclusively on that?
Well, I think they've said that he's disappeared. That's not going to be the case. That the
He'll
Switch
take his
is not
answer off the air,
intended to replace their mobile handheld devices,
I
but it
mean,
obviously is. I think
No, the Switch is a very different category of mobile device. That is not like a casual chuck it in your pocket and walk off with it.
Yeah, I would agree. I do actually. I have it in a case and it goes in my handbag, but I have a
Unless
handbag.
Their evil. This is actually their evil plan to bring back cargo pants, which is possible.
I just want to say Run Mario Run would have been a way better title.
Oh,
Would've
sure.
been more people, sure.
What Mario needed was a little more like German expressionism, nihilism thrown into it, and I think that it would have done well. No, but Super Mario Run is and Miitomo and these things that they're doing are these sort of great mobile experiments, and they're sort of like, how do we take what we know works on mobile on these like single touch devices, on these pocket devices, and turn them into Nintendo?
We're about to go.
All
I think we're less than
right,
5
so-
seconds away from the
Look, we're
conference.
picturing a picture of ourselves.
Whoa, that's crazy. Now we're gonna find Nintendo.
These graphics are off the hook.
Man.
This is the Run Mario
This is
Run
Run
promo.
Mario Run.
Arms.
Ruh-roh.
So we are going to be talking during the conference. We'll try to not talk while trailers are going on. So we're going to have light commentary while giving our thoughts on what you see
We'll
or what
make
we see.
sure that you guys get all the information from the direct. It'll be mostly our reactions, so like quick impressions of what we're finding impressive in a moment. It's all gonna be really live, really real, really raw.
Look at these millennials. So many colorful millennials
So many
playing
people
their,
trying to,
playing
yeah.
their Switch.
Well, they're all gonna get super in shape. Did you guys get like Wii Elbow from like Wii?
Wii elbow?
Yeah, like from like Wii Tennis. So you
Oh.
could like really like telephone it in and just like whack it. But I couldn't help getting really into it. It was tennis and it was also boxing.
Well, I think that was half of the fun of it was like the performative aspect, because you did find out within the first day that you could like lay and do this on bowling and get strikes all the time. But I did sort of get that wrist and elbow the first weekend. Yeah.
Was
I
nothing
think
worth it.
we're having, by the way, in case
Yeah.
people are wondering, we're having some technical issues with the Nintendo stream.
Just bringing up the spotlight, but we're
Yeah.
working on it.
I was prepared for this day.
Oh, Ryan, you've cursed us. Ryan, you did that. You did that for glitch, please, too. And that was this.
Look,
and we ended up
the
with 10.
shirt doesn't create the difficulties.
No.
Are you sure
the
it doesn't?
difficulties created the shirt.
This is the
It's,
was
it's-
very
famous
zen
chicken
of
and
you.
it's
egg.
very circular. Everything is loops around. Like a millennial that was standing in front of a car. That's what we know about this so far.
with smoke,
With smoke. Colored smoke.
colored smoke. I'm into it.
If they announced a new colored smoke racing game for the Switch, would you be excited?
Sure. I'm excited for everything they announced for the Switch. I'm telling you, this is like polar opposites on this couch right here.
I'm
They
kind
can-
of
I
liking
love
it.
it.
Okay, there
They
was
ca-
communication issue, and you thought I hated Woody Harrelson, but I don't.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry
mean,
that I put
come
that
on.
on you.
It's like-
I
He's a
apologize.
He's a national treasure.
He
It's
really
the
is.
odd
He really
couple.
is.
I just want to start singing the song.
No, but I'm one of those people where now every time I play something on another platform, I go, ooh, I wish this was also on the Switch.
That's-
Really?
I wish I was bringing
You
this
Me
would-
too.
I was like, man, I wish I could see this at lower resolution with longer load
It's
times.
not that. It's a lot of games are like, I wish I could just take this with me wherever.
You're
Yeah.
holding
weird-
a laptop.
It's weird to be playing a Persona that is not like on the plane or in my bag with
God,
me.
Persona-
like P4 and P5.
You couldn't
There are
play
a few
that
P4
game
things
on
I
the
want
Switch.
more than
It
Persona
couldn't
5
do
on the
it.
Switch. Why? What do you mean you couldn't play for Persona 5 on the Switch?
Oh, please.
It's technically capable
Where would you
of that.
put it on a Switch? How many additional memory cards would you have to put in a Switch to play that game?
I mean, you do what you do with every Nintendo console. You buy your big ass SD card and you forget about it.
Set it and forget it.
For shame.
I got the biggest SD card in my Switch, dude.
I bet you do.
And
How
I-
much extra was that?
I don't know. It was like $100, something like that.
All right. So what's your
It's
what's
not.
your
It's,
final
it wasn't like a
console
Vita.
price?
It wasn't like a Vita where it was like.
What's your final console price right now? This is like when the people are like, I came out of college and now my brain is worth $500,000.
Oh, I get all the plastic tchotchkes, man. I got the
Oh,
Pro
no.
controller. I
Oh,
got
yeah, same here.
I got an extra set of the Joy-Cons, and I'm probably gonna get a third one now that I know that I can get them in that yellow and that gold.
You like the yellow?
I do.
I'm kind of waiting for them to come in non-neon colors. I know.
That's why I went with gray.
Yeah, the gray is what I have right now. I'm hoping that they'll eventually come out with. You probably don't remember this, but you might. The 3DS that came out, it was the Animal Crossing 3DS XL that had like
Oh,
the
yeah,
little
yeah.
icons on it. I'm hoping they end up doing stuff like that with Joy-Cons as well.
They're gonna also do it with Switches. You're gonna buy a new Switch.
Well, no, but the Switch is just like a base unit. It's mostly screen.
Yeah.
So the Joy-Cons are what
the
will make
backside
that
and the
really
dock.
unique.
They announced,
Eh,
yeah,
I
they
can put
announced
I
like
can
a
put
special
sticker
edition
on the back. I don't care about that.
for something. Oh, it was the Monster Hunter. They announced a Monster Hunter Switch in Japan, and that's what it was. It's like an applique on the dock, and like different colored.
But it's like I don't
Joy-Cons.
care about the dock.
Yeah,
I
well,
will-
The
I
Wii U was
will-
like that too. When the Wii U came out, they were like, "Oh, get this Wind Waker Wii U," and Wind Waker is like my favorite Zelda of all time at that point. So I was like, I should get it. And then I looked at it and I was like, "Oh, it's just an applique on the tablet."
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
we've got the direct up here. Here
Great.
we go.
I'll take you there myself.
And anything that we missed.
Starting on a strong note with green explosions.
First title. Okay, so this is the first.
Pyra! Here! Cover me! Got it! We'll show you. We'll show you what me and Pyra are made of.
I am thinking now, though, I need to add a 4th game to my wish list, and that is Persona on Switch.
Now that you have come this far, there can be no turning back. You and that sword can't be! I'm guessing your goal is Elysium.
He calls Pyra. Her flames hide something deeper.
What's the matter? Are you the Aegis, or aren't you?
I won't use that power, and I won't let you use it either!
If you know what you desire, you will have to show it. Not with words, but with your own strength.
Everyone, let's go!
Yeah! Wow, that really hit every JRPG checkbox right
It's
there.
so good, though. Hit it so good.
Shit.
Hey, Anthony checking in
Did
from
it
the other
not?
side of the couch. Ooh, that looked good.
I made no judgment call about that. I'm just saying it hit
A
every
sword
throat.
swinging, fire wielding, stone cold hero with an insatiable appetite.
Kirby! Yeah! Kirby!
Marshmallow Man.
He's just loving people.
Yeah, he is! Oh, beautiful fall boy.
I think you're giddy.
Look at it!
Go on.
They're together as friends.
It's too many apples.
That's a lot of apples.
That would not keep a doctor away.
Ready. So ready.
I know. I'm down for that. That looks like a kind of game my kid and I could play.
Hi everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi from Nintendo. I hope you've been enjoying the journey with Nintendo Switch so far. When I found out that Nintendo Switch is being accepted by video game fans from all over the world as a home console that could be taken with you anywhere, I felt so relieved. Take Switch outside,
Wow.
come together, and
to know.
share
It's just
the
a moment of
experience.
realness.
This idea was how we hoped people would play with Nintendo Switch. But people are coming up with many creative ways to play, in all kinds of
Where you're like,
places,
what was gonna happen
in
to
many
this
more
family
ways
if it
than we expected. This summer, Nintendo and its third-party partners will release many multiplayer games that can be played anytime, anywhere, and with anyone. We hope there will be many heated competitions that will be ignited by Nintendo Switch.
We enjoy destroying
Now,
your
we'll
friendships.
continue our look at even more new game worlds for
Hate your
Nintendo
friends,
Switch.
You will.
But before we do, there is one announcement we'd like to share from our very special friend. Please take a look.
Hi everyone.
Uh-oh.
I'm Tsunekazu Ishihara from the Pokemon Company. Just the other day, we
motherfucker,
announced
you
that
give me some
Pokken
good.
Tournament Deluxe is coming to Nintendo Switch. This is the latest version of the premier Pokemon fighting game. Two people can dive right into battle using two Joy-Con controllers. So you can experience heated Pokemon battles with just one Nintendo Switch console. There are some fresh additions, including new Pokemon, and this deluxe version of the game will be on display at E3 for attendees to play. I have one more announcement. Game Freak has begun developing a core RPG
Yes,
Pokemon
do it,
title
do it,
on
do it.
Nintendo Switch.
Yes.
It may not release for more than a year, but
That's
we hope
fine.
you'll look forward to
Just-
it all the same.
Thank you. I'll take it, sir.
In the meantime, let's enjoy this year's E3.
Ishihara-san, thank you very much.
Look,
We
that
heard
was
that the
what I
Pokemon
wanted.
series
It's just
is being
confirmation
developed
they
for
are
Nintendo
they are
Switch.
gonna do it.
Of course they
What kind of Pokemon game will we be able to play on Nintendo Switch? I'm looking forward to it myself.
You say, of course.
At
but
this
we didn't
year's
get a Metroid
E3,
last
we're
generation,
mostly
you know what I
showing
mean?
games that will be released in 2017.
Yeah, that's true.
But please know that here at Nintendo, we're working on many forms of entertainment that can only be made possible on Nintendo Switch. We hope you look forward to them as well. Now let's continue on with the journey with Nintendo Switch.
The background is so serene.
I really do like their little.
Okay, I'm down.
There it is.
I'm down for this. Give it to me. Bring me my childhood.
Oh my God!
Oh no, Kiss of Death about it.
So far, they've rendered the 4, and it's a start, and they're going.
They got a logo. The logo treatment is
The
done.
logo is the hardest part of any video game.
That really sets the tone.
Look, it exists. I feel the way Ashley does. It exists.
They're acknowledging it. That is step one.
It is going to exist.
Oh. Paper Mario? Paper Yoshi.
I mean, does that look like Mario to you, Ryan?
Yoshi is
God,
an
keep
integral
it
Mario
straight, okay?
character. You know where I'm coming from. Is he throwing children at people?
Yes. Yes, of course he is. He's Yoshi.
He's going,
yeah.
to, he's going to breakfast.
I loved
What
Woolly
do you
World
have
so
behind
much.
you?
There's the co-op integration. You get no eggs as a co-op partner. Nope, maybe you do.
You definitely do. Woolly World was so much fun, you guys. And I feel like not enough people played it.
This is their time. This is time to shine.
It's just called Yoshi?
Just that's the reboot.
At least it's not called Yoshi 1.
X.
Well, okay, okay. Oh.
Team Ninja, huh?
Okay.
Huh?
Sacred Dragon, much better than Scared Dragon.
We're under attack!
Mother's in danger! If she's up there, then...
You two must keep going.
No, I'm coming with you!
It's not a competition, you two. You don't both have to. You both saw your mother get taken away.
I love her more.
Oh!
I am Marth, the Prince of Altea. We've come here to save you.
Remember that you can rely on your friends. We're with you.
Get it together, you two. If you can't do this, who can?
You fought your way this far. There's nothing you two can't do. No matter the danger, we can overcome it if we're working together.
All right, let's move out.
Working together, we can finish this.
I love the amount of friendship in a Nintendo conference.
It's the Fire Emblem. There you go.
Oh man.
Well, it's Fire Emblem Warriors, which has already been announced.
Yep.
But it's nice to see it. It's nice to know how much they love their mom.
Hi there, I'm the Legend of Zelda series producer, Eiji Aonuma.
That's right, you are.
You may have already heard about it during Bethesda's showcase that was held a few days ago. It was announced that select Zelda items will appear in the Nintendo Switch version of Skyrim.
They never showed his face, though.
They didn't. It's
I'm
always
really
just
looking
because
forward
it's a
to
real
exploring
messed up Skyrim
Skyrim with the
face.
Master Sword in hand.
Still, that's gonna be
It's
cool,
gonna
right?
look like Link's
When did this
drunk
Master
bored
Sword
dad.
get in my hand?
It is gonna be awesome
Next
though
up,
to run
we'll
around.
take a look at the DLC
in
packs
Skyrim
for The
with the
Legend of
Master Sword.
Zelda
I want to see
Breath
the
of the
stats on the
Wild.
Master Sword.
I want to see it shoot
Skyrim.
Let's
lasers.
take you on a new Hyrule adventure.
They're really good, but it breaks all the time.
Yes. Tell me what I bought sight unseen.
So this is the essentially the horde mode, right? That's got all of the different rooms. You start out naked and have to pick up whatever they drop and
Naked
use
and
that
afraid.
in battle.
But at the end of that, you get a permanent Master Sword, right?
Right, that's when it stops getting tired.
Right. You appease the sword gods.
This
Excited
is
about
what
the
I'm most
passing.
excited about.
That's really good for the collectors
Yeah.
who are running around looking for all those 900 freaking Korok
Was there
seeds. And also that one, that mask.
Was there a gimp suit there?
Oh, I think that's the Tingle.
You're thinking of the Tingle
You're
suit?
thinking of the Tingle suit, but yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
But it's more complicated than that, but yes.
It's a super gimp. It's different.
Yeah, the path mode is something that I felt like was super lacking in the initial release.
Yeah, it's like you unlocked an area and great. You unlocked an area and that's really all the granularity you had.
There's no better feeling than
Right.
getting to the point where you can consistently beat a Lionel in a fight.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So now this is the new story. The new story content they're doing.
This dude is also my favorite character in the game.
It's in the face, the KK slider of Breath of the Wild.
He really is. He really is.
Remember that time you cheated on Princess Zelda? With multiple partners.
That was a wild night.
Very excited about this. The champions, I love them as characters.
They were
didn't
all
really even
really
show
great.
us anything, though.
Well,
they
it's
showed
holiday
us-
2017, though.
They showed us the champions.
And there's a ballad.
What did you think? I actually have one more announcement that I'd like to share.
Yes, please.
The 4 champions that appeared in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will be available as amiibo. The Zora champion, Mipha.
Well, well, well.
The Goron champion, Daruk. The Rito champion, Rivali. And the Gerudo champion, Urbosa.
Okay,
You'll be
now
able to use these 4
do they
amiibo
do?
in The
What do they
Legend of
give us?
That's
Zelda
an interesting
Breath of the
placement
Wild.
for her stand.
That's unfortunate.
Of course,
It's
you'll be able to
unfortunate, the
use
design
these
of
in the
Urbosa,
DLC
but,
packs that you just saw, so please look forward to them.
I will own all of those.
This changes the game. Travel the world. Bring people together. Play anywhere with anyone. If video gaming is a journey, then anywhere has to include a stop right here in LA during E3. This
We just got a message
is
from
Magic
Kitten.
Week,
I'm buying those. You may
where
use them.
booths buzz and channels glow, where the game worlds you've heard about suddenly spring into life. And this summer, a new kind of heated competition ignites right on Nintendo Switch.
Esports.
It kicks off later today with the Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational, which brings teams from the Americas, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan to see whose colorful skills are the best. Tomorrow, the Pokken Invitational will be held. You might recognize some of our 8 competitors who'll be duking it out in heated battles. Later on Wednesday, we'll see 8 players throw punches in the fun and competitive game ARMS, which launches later this week. 4 of our players will be pros, and the other 4 will be E3 attendees who rise to the top by battling on the show floor.
Probably just like
if you're going to E3,
pros,
we hope you'll accept the challenge. And no matter where you are, be sure to catch up with Nintendo
versus their real parents
at
that they've never met.
E3 for all the details and news about Nintendo Switch and Nintendo 3DS. But now, there are a few more worlds left to visit on our journey before we land in the booth. Let's go.
Reggie, you like, I got my Pokemon announcement. We got our Metroid Prime announcement.
Mention.
We got Yoshi.
Ubisoft is proud to announce its new Rabbids game, Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and it will be developed exclusively for the Nintendo Switch. The Rabbids' crazy personalities and unpredictable behavior.
Do you know I laugh every time I see that clip? The Princess Rabbit.
When I saw the art, I thought this
would
looked
surprise
really
you in
questionable,
this tactical adventure
but that sold me.
It's when she feels the actual princess's dress to see if it's made of cheap material. It's just like the best moment.
To put the kingdom back in order. We can't wait for you to play the game on August 29th.
That's not far away. That seems to be a trend this E3, if you're not Sony.
We're talking about Bethesda made a cornerstone of announcing things that were already out.
And
we got a little glimpse of that earlier in the trailer.
Yeah, it was in like an opening sizzle, but great to have this.
Ooh.
This is a spectacular title for the Switch.
Rocket League Anywhere, Joy-Con controls. That's a no-brainer. That's amazing.
Think about this. Think about Nintendo Battle Cars.
Cross-network play.
On behalf of everyone here at Psyonix, we're extremely excited to announce that Rocket League is indeed coming.
We found
to
another
Nintendo
platform
Switch.
to sell you this
We
game
know
again.
both the Rocket League and Switch communities have wanted it, and now we're going to release it.
No complaints.
Network support that lets you play.
We will allow you to rebuy all of your car hats.
Switch
You're
version will
welcome.
have all the features and modes we've released thus far, plus exclusives like local wireless multiplayer, Mario and Luigi hats for customizing your car, and new exclusive cars we'll talk about later this year.
Look for Rocket League on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
If I don't see an
So,
F-Zero car,
cross-platform play.
Yeah.
So
At this point in the cycle, you kind of have to have it with that type.
Right, but also because Xbox announced that they were ready to go cross network with PlayStation. Anytime PlayStation wanted to enable it, PlayStation didn't enable it. But now you might be able to do Xbox Switch. That's interesting.
Well, I mean, you could probably do it without. I mean, depends on who's hosting the server. It may not necessarily have anything to do with.
Yeah! Welcome to the Sonic Adventure of Mario games. Welcome to the RoboCop 2 of Mario games. Welcome to the Batman Returns of Mario games. I'm so ready for this weird nonsense.
Is his hat alive?
Would you feel weird getting naked in front of your hat if it had eyes?
Not if we were close. Listen to this musical number, you guys.
Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah! It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will fall away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl,
Yo, this is like some Dreamcast level weirdness.
And so perfect.
Oh no!
Mario, you got weird since I played you.
Heck yeah, he did!
Oh, I love the bouquet of piranha plants.
Yes!
Last Mario title I played was Super Mario. Yeah.
That's impossible.
How is that impossible?
That has to be impossible. You haven't played a Mario title since.
That is true.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm not going to call you out in the middle of the Nintendo world with the Nintendo Direct here, but like you haven't touched a Mario game since Super Mario World.
I mean, that was the newest game that I played.
I feel like you have to be aggressively
tried to
trying to miss Mario.
Well, I didn't have. I didn't have any of the platforms.
We have a release
10/27. Do we
date.
have a date before?
10/27
No.
release date. We knew it was coming holiday. We didn't. That was the window. But October 27th. That's awesome.
I was 50-50 on it slipping to next year. In all
I was
honesty.
convinced it was going to slip to
Well,
next
here's
year.
the thing. I think it already did slip. We just didn't hear about it.
Are we done?
So yeah. So this is the
All right.
end. That was their finale. That was all the fireworks going off at once.
No goodbye, huh?
So I think I have a theory. I want to know what you guys think of the theory. I think that Mario Odyssey already slipped once. So, and this is based off their release strategy so far with their mobile titles. In that, Pokemon Go came out. Obviously, it was licensed out, but it came out, re-energized the Pokemon fan base. Pokemon Sun and Moon comes out, breaks records. Super Mario Run hits December. Perfect timing for the Switch launch March to re-energize that fan base, get people back into it. But then we didn't get it. It slipped, and now it's falling almost a year behind that mobile launch. I think it was there. They delayed it. Also, there was a thing that came out about a lot of marketing materials for the Switch that had Mario, and then suddenly they didn't. They all had Link.
Interesting. I think it's possible. I definitely think it's possible, but I don't think it was their strategy to release a Zelda and a Mario in parallel. Like, I don't think Breath of the Wild and Odyssey would have come out at the same time. Potentially we would have seen it like maybe now, but I also think that's a little strange with the timing of like ARMS
and Splatoon 2 both coming out as this big summer titles.
It's possible that it slipped. I don't know that it slipped all that much though, if it did.
You know, there's something kind of interesting that just occurred to me about when this is again, if you're following Mario Odyssey, that this is probably old news, but that was really one of the first titles that they showed in that was not something that was co-op focused.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
That's true.
Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi like
had
has
co-op.
it. No, it has it, but that doesn't necessarily make it the focus. It might mean, an as well or a. And on top of this,
Kirby and Yoshi were both of that same ilk, where it's a co-op title, really.
So you mean one where they didn't highlight the ability to co-op?
Right. Which makes me, I assume there isn't any.
I wouldn't be
I
surprised to
play
see
as the hat.
I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that, where like with Super Mario Galaxy, we had the ability to like your second controller, if you had somebody around, could like pick up star bits for you and like do little things to influence the world.
It's like helper mode.
Yeah.
So if you're a family, which Nintendo's big on the whole family play thing. So if you're playing with a kid, they don't necessarily have to find motor control to be doing a lot of
you can say it.
heavy.
They suck.
It's like to say the 2-year-old sucks at the game.
I call it significant other mode when you're like when you're hogging the TV for like 6 hours and like your SO just needs something to do and you're just like, oh, fine, I'll help you get star bits or whatever. But let's take this from the top. Let's go from the beginning here. We started off with the Xenogears. Right? Was that the
Xenoblade Chronicles?
Xenoblade Chronicles 2. First thing we saw.
JRPG checkboxes.
Checkbox. And then we had
Kirby was right after that.
That looks. I'm very interested in playing that with my son.
We have a confirmation that they are bringing mainline Pokemon RPG to the Switch,
but showed nothing.
They showed nothing, but they confirmed that it's in development, which. Again, I think we all kind of we know that this is coming. The fact that modders were so easily able to upscale Sun and Moon to 1080p and make it look fantastic. They completely overbuilt all the assets for higher resolution than 3DS. A lot of that was leaning in that direction. So we all kind of know that this is the next step, but hearing it from them is a huge comfort. Even if they're saying it's not coming this year, they announced.
They didn't say it's coming ever. They were just like,
they said within a year. They said within a year.
They said it may not. It may be more than a year.
Yeah. I think holiday next year is probably their goal for it. You have your Mario this year. You have your Pokemon next year. When hardware sales start slumping a little bit again.
Okay, now it looks like Nintendo does have some post-conference interviews that we can pull up on the screen as we're discussing as well, if everyone wants to check those out.
Sure.
And that way we can learn a little bit more about some of the titles and offer our own thoughts on those. Shall we?
Yeah.
All right, let's do
I
that.
think they're getting that stuff queued up for
Okay,
us.
great.
I want to talk about seeing, first of all, the Xenoblade Chronicles, and then seeing Fire Emblem right afterwards. Oh,
So
hold on.
these are a couple of the gameplay demos that they've got going on.
New Donk City.
Oh, they're going with that.
Yeah, they are. Why wouldn't they?
Not a fan of the donk?
This is my biggest fear for this game. Is I'm worried about the name New Donk City, which is a weird thing to say, and I'm worried about the way the humans look and the humans look in comparison to Mario.
They just said the mayor of New Donk City is Pauline, you guys. Pauline from the Donkey Kong games. Come on, that's good.
That's true. The humans are very human.
Yeah, I love it. It's creepy.
Well, but what does it make Mario?
Makes him a Mario.
Genetic monstrosity.
This is a Crisis
true.
on
He's good
Infinite
at
Earth
getting it.
sort of thing. This is a multiverse, is what we're seeing.
All right, you can become
confirmation. You can become a
street pole.
Yep.
They did show a lot of that in the trailer, throwing your
Finally, I'll
hat
be able
onto
to-
enemies and onto objects.
I'll be able to realize all my ambitions.
I'm gonna be honest. This is turning me off a little bit.
I don't know. This is an interesting area to show off of all of like the
Yeah.
really amazingly out there, fantastic areas that we saw in the
This
trailer.
isn't one of them.
Well, this is like your Sonic Adventure 2, right? Like you start off in the city, and it's kind of weird and fun to see Mario in a city. But I really want to see some more. My favorite land that they've showed is that weird food land where food is cooking itself. I want to see
bizarre.
more of that.
Yeah, this environment really doesn't
Well,
do
this
anything
seems very
for
much
me.
like a hub.
This is I feel like this is where we're going to start off. We're learning how to do things. We're seeing our abilities. I love that power line thing. That's interesting.
And so, we might be like getting ahead of ourselves here in that they may show this off. That right now maybe they're just showing the mechanics of traversal.
Yeah, this may not even be an area as it will appear in the game.
All right, here we go. Now we're going
I
somewhere.
like that Mayor Pauline already made a
No.
career park for herself.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, if I was
Step
a mayor,
one.
I would rename every street after myself.
Rocket
and
ship
people would
from
have a really hard time getting
Super
around.
Mario 2, by the way, is what took us up.
So this is just the training levels.
Mario,
Look, I'm
world-class
Sonic.
gymnast.
Mario now collecting rings.
Well, he has been to the Olympics, Gus.
That's very true.
He never completes the loop.
Well, he's afraid he'll turn inside out.
Oh, yeah. Or lose the hat.
Yeah. I love that everybody's
here's
dressed like
real
a
deal.
like a 1950s salesman. Like that guy was just standing off to the side in a suit and fedora, as they all are in New Donk City.
Working on the Johnson account.
Yeah. Oh, get those purple coins.
Got a drop.
Come on, Treehouse employee.
Can you?
Oh.
No.
Come on, where's the ambition?
Oh.
And he waited for the next cycle around?
That's-
What are
you
you
know what?
doing?
How dare you?
I'm 30 seconds closer to death because of you. And we continue to stay in this is like the Matrix loading program, right?
You got a moon.
You got a moon, man. I love this.
Please take me somewhere that looks colorful. You tried, buddy.
Green's a color.
It is a color.
And I do think that it's fun seeing Mario like in a normal city. Like the incongruousness of it just is really weird to me nonstop.
But is that what you want from Mario?
I want weird from everything.
All right. You want to jump on somebody having their coffee? He didn't even explode like a Goomba.
Well, he's not a Goomba.
I know, he's a coffee getter.
He's not a Goomba, he's a man. He's a salesman. He's making deals.
Well, then why are we here?
Well, yeah, obviously coffee's for closers, right? I mean,
Mario just slaps it out of his hand.
Confirmed, Mario can climb.
It is a very like mid-century metropolis, like Art Deco looking version of New York. I like that. Or New Donk.
So is this
So there's some weird color over there. I bet that's where we're heading.
you know, maybe. Or maybe we'll just chill on top of this building.
Does he have a glider like Link?
Oh, he's waiting to synchronize.
So is
I think we're gonna see that hat jump.
is
You
this a flying city?
Yeah, I mean that is the weird part of it.
It's just
they
real
are
foggy.
floating in the sky.
Also, like, what do? You get to the edge of town, and turn around.
I think that cab driver down there is contemplating suicide.
Tank.
He's just gonna ride off.
Load the jump program. Just take your time, Neo.
Well,
you may not be the one.
They're having a discussion here.
Yeah.
They're having our own discussion.
Certainly.
From the outside, it looks like a man standing on top of a building.
Sure.
Hey! You didn't believe.
Through the skylight into a Mario on 30-man fight. Fine. Oh, it's a jazz man.
It's that guy from Zelda. He's
Rooftop
ported into
concerts
human.
are the best. It's a pity no one can really hear me.
So they're not
Also,
really
it's
the
a
best
pity
then.
there's no way down.
I love these little.
There's a quick way down.
I love these little hints at like little open world things that you can do.
Like there might be collectibles around.
Yeah, like clearly you're supposed to do something to help that guy be heard.
Yeah, or potentially as you go around, there might be other. Maybe you can get him music.
Or you could
Take his
kidnap
slider
people
style.
to take him up there to attend his concert.
Most of the side quests in Super Mario Odyssey are kidnapping based, and that's a design decision. And it's not creepy.
It was not possible before the technology of the Switch.
I'm interested in this. When they showed the hat, the living hat, I definitely had some flashbacks to Super Mario Sunshine, and I was worried about how people would react to it, having this sort of like assistive helper character that sort of changed the mechanics. Because at the time when Sunshine came out, it was not super well received. It's a favorite now.
I was not a fan of Sunshine.
You were not a fan of Sunshine. A lot of people weren't when it came out because the water pack sort of changed things too much. And I'm watching what they're doing with the living hat now, and just kind of checking on how it augments things, but maybe doesn't change it too much. I like the Cranky Street.
I want to live on Cranky Avenue, by the way.
I think you do live on Cranky Avenue.
So does Ryan.
Ryan definitely lives on Cranky Avenue.
It's morning Cranky Avenue.
Ryan's he's the neighborhood watch of Cranky Avenue.
So you got to have someone.
You kids look too happy.
Stop it.
Stop enjoying
Take a dose of
things.
realism with that.
Okay.
In my head, I just envisioned that there's one actor in the world that they use for motion capture for Mario running, and they can only get that one dude who can do this flailing arm run.
What if
that
it was
no one
poor
else can do.
Charles Martinet who also does the voice? Poor like 60-something-year-old Charles Martinet.
And they're
has
like,
to,
all right, put on the bobble suit. Let's do this.
We need you to swing from bar to bar, Charles. Oh no!
Mario always looks like he's running for the first time.
All right, well, he took a hit there, so it's
took
kind of
damage.
like a life bar.
Yeah.
Okay, we lost 10 coins for dying. That's interesting.
That's healthcare, and New Donk is cheap. I mean, especially the currency's just on the ground.
Yeah, you can undo death for 10 coins you find on the ground.
I mean, I like to think that he landed just not well.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and say this is still coming off as a really odd choice of area to show off to the public for the first time.
I would agree with you on that. This is
And- Did it
well, just because the trailer shows like all the colorful, crazy worlds, and this is the hub world, but the hub world's not where you want to spend the most of your time.
If it is the hub world, if this is not just a single world in and of itself.
That's true.
But
That's true. We are making a little bit of an assumption.
But, like, I think they latched onto the fact that we all really laughed at all of the New Donk puns in the teaser trailer. And they were like, obviously everyone wants to
loves
see
New
New
Donk.
Donk City. Gotta show them the New Donk.
Better than the old Donk.
People want that New Donk. It's E3.
I mean, I assume this is primarily just training montage at this point, but
I don't know. This looks like it's maybe a little further ahead than a training.
I mean,
which is what's leading me to believe. Like maybe New Donk is like an early world or first world, but this is definitely feels like a later level in a first world.
Right, like you've unlocked some stuff. There's new areas to go to or new stuff to find.
You're using a couple of different mechanics. It's not like repeating, trying to show you something.
Also, though, they seem to be specifically hunting down the moons.
Yeah.
So this might just be like a collectible hunt.
I think moons
That was
are probably our shines now. is
that was
what
a
it looks
very
like.
short level. If that was, well, I mean, I get these are like smaller bites experience, but that was not.
Oh, the white
Whoa.
top hat comes out. Oh.
Did you bring your white top hat?
In his full Bowser marriage finery. Oh, I love it.
I love that his shirt has a picture of the Mario hat as well.
Yeah. The Mario hat that the guy next to him is wearing.
There's a lot of layers.
I think there's a missed opportunity if they're not selling that Mario hat down at the Nintendo booth this year.
Can I tell you my favorite? This is about Mario having a dark power of possession over other things via his hat, and I do like that. My favorite thing
Here we
is
go. Now we got some color.
the piranha plant with the mustache, or the fish.
The cheap.
Yeah, the cheap.
Yeah, I like the addition of the mustache. Stuff.
Wow, totally just dissed that guy that really wanted to talk to you. There we go.
Okay, this I love. I love this weird Day of the Dead cartoon vibe. I'm into this. And the crystals. This is a solid design.
One thing I did want to show off is, so as we mentioned, there's two kinds of coins in this game. And for the, I believe the first
coin, kingdom-specific coins.
Currency that's unique to levels.
Which means we're spending them.
Well, I don't know. It's
in some way.
It's at 4 out of 100. I don't know if that means you need to collect all 100 or if you can only hold up to 100.
Yeah, getting some sort of collectible that's world exclusive.
I assume that you don't lose 10 of those when you die, though, unless the
other currency's still there.
Come back.
This is also a Mario about trade and economics.
Right. You can break the triangle currency down into shards.
Yeah.
Which you use to upgrade your hat.
Yes.
You kind of look at it and you think, wait,
this guy's got his own hat he's rocking too.
I really do just love just the squash and stretch and all the silly character they put into every tiny little NPC in a Mario game.
Yeah, they do cartoony very well. It always feels really, really good.
And they're collectible.
It's a cold place, but also a warm place. Oh, here we go. We got a shop.
Oh, tell me more.
Show me the hats that we can buy.
Toasterina.
Speaking of shopping, we are now
Coins can be used everywhere.
Okay.
The purple ones are unique to the local.
Oh, we do have hat stores. We have outfit stores.
I'm gonna buy because the
Is this what you wanted from this game?
This is what yes, absolutely.
Oh, look, you can buy yourself a poncho.
Does the spirit of your current animated hat now imbue that hat, or is it you've swapped him?
We'll have to find out.
You have to throw your other hat friend that you've had many memories with into a hat incinerator. It's very
the only
sad.
way.
It's
Yeah.
very sad.
You have to listen to the screams.
Has to be done.
So it's
yeah.
So it's Persona.
Yes.
I like to call him cultural appropriation Mario.
That's I was just about to say.
So my capabilities are the same.
This is like Mario on a 7-day cruise to Cabo. He's like, look, now I look like one of the locals, right?
Yeah,
Mix it in. I don't want to come off like a tourist.
I mean, he fits in more here than he does in.
You're killing me, man.
He certainly fits in more here than he does in that other Matrix world.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had a little thing where we couldn't get into the hat club. Hat and poncho club.
That guy thinks he blends in enough.
No, it's a poncho and a hat tricked him.
Yes, everybody dance. What?
Yes.
Again, our KK Slider connection.
Marioachi.
That's it. That's it.
You never really know what's going to happen when you.
Oh.
I don't know. I wanted to
You
get
just played old Diddy for a moon?
Now you got a moon.
All right.
I very much enjoyed that moment.
I'm missing some stuff here, though.
What are you missing? Is it in your other pants?
It might be.
What is it you're looking for?
He hasn't bought new pants yet. Maybe. Well, okay, so he just jumped around for a couple seconds to get enough change to buy new clothes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Now maybe we're getting to something.
Now,
but I mean, traditional Mario is a lot of platforming and a lot of.
Well, it depends on the Mario that you're talking about. I mean,
again, I'm an old school Mario.
Right. If you're looking at, say, like a Super Mario 64. There is a lot of you have
older than that.
You have to hunt and gather a little bit to go around and collect coins, and that's a lot of it can be platforming puzzles, it can be hunting stuff down.
So you're basically looking for combat.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking not necessarily for combat, but just that platformer.
I think we're getting into it now. I think this is the first traditional sort of 3D Mario level that we're seeing. That's kind of a little more open, a little bit more about jumping. Although he did just possess that bullet bill and skip that entire section, which is cool. I like that.
And necessary to get those rings.
Bullet bills, of course, are useful because you can
So I guess it's different approaches to playing.
Yeah.
And then you got the moon. There it is.
So obviously, it feels to me like if you are possessing a bullet bill and you run into something, you probably explode.
Yeah.
Which is why all those columns are at different heights. So you've got to kind of be careful about how you're maneuvering. I like this.
Well, here you go. Collecting that moon didn't end this little sequence. Like they're still going on.
So I do like that they're sort of taking, they're taking the suits of Super Mario 3D World, right? All of these different animal suits, and they're kind of saying, well, we have all these adorable Mario creatures anyway. What if these enemies were now the suits? Which I really enjoy. So like now you're a Goomba, now you're a Bullet Bill.
It's really like Hannibal Lecter. You're putting their skin on.
Oh, this will be something you can relate to, Ryan.
Yes.
There you go.
Now Old Man Ryan is fitting in.
This is awesome.
This is very is a Zelda Link Between Worlds.
Yes. And also a bit like the those classic Super Paper Mario sequences as well. This is great. I love this.
This is great. Oh, okay, that was cool. So you jump up out of the wall and bam, you're back in our current dimension. How did
you guys, this is going to be a real good game.
I wanted to make something that would be, sort of a
I'm going to love this game.
3D stages that you're able to explore.
Well, you only have to wait till October 27th.
My stars.
We're going for moons.
My moons.
In this one.
Oh,
more of that.
I think is he getting cold?
They're more precise.
I'm getting cold. It's cold in here.
It's so much better than last year.
Because we have air conditioning this year.
Oh, this is neat.
But also within the 2D stages, as you can see, we wanted to have a lot of different.
Yeah, I love this. Feels like one or two of these per world will make me super happy. I don't want them to lean too heavily on it.
Interesting. You still have just the health
One thing I'd love to show off
mechanic
when we're
with
getting
this.
out toward the end of this space is just how
Really
much
ran
the
death down there.
changes when we're transitioning back and forth. Because I know we've been chatting. Maybe it's hard for some folks to hear.
This is like some old school, like Super Nintendo, Sega CD stuff where they would like map an entire level onto like a cube or a cylinder and just be like, look, it's 3D.
High tech.
Yeah.
We did it.
As a Mario hurting since he's at 1 health. Looks like he's kind of hunched over.
The last part of this.
Breathing heavy.
You still have questions.
I'm still not sure. Yeah.
What do you have questions?
Well, again, remember,
because I find this
I'm jumping
fascinating.
from, yeah.
Because the last Mario game you played in full, in depth, was on the Super Nintendo.
Yes. Which was a pure platform.
This is like you literally woke up from a time capsule and are now seeing
Yes.
Mario Odyssey.
Well, that is what this is my journey with the new Switch.
It's your Odyssey?
It's my Odyssey. Is I wanna
gonna be here for. We're just starting. The show hasn't even opened yet, folks.
Yeah, we already lost the host.
That's what I'm here for, is to see where the things that I played as a child have gone. And Super Mario World to me was one of the most iconic platformers ever. It stepped down a lot.
Confirmation. If you hit something as a bullet bill, you immediately turn back into Mario.
And just fall.
Yeah, and just fall. That's interesting.
But this is very different from that. I feel like they're running around and doing a lot of different mechanics, but I haven't yet looked at it and gone, okay, I get to. There's something about a purity of experience of I'm going to get to do this thing.
And I think you're going to get a lot of that. I think what they're doing right now is for people who have been playing all the new Mario games, who have been playing the modern 3D Mario games, who are into Super Mario 3D World.
The not Ryans.
The not Ryans
Right.
of the world. They're showing us what's new and different.
The diversity of it.
Because if they showed us the same thing, we'd be like, cool, it's more Mario and I like Mario. So what they want to do is they want to show us all the new mechanics and systems that they put into this.
So up here we'll go back
Yeah, that's fair.
All the heavy hat-based mechanics.
I-
Oh, airship! Oh, airship! They're going to end it before the airship, aren't they? They're not getting in the
What's
airship.
that little heart there? Oh, okay. I guess it was health if he was.
Everything is about coin-based economy.
Okay. Here you
There you go. There's your airship.
Oh, are we getting in the airship? Oh, thank you.
Who are
What
those
is this
guys?
cool rabbit gang?
When did this become Mario and Rabbids? Is Mario plus Rabbids? What's the official branding here?
Mario plus Rabbit.
Okay.
Oh. Here we go.
She's
We're
not
about to
happy with you.
Attacked by a Tiny Toons reject. Is this what has replaced the Koopas?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
What happened to the Koopas? Did we finally kill them all?
Well, the trouble with a lot of the Nintendo characters is that we end up liking them, and then they join Mario Kart, and then it seems like they're all good friends. So then we got to find new people to want to beat because we like these guys.
Well, why not just use his hat of domination and just control her mind? Is that what the helmet is for?
She's got a helmet on.
I see. Well, she didn't there. He knocked it off.
She put it back on immediately and turned into a UFO, Ryan.
That's, you know.
I like that you're sitting on the couch trying to find the logical plot holes
you
of the magical hat game.
He's got a magic hat of domination. He can possess everything. He's become a bullet. He's become an electrical wire. He can't become an angry rabbit woman.
That's true, but they weren't. Are they normally sentient?
By the time
they're not normally
I mean, the bullet Bill has like eyes and arms.
By the time you get to the end of Mario Odyssey, he's learned to control the hat so much that you can become the iron in someone's blood and make their heart explode.
Rip it right out.
So this is cool. This is a very standard opening Mario game boss.
Yes. Right there, the hat's off. Take her mind.
Maybe that's what he's gonna do.
Well, he just stomps on her at this point.
How
you know, until this moment, I never realized how much Mario Koopa battles were the original Dark Souls.
Go on.
Yeah, continue.
It's all about it's like Dark Souls fighting is all about finding the mechanic to dodge the attack and striking the opening.
Well,
and that is
exactly it's pattern recognition.
It is finding the pattern and then using it to just repeating that process with some minor variation to defeat the enemy.
Is that a triple moon?
That's the elusive triple moon.
Yes.
Very rare.
It's only people with 3 cheeks can do it.
Bravo.
Oh, so I like it in its natural form. It is a top hat ghost.
Oh, okay. So it's okay. That's cool. So that hence the white top.
So
hat.
it's just possessing the red Mario hat.
That looks great.
Do you think they're selling the white top hat here at E3?
I'll go
and
look.
if so,
they're selling these
amiibo. That's cute.
Wow. I think I know what's going to be in every nerd wedding Facebook album next year.
Oh no!
I think we found it.
Cake toppers.
I was gonna say the great cake toppers.
Some things that I want to point out that were in the background there that we did not get to see. We get to see the Mario hat controlling a chain chomp. I want to see what that's about. There's a giant tank back there that you can apparently take control of. There's some sort of Moai head.
Yeah,
there's the Japanese dude.
We didn't really get a good look at the Bullet Bill. I want to see the mustache on it.
A mustache on a Bullet Bill?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, the mustache goes on everything else.
There it is.
You asked, they delivered.
I am looking forward to the dinosaur. I want to know how much and how often we control a dinosaur.
Yeah, I thought that was a joke initially, like a misdirect for that trailer, but the dinosaur's right there.
Yeah. This is really exciting to me, guys. I like it when it looks like they're keeping enough of what I love, the core Mario stuff in there, and just continuing to get a little weirder and a little weirder and a little weirder.
Do you think we'll get like a Jurassic Park 2 segment where you go back to the city but as the Tyrannosaurus?
Your mouth to God's ears, Ryan. Please let that happen. Please.
We're gonna donk the shit out of New Donk.
They have to make a new donk.
I hope they use the word donk like Smurf in New Donk.
Undonking believable.
That's redonkulous.
No.
Twice I've wanted to walk
all
away.
week. Right.
Is there anything else from the press conference you'd like to go over?
So we were going through the list of stuff
Sure.
before we switched over here. We just talked about Pokemon, mainline Pokemon RPG. We saw a beautifully rendered 4 for Metroid Prime 4.
Man, was it a total logo.
Just the existence, though, because like Ashley said, they've skipped entire generations without a Metroid.
It seems like, and they know that people like it because anytime you create a Nintendo account anywhere, there are always Metroid options. Always. They know that people like the franchise, that it's a storied, valuable franchise, but they've just, what is it, Federation Force or whatever, that does not count.
I've heard they've hit some rough patches, though, in the series.
Well, I think the trick was when they came out with Prime, they lucked into finding retro. They lucked into finding the right team to kind of reimagine a Metroid for what gaming was at that time, right? So now, with Metroid Prime 4, I can imagine them trying to do that again, where it's like, we can't just create another first-person shooter that has the Metroid label on it. We have to figure out what's new and what's interesting. We have to dive back into this franchise and figure out what's cool about Metroid that we can bring into the Switch and into the current generation of consoles.
Do you think that that's what they will go forward with? Because I feel like it's very unusual that they're going that far down instead of doing like a God of War Or it's just like
it's got the Prime title. That's the thing. It's Metroid Prime 4. If it was Metroid anything else, I would be totally in the dark about what they're trying to do with it. But because they're adding Prime, we definitely know that they're trying to add to that core shooter franchise, which is interesting to me.
No, that's a great point. Also, next on the list we had that Yoshi game, which was just called Yoshi. I definitely got a Woolly World vibe from it.
Wow.
Everything's made of cardboard and paper and friendship.
Yeah, it seemed
is.
It was very reminiscent
Except for
of both Woolly World and Paper Mario for some reason to me.
Except for all the weaponized embryos.
Yeah, well, the weaponized
He's not friends with those.
You got to stay true to the franchise. Woolly World did have a lot of...
yeah, killing kids. That's just what it's made
that's
on.
Just a core
that's just
Yoshi
it. That's part of just what he does.
I mean, are they kids yet?
I mean, depends on if they're fertilized.
Wow. Welcome to YouTube Live, where we're about to get into the discussion. I like that they did that in Woolly World, where everything was made out of crafting materials. Everything was made out of like arts and crafts stuff. It's a super adorable aesthetic, and I am ready for more of it.
Yeah, it looked great. It looked like a lot of fun.
And we're watching the chat as well, so I actually want to hear from you guys with the give us a thumbs up emoji or a thumbs down emoji. Did the Nintendo Spotlight Conference deliver what you wanted it to?
Let us know how the Nintendo Spotlight made you feel via emoji.
Yeah.
Next after Yoshi, we had Fire Emblem
Give us an
Warriors.
eggplant and a water splash emoji if you liked the Nintendo conference.
If that's your thing. Fire Emblem Warriors.
Yep.
Then we saw.
I want to take a moment to just say I think it's super smart that the Switch is leaning hard into JRPG as a portable console, but as a portable console that you can hook up to your TV and sit in front of for 12 hours at a time. Leaning into like 60-hour RPGs is, I think, a huge way to go.
Or like, and then the fact you can put it in your pocket, take it with you on a plane or in a car, as you're traveling. I think, that's a great way to do it.
Okay, I'm seeing some tongues. I'm seeing some monkeys.
Sure.
I saw some
Which
flexing.
monkey? Because that's
lots
important.
of eggplants.
Top hats.
Monkey face. Top hats.
Great.
Hold on, we got some hearts with arrows through them. We got some fires. Lots of these.
Nice.
For those who are doing the thumbs down, who are not satisfied with the Nintendo Spotlight, I'm actually curious what you were hoping was going to be announced or was going to be revealed. Were you hoping for Pokemon Stars actual gameplay reveal? What is it that they did not deliver that you wanted to see?
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing.
Besides
Animal Crossing.
But like I said, I would be happy if I got one of my Trinity and I got two.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You didn't even get a logo for Pokemon. They were just like,
I got a confirmation. Okay, I got 1.5. I got a logo. I got a logo and a confirmation.
I'd say you got one. You got two halves. You got like.
I got
making it.
1.25.
All right. I'll give you a 0.75
Deal.
for
I love
Metroid.
that we're arguing about fractions here.
I'll give you a
I don't even know
0.75
what
for
we're arguing
Metroid
about
because they gave you a
fractions of,
logo.
Gus. What was the
I
next
don't
game we
know.
saw?
I have a quick question before we get to that. What does that mean to you? Like I was
Okay.
Okay, someone.
That means okay to me also.
means
Okay, USA.
To my wife, that means perfect. And I realize there's a lot of people who think that this is perfect.
In some places, it means 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're 3.
I am hearing a couple people saying that they were disappointed no virtual console announcement.
Yeah.
That's huge. That is huge.
Well, they just recently talked about the ability to stream certain old games with your premium membership, so I could see they would want to muddy the water on that.
But they then also delayed the premium membership into 2018.
But remember that this is not, when they say streaming, they're not talking streaming the way like a PlayStation Now is streaming. They're talking about like sort of a Netflix library of downloadable ROMs. Because when you're talking about old consoles, like there's no reason to stream a Super Nintendo game. That costs them more money than letting you download a 20
more
meg
like
game.
Xbox's current. Their
Also doesn't fit with a
new thing.
mobile platform.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, ideally you can take this thing anywhere. You're not going to always have
Also,
internet connection.
also
So
no
streaming
Smash.
would just completely
No
undercut
Smash
you.
Brothers.
No Smash.
So I think what that says to me is that this year we got Zelda. We'll get Mario. They're teeing up Pokemon and they're teeing up Metroid.
Well,
then so probably next year we'll see, like, because they do try to spread out their franchises so you don't get all of the major franchises together at once.
Well, it's also a smart move because Splatoon launches on the Wii U, right? And I love Splatoon, and I think it was wonderful. I don't think Splatoon got the chance to shine on the Wii U that it should have had. And by releasing Splatoon and ARMS, these kind of newer or lesser-known franchises that are for a competitive community, and kind of delaying Smash a little bit, Nintendo is saying, like,
Give
these a go, see how you feel. We think you're going to love them just as much as you love Smash, whether or not that's true, and then we'll give you Smash Brothers next year.
Yeah, I think. I would definitely agree with that as well. And they're also trying to build them. Splatoon is an interesting game to me because, the Wii U install base is not huge. It didn't sell nearly what they were hoping, and yet Splatoon managed to sell, in excess of 4 million copies. It's sold to one of every 3 Wii U owners, in spite of almost no one hearing much about it. It was very quietly enormously successful.
Splatoon, and it was a fantastic game.
It was unbelievable.
It was really
love
fun.
Splatoon.
I mean, not being a Nintendo, big follower, I heard of it, so I would imagine Splatoon was not that quiet.
Were you more of a squid or more of a kid, Ryan?
I just love to put the squid in the kid.
I'm a kid now, but I'm a squid now.
you know what they say? Kid in the streets, squid in the sheets.
That's what they do say. Eggplant emoji.
Could not go the other way with that one.
Water splash emoji.
You can't.
Nope.
What else we see? We saw that new Kirby.
We saw Fire Emblem Wars. We saw the Breath of the Wild DLC and Amiibos.
Yes.
By the way,
yes.
The Sad Twins trailer.
Who do you think loves their parents more?
Fire Emblem Warriors.
Right, there we go. Does that just really underpin the just don't put text in the middle of your two siblings? They missed their mother. It was like Justin Roiland doing Rick and Morty.
It's like that episode where they go to the world
Mexican
of alternate cable.
Yeah. I mean, it's the reading it out like that. If you're doing it in your head, there's no way to do that and not make it sound ridiculous.
Yeah.
Give me a voice with gravitas that will deliver it with the respect it deserves instead of me going, and then an asteroid and a fleet of old people.
I have a new favorite viewer, and that's Chelsea Blackwell, who is also sad that they didn't announce a Fantasy Life, because thank you.
Yeah.
Fantasy Life 3DS, absolutely spectacular. I
had totally forgotten about my Fantasy Life.
So fantastic.
Wow.
It was fantasy. No, that didn't work.
Nope.
But I was really sad when they announced that Fantasy Life 2 is going to be a mobile title rather than 3DS, because I loved the experience I got on 3DS so much. If you were to take that and translate it to Switch, I would be a very happy camper.
Well, this is what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Once you play something on the Switch, you're just like, put everything I love on the Switch.
Absolutely.
Please and thank you.
Because it does, if you're willing to take the hit on the graphics and some of the functionality, because the Switch doesn't have the kind of power that a traditional home console has. You make that choice. You say, I'm willing to take the hit, but in exchange, I get to take it wherever I go with me.
But in the case of 3DS stuff, it's an upgrade.
Right, then it's an unhit.
Fantasy Life. It's like, cool, this is even better.
It's win-win-win.
Like, that's why I was so excited to see an Animal Crossing, is because what was the last console Animal Crossing we saw was a couple generations ago, and I just want to see a beautiful new Animal Crossing.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of game that is really good to be able to have with you, which is why I think it's worked really well on 3DS, because you pick it up, you do a couple of things, you put it away, you don't think about it too much. When you open it again, you don't have to wonder which quest you're on. You can forget about it and go fishing or go pull up some weeds or just like follow your bliss at any moment.
Talking about the Zelda DLC, which is very exciting because we saw more of the Trials of the Sword, which I was a little worried. You and I, we both said Horde mode, right? Because that's what we've been thinking of it as, is this Horde survival mode. And it was nice to see the breadth of environments that are going to be included in that mode. It's not just going to be like
hunker down
in an arena.
Right.
It's going to be more like the island. It's going to be more like the survival island, but in different places, which is amazing.
My understanding of it is that it's essentially
amazing.
It's essentially like
how
rooms,
squished it is?
And you have to like complete a room, and then you move to the next room.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Horde mode, but you're the one that moves. They don't come to you.
We're the Horde.
Turns out
one.
Maybe we were the Horde the whole time.
We're an invasive species come to take their land.
Would have wanted to see more of the stuff about the champions. Wanted to see that DLC a little bit more.
Especially for something coming out this year.
Yeah. And I think it's because that one's going to be more story driven, and so that's probably much more incomplete at this point.
They're still writing it? Like, oh, shit.
I mean, it'd be a prequel, right? It'd kind of have to be.
Yeah. It's going to be, I think it's the story of the champions. It looks like the story of the champions Zelda, everything that happened 100 years ago.
Bit of a flashback.
Yeah. So the things that we saw in those memories, but extrapolated on.
So then, like you mentioned earlier in the conference, we did see Kirby as well. Then we also saw more of the Mario plus Rabbids. Rocket League, which again is a huge...
It's a huge get.
Yeah, I think, and that speaks to what you were talking about, Anthony, where you're like, I want every game that I like put onto the Switch. And I think that
I wonder if it'll have split screen.
Oh, I would hope so. I would hope so.
I know they rattle off some things there, and I may have missed it. They definitely said local multiplayer would be
Chat, if
available.
they said anything about split screen, let us know.
That's an awful small screen, though, to be splitting.
You know, it works. It works on Mario Kart just fine. I can see
they're not big screens, but you can get by.
Yeah, they're not tiny either. With Rocket League, there's a little bit more going on. Like battle mode on Mario Kart on a split screen is like gets a little rough, but for me, it's about like no matter where I go, if I'm the only person that brought my Switch, I still have 2 controllers for Rocket League if anybody wants to play.
I'm reading the information that they released here on Rocket League. It's going to include a local wireless multiplayer mode, presumably similar to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yes.
No mention was made of split-screen co-op on the Switch.
Tricky.
I didn't think I heard anything.
Tricky.
Yeah, so we don't know.
But then that's 1v1 Rocket League is not really ideal.
Sure. That's true.
I mean, you could do it with bots.
I was thinking
or
more
2v bots or...
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of if we have 2 Switches, we can have 4 players.
Fair, yeah.
And then you've got like a really good game going. But yeah, Rocket League is a huge get for sure.
And then right after that, they followed up with Super Mario Odyssey, which we are all in love with. And then there's Ryan.
I'm
And
gonna try it.
Ryan's just eyebrow at it.
Yeah, I'm uncertain.
Ryan, what are
I'm
the chances
old and
of
my
us-
life has changed so much.
What are the chances of us getting you to play the Mario games you've missed before Odyssey comes out?
Oh God.
Well, you're going to be lost story. Canonically, you're not going to know what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of deep Mario lore.
It's got like all kinds
Is
of
the
things.
princess kidnapped? Was there a cake that was made?
I didn't
You will
even see a
not know.
princess.
You will
Was there a
not know.
princess?
We
Which
had-
princess is
we
it?
had
Is
the
it
amiibo.
Peach or the other one?
Peach or the other one?
There's 2, right?
There are 3 now.
What?
Yeah.
Who's
there
the
are
other
3.
one?
We told you you're going to be lost.
Mario's got a harem?
Well, it's not explicitly stated, but in some of the expanded universe stuff.
If it was a Facebook, if it was a Facebook status, it would be it's complicated.
It's very complicated.
You know, it's what we've seen here today is what we've seen with everybody else here today, or everybody else here at E3 is kind of like a lot of it's coming, not a lot of when it's coming.
That was the most whatever, maybe you'll get it eventually conference of them so far.
And a lot of reminders of things that we already knew were coming, but boy, they're even closer now. It hasn't been as big an E3 for releases within the next couple months as the last.
Yeah, no one did just like the mic drop. You can have it. I think Bethesda ruined it forever.
With Fallout Shelter?
Yeah, they really did.
Well, they knocked it out. I was kind of hoping that the South Park Phone Destroyer game was going to be one of those moments.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, but they said it's just 2017.
I thought that was absolutely going to happen.
I was getting my phone
Are they
out.
still going?
All right, let's pull some stuff up.
So it looks like they came back up. It
That
looks like
was
a
Metroid.
Metroid on a DS.
This is
Metroid is the series where I feel like I'm going to be woefully uninformed on.
What was the last Metroid game you played?
Super Metroid.
That's a fantastic game.
It's a fantastic game.
So this, let's be very clear, is not Metroid Prime 4. This is a new Metroid title for 3DS.
Right. Which, like, great. I'm super into this.
Yeah, like I'm happy. Like this, you know what this means? There were rumors going around that they were going to announce a new Metroid Prime game as well as a new 2D Metroid game. So it looks like they'll do one for each.
Yeah.
See, I kind of want this game only higher resolution.
On the Switch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love that. Well, that's the thing that I said when Link Between Worlds came out. Is I was like, make this 1080p.
Yeah.
And put it on a console, and I will play it. This is great. So is this an entirely new?
Metroid Samus Returns.
Is that Metroid? Is that a remake of Metroid 2? Then you remember the Game Boy Metroid, the Metroid?
I never played that one. I never played that one.
Okay. I would like to know if this is an entirely new.
Well, surprise. Yes, I'm so
because we cannot hear them.
Them and then it was us.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But yeah, this is like when Metroid Prime or when Metroid Fusion came out on the GBA, and it was like, oh, cool, it's the original Metroid, and now I get to play it like completely upgraded. I would like to know if this is a brand new one though.
Well, hopefully we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll get a little more information as the show goes on.
It looks great.
Yeah. I love Metroid. It's one of my favorite series.
I'm really glad that everybody's kind of embracing the if a game is traditionally 2D, we can give you a 2.5D version of it, and it doesn't feel like cheaping out. For a while, I think people were reluctant to do that, and they were like, "Well, we got to go either full 3D or we have to not remake the game." And I'm glad that people don't feel constrained by that anymore. There was that period where we got some 3D Castlevanias that were not great.
No,
and that Bionic Commando.
There is a greater range for types of games you can get these days, which I do quite like. That it is perfectly acceptable to have a 2.5D game, while you can also have another game that's crazy, open world, ambitious, huge in scope. But sometimes those nice, controlled, tighter experiences that do feel a little bit more like your youth are really very welcome.
Well, and they make so much more sense on mobile as well. Like that I think is one of the interesting things about the Switch is how people are designing games to be really long, but also be bite-sized and let you play them in 15 to 20 minutes when you are sitting and waiting somewhere, or you are like out somewhere and you have the time you would take to pull out your cell phone and play like a mobile game. What do you play in that 15 minutes?
Right.
You know? And they've done a really good job with that so far. Like, because Breath of the Wild, even though it's a game that I put 120 hours into, I could put 20, 30 minutes into Breath of the Wild and feel like I've done something.
You could probably like cook one thing.
So many things. so many delicious staminas.
You're going to be able to crit some cooking.
There you go.
So I'm getting some information from Eddie. I don't remember this story, but I'm being reminded apparently that Nintendo shut down a fan-made Metroid 2 remake recently.
Yes, they did. I mean, Nintendo is famously protective of their IPs. There was an instance a little while back where they shut down something like 500 fan games in one go. You
just got to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, and it's not the first time they've shut down fan Pokemon games.
That Pokemon MMO that everybody was playing for a really long time. That online like massively multiplayer Pokemon that like some people just made, and it was like the most amazing thing in the world. And yeah, if I was Nintendo, I would probably shut that down.
Yeah. And for Nintendo, because they are so protective, it's not, if they shut something down, it's not always an indicator that it means they're planning something. It can also just mean that, well, they're very protective of their IP and they're going to shut it down.
Watching this melee counter system. That's pretty cool. I'm into it.
I do a critical hit on the enemy. But in the circumstance that I don't immediately shoot, I have
I mean, that is a Metroid I can relate to. I'm curious to see how the Metroid Prime feels. But, I mean, I was not sure how I would feel about a more 3D open world Zelda, and then Breath of the Wild really made it a compelling and enjoyable experience. So if they could deliver a Metroid that felt like Breath of the Wild made Zelda feel, I'd be pretty
Well, that's the
okay
pressure
with
that
it.
they're under now, right? Is they reinvented Zelda without making it feel like it wasn't Zelda, which is something they have not done in a really long time. It's something they haven't really done since Ocarina. The Zelda games were kind of getting more and more on this narrow path and this narrow sort of formula that they were following. And so Breath of the Wild really changed things up and reinvigorated it. And that's got to be tough to do with something like Metroid, which I think is not a harder sell, but probably not as easy a sell as a brand new Zelda is for them at this point, you know? I think there's obviously a huge Metroid fan base. There's obviously a history of being a best-selling game. But, like, you say Zelda and everybody in a room, no matter where you are, no matter how many video games they played in their life, goes, "Oh, Zelda, I like Zelda."
Okay.
You know, Metroid doesn't have that.
Yes, I mean, I really felt that it would be difficult, or could be difficult, to bring in new elements that.
I would like to know who's
add a
developing
lot of
Prime 4.
excitement and at
I want
the
to know
same
who's on that
time
right
make
now.
the
Well, there was
fans of the franchise,
there
you know,
was
happy and
some talk a little while ago that the Metroid Prime developer has been dark for a while.
Retro, yeah. Retro hasn't been doing anything for a while.
Right, and so it's
Or have
possible that
they?
they're working on it. Although I think they may have put out some tweets debunking that. It's been a whole journey.
But that would be procedure. That's standard procedure. If you're working on the new Metroid for many years, and people go, "Are you working on Metroid?" You go, "No." we're like.
Metroid, what's that?
We're like reorganizing our closet, and like there are a lot of errands we had to run, and just trying to
We're going new ways.
Yeah.
We're making pachinko machines now.
I'm trying to see if I can figure out who the developer on that is, but I don't think they have said specifically.
No, I have a feeling they didn't announce it.
Yeah, there's a lot of information as well that's
slow
going
down.
to be coming out. Nintendo, I believe, still intends to drop some additional titles via their Treehouse streams throughout E3. So we'll probably get more details sort of over the next 3 days, and then following E3 is when a lot of the filler information like that will come in. This was like at this point we know we've got a logo.
Yeah.
So I don't want to.
So as Anthony said, the hard work is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ship it. We'll put the rest in a day one
They
patch.
figured out the gradient on that logo, and they all went home. See you in a year. Okay, a little wall hang. I like that.
Who's this? Rumor. So is Eddie in this room or is he somewhere else?
No, Eddie will be here shortly.
It seems like the rumor is currently it's being developed internally in Kyoto with additional work being done in Europe, according to rumors. But again, that is just rumor.
Interesting. One of the things that was really surprising to everybody when the original Prime came out was that it was a Western developer, and everybody was like, "What are they doing, giving it to these people?"
And then
that was so
turned
long
out
ago.
great.
So long ago. But it's interesting to see them kind of taking that, if they're taking that strategy again and working with an outside developer to kind of breathe some new life into it.
Yes.
It was an Austin-based developer, yeah. Because they're not allowed to say anything, because they're under so many NDAs at all times. That's why they're quiet.
They got NDAs on their NDAs.
So we've got Aeon abilities here. Interested in seeing what this is about. I like the design. I like the depth that they're adding to this. Even though it's like a 2.5D, they're not doing that thing where it's like, and there's like a wall 30 feet away. That's kind of interesting. Like they're really giving it some depth and some life in the world.
Right.
But this is a brand new title, right? Or is this a?
The speculation at the moment is that it is a Metroid 2 remake.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But I mean, it's from scratch remake, right?
Yes.
It's not. I'm just I'm looking at it as a person who's jumping from Super Metroid, and you remember games looking better than they were.
Oh,
like Super
absolutely.
Metroid was very 16-bit. I mean, there's no getting around that. This doesn't look 20 years later than that game.
Well,
to
Metroid
me.
2 was a
Game Boy
Game Boy game.
Yeah.
So.
And it's a great game. So I'm excited that this is a remake of it.
Though I realize that this is still on a mobile platform, and it's though you could argue that the Switch is also a mobile platform, but
It's a hybrid.
I'm
platform?
looking. Sure, it is. I'm looking at this, and it's not blowing me away like I would expect to be blown away after so many years.
But this answers a big question that we had before this whole thing started, where Ashley asked if we thought that Nintendo was really going to give some full support to the 3DS in this next year and a half. Developing, even though it is arguably a remake, it's still not easy to develop something like this from scratch, and it is a big gamble on a platform where you're like, are they even going to support this platform? Bringing a new Metroid to it is huge.
Right.
That's
and
a huge show of good faith on their part.
And it's good for Nintendo as well. I think hopefully it will wash the taste of Federation Force out of people's mouths.
Federation Force.
Before
What
we get
is this
Metroid
Federation Force you speak of?
It was like this multiplayer weirdy. It was Metroid in name only.
It really was. I almost felt like they took something that wasn't Metroid and then just were like, we should brand this as something, and then added Metroid to the beginning.
I think it was a Star Fox Adventures deal.
Yeah.
I think somebody was developing a sci-fi multiplayer game, and they went, "That's a Metroid," and they were like, "Okay, it's a Metroid. Great.
If you say so.
That's even better."
Do you want to put some Samus on this? Get up in there.
Now we're a Metroid.
Hey, our sales just doubled, as did the anger.
All right, and so for a heads up for everyone who's watching, we have a full day of E3 programming coming up for you guys. That's going to be starting at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And we're going to have we've got a bunch of developers bringing their games through. They're going to be coming on to talk about them. We'll be asking them questions. So if you have anything that you'd like to see asked, make sure that you either drop it in the chat, or if you tweet using the hashtag YouTubeE3 or RTE3, we'll be checking those. We'll be asking, we want to know all the details that we can possibly get. We've got a lot of really awesome games coming on today as well. We're going to be I'm looking at the new Battlefield 1 content. We've got Matterfall from PlayStation coming on.
Nice.
Right, exciting. We've got, let's see, where's my whole, I got a whole list. We're going to be having Evil Within 2. We're going to be having Mario and Rabbids. Mario plus Rabbids. I will get used to that someday. Call of Duty World War II. Sea of Thieves. Yeah, Skull and Bones, so we can have a pirate off. And so we're gonna be having this going through all day long. So stay tuned, and we'll be having new games pretty much like every like 20 to 30 minutes throughout the entire day. So you'll be seeing.
Who can live at that speed, Ashley?
Sonic can. He's not on the show.
He's not on the show. We are not having Sonic on the show.
Not showed up.
So definitely make sure you stay tuned. You'll be able to catch a lot more. Actually, if you're watching this as opposed to being here at E3, you'll probably see more games on our streams for the next 3 days than you'd be able to if you were here. Yes. Also, because the developers will talk to you, which is nice.
And the lines are shorter.
And the lines are shorter, and your feet won't hurt. It's upsides for everybody.
If you had foot pain previous to this show will not relieve that foot pain.
No,
and
no
that's just a
pre-existing.
legal disclaimer that we have to give.
That's a pre-existing condition.
We
don't
can't
cover
give you
those.
new foot pain, is what we're saying. Sorry, that was just you can go on. That was just a legal thing.
I appreciate that.
Lawyers.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I'd like to thank Anthony Carboni for joining our legal team.
I'm very lawyer-like, which is all you really need.
That's
Lawyer,
in a court.
lawyer adjacent.
I'm better than a
adjacent,
lawyer.
yeah.
I'm lawyer-like.
You have glasses. You're there.
It is. I'm very smart.
So far, what are you most excited about from the show?
Whew, man, there's been a lot of good stuff. Shadow of the Colossus is my favorite game ever, and I've previously said that I will buy Shadow of the Colossus as many times as they keep re-releasing it, and so I'm very excited to see that I get to buy that again. I love the look of the new Spider-Man. Every additional frame of that Spider-Man that I see is great. I'm excited that we're going to have Housemarque on to talk about Matterfall because they are some of my favorite developers.
Oh, good.
If you liked Resogun, which was amazing, or if you like Super Stardust, they make these just absolutely brilliant, arcadey, wonderful things. So I'm psyched to have them here today.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We've got a couple of other cool ones, too. We're going to be having I keep wanting to call it Scorpio because we've been calling it that so long, but the Xbox One X on. Microsoft is going to bring that by, as well as Forza 7.
So small, so many flops.
Right? How do you fit that many flops into that
Smallest,
tiny of a
floppiest
package?
console
Easy.
ever.
Flop folding.
Maybe they're interdimensional 4D flops.
It's like origami. You just flop them right up.
We're going to have Battlefront 2, Wolfenstein 2, Need for Speed Payback, South Park, The Fractured Butthole. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
A lot of games today.
So that's starting at 11, which is at about 40 minutes from now.
Yeah, so we'll probably go not all the way dark, but for a little while here, we might run some of the trailers that have been coming up through the various press conferences, so you can see some of what's been announced and what's been shown and what's super exciting. And if you want to, every year E3 runs a trailer battle. So if you go to youtube.com/E3, which is where you can also see our stream, there's a trailer battle tab. You can watch a bunch of the different trailers and vote on which trailer brought the best A game, which is always kind of fun. And then they crown a winner at the end of the show.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we're going to go partially dark, which means we're just going to stare directly in the camera for 40 minutes.
We'll still be sitting here.
I was going to
but-
take a little nap.
Yeah.
You guys want some questions and or comments from social media?
We love that.
So if you would like to ask us any questions or give your comments, use the hashtag YouTubeE3. Hashtag YouTubeE3. Okay. A lot of people talking about what wasn't shown as part of the Nintendo presentation.
No Animal Crossing.
There's Animal Crossing. People keep mentioning Pikmin, but then Cameron Russell on Twitter, KK Russell 15 says no virtual console info.
Yep.
Very
Yeah.
disappointed.
I wasn't expecting it.
We mentioned
I
that.
was.
Yeah.
I was expecting it, to be honest.
How could you not expect it? I mean, that's 90% of Nintendo's business is reselling you games.
Here's the thing: the Switch, for as wonderful as it is, there's clearly a lot of back-end networking and infrastructural stuff that is not in place, right?
Well, very
the
clearly,
fact
and
that
the
I
fact-
could only save my credit card information in there, like starting 2 weeks ago, means that systems that are in place across other Nintendo consoles just aren't there yet.
Right. Nintendo is playing a lot of catch up with online.
What a great problem for Nintendo to have. Our customers want us to save their credit card numbers to make it easier to buy stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't do it.
But yeah, but it's just that little
you want
infrastructural, transactional stuff where I'm just like, they released it early because they knew they had to release it early. They knew it had to be a spring release, but they clearly just weren't 100% ready. Because we still don't have that voice chat app.
Oh, yeah.
And there was no mention of that voice chat app.
Yeah. I can't wait to see how the final first-party solution for that's going to work.
All right, I'm going to
emotional
ask you
line of
guys.
things.
Let me step in here. I got some more questions here. Ashley, there's a user, another Ashley on Twitter, and she said she absolutely loves your nail polish. She wanted
Thank you very much. I'm representing our yellow team from Amazing Race.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I was wondering because Xbox green and PlayStation blue.
Weren't you?
What's that?
Where's your nail
Where's your nail polish?
No, not today.
No
It's
rep.
not Friday yet.
No team loyalty. I get it. That's
So
fine.
I was just able to walk the floor and see some things. You know,
Frantic construction.
It's good to
a
be
little bit.
Yeah.
a little bit of frantic construction.
The actual you guys are going to get a head start because the show floor doesn't actually open until noon Pacific. So we're starting, we're going to be getting this rolling an hour before the show even opens. So you'll get a head start on the viewing, which is pretty exciting. But because we are doing this stream here, we do get to get in outside of show hours, which is really, really cool. We like to abuse it, do a quick run around. And this right now is a time in which I guarantee you everyone in the show halls are freaking out.
Last minute
trying to find
preparations.
all the last thing. They're tying something together, going, "Oh God, I hope this holds."
There's probably 300 missing Ethernet cables, one power that won't turn on, a TV that is showing only green.
So aside from people running around like chickens with their heads cut off, what did you see down on the floor, Bernie?
I saw the Wolfenstein booth in particular is really cool because they built a diner there.
Oh, that's cool.
Do they have strawberry milkshakes?
I saw a dude on a ladder in there just frantically fixing the ceiling, so I got out of his way as
God,
fast
how
as I
great
could.
would that be if they did?
Yeah,
that would be amazing. That was my
surprise me.
favorite trailer of E3. That was my favorite
it was
thing.
so weird, but really cool.
Did you guys want for a split second the new Wolfenstein game to be about a little girl and her whistle robot?
Yes,
just
I
for
did.
a moment.
I was really hoping. I was hoping it was going to be like the girl in Liesel who runs on Diesel.
Yeah.
I have to say that I really appreciate this is a gift that's been put out now for our new guest host, Anthony Carboni. They're very excited about your enthusiasm.
Oh, you're going to get a lot of those.
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of those.
Go-to reaction gift. And then also
when it's me and Mika on the couch, it'll just be a high-pitched squealing that only Liesel the robot dog can hear.
But Gus, you'll also be happy to know that the first part of the YouTube E3 hashtag, Jeff Keighley was also streaming today, and it was taken over because he had a special panelist on today. He had Rocco from Mega 64 on.
Oh.
So the audience was
Were they
both horrified
confused?
and incredibly
Mesmerized?
Who was Rocco today?
annoyed. I don't know. Apparently, he was very mad on the thing. I'll have to watch it later.
I love it. That sounds awesome.
Just keeping it real.
Rocco's. We had so the first E3 show we did with YouTube was 2 years ago, and we invited Rocco on. We basically just said take the stage for an hour, and he came on. What was his name? Andrew.
Yeah, it was Andrew from Project Wind Waker.
From Project Wind Waker, who is really into localization of Japanese games.
PP no people pun.
You remember this?
Yeah.
Good memory, dude. All I remember
I
was
had to
how
live this for an hour on stage.
all I remember is how confused everyone who wasn't us was. I was dying laughing in a corner, and no one.
Was this during the Project Rainfall stuff?
It might have been.
Okay.
Or it was
That's
inspired
so funny.
by potentially.
I love that.
And he brought video to show, but it was always the wrong video. He was getting very frustrated.
That's phenomenal.
If you don't know what you're getting with Rocco, yes, his appearance can be very confusing and or alarming. As long as you are pre-prepared for him, though, it's much more funny to watch.
No, it was great. It was really funny.
I hope our hashtag antics didn't anger Jeff Keighley, first of his name. Lord of video games.
First and last of his name, yes.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley's kicking off E3 Coliseum today, so he's going to have a bunch of really cool panels with developers talking about their art.
I love this because, this is the first year in quite a lot of years that E3 had public level passes, which is wonderful, and it's
Is
nice
it?
to see. Yeah. This was entirely press and business until this year.
I know.
Like he's asking, is it really wonderful?
Is it really? No, I do think it's wonderful because it's turning it. Things like E3 Coliseum are definitely much more community focused, and that's not stuff that you would have gotten at E3 a couple years ago.
But that's why they shut it down.
I
It got out of control. Last year, I was on the floor of E3. You couldn't get to anything already.
And now
then
they're
there's
gonna add 15,000 more
people here on top of that.
It's tricky, but I mean,
the only booth you could get to was the porn one in the back.
I genuinely believe.
What?
It's probably in the back. Look for the smaller booths.
All right,
it was a VR porn thing.
Gotcha. I'm on it.
Can't believe that's all the way in the back.
Actually, that one had a pretty big line.
VR porn is the vanguard.
There's a surprise.
There was a guy next to him that looked real sad, though. I don't even know what his booth was selling.
No, and it's not that I don't believe in there being press and business events, because obviously there need to be things like that. But I do believe that there was like a fan and community element that was missing at this show that I didn't really feel until a few years ago when things like PAX started blowing up, when things like your convention started blowing up. And it's just like E3 realized that it's like, hey, we can talk directly to these people.
Well,
EA had public passes to EA Play as well, and it was wonderful.
It's an identity crisis. I think the show's trying to figure out what is it. For many years it's been an industry event intended for people who work in the industry, and now we're starting to see that pivot to a consumer-facing event. So I think we need just maybe a little more clarity. Maybe we'll get that next year as to what direction the show's going in.
We are positioned well that with this change, it doesn't really affect us that much because we're going to get to see a lot of the stuff. The developers are even going to come to us. Those smaller news outlets are the ones that are really going to suffer from this because they don't have the swing to get there to cut the lines, and there's now a bunch of people in front of them.
Well, it's going to be super tricky for those fans too, and I think that is the thing that is, when you talk about like, is it great? The one negative thing that I see about it is smaller outlets, like you said, already had trouble getting onto demo units and being able to play the games that they wanted to play. Fans, I think it's going to be a very disappointing thing for the community when they get kicked off of an Uncharted demo unit because somebody from some outlet has an appointment, and that's something that people aren't.
Well, usually they're pretty good about doing that. They won't necessarily kick somebody off. They'll just reserve one and have that. It'll happen. But fans come to these sort of things knowing that they're going to stand in line all day to play one thing.
You can just watch this, which is perfect and wonderful, and like Ashley said, causes no additional foot pain.
Your foot pain, your existing foot pain, we
cannot do anything about your existing foot pain.
While you're in the line,
I cannot say this enough.
All right, so we're going to be kicking our full day live stream off in about 30 minutes. So we're going to show you guys a couple of trailers in the lead up to that, and then we'll be back on in about a half hour. We'll do a whole official welcome and everything. We'll pretend like all of this never happened.
Oh, when's the runner arrive with the fire?
In 30 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah, we got bagels. We're good. We need nothing but bagels.
That's how we toast the bagels.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll see you guys soon.
All right.
Or die trying to change them. The story doesn't end here. It's just the beginning. The wall. It's our armor. It protects us from what lies beyond. But out there, you either live with the choices you make, or die trying to change them. The story doesn't end here. It's just the beginning.
what a way to finish it off. That trap didn't slow her down at all. Let's move on to the next arena.
Center tile representing, but look at this. I think Bloody Marrow has got a bit of an idea in his head to do something else instead. After Immortal Unicorn, keep an eye on him. Immortal Unicorn not aware of what's going on. Now 100 meters separate these two players. And Immortal Unicorn inside a cabin. It looks like that outline represented, picked up by the clue. Now we got the cloak going on. We can see Immortal Unicorn here creeping up out in the cabin. Shot in the back of the head is no good for him. He's in trouble. There goes the bubble. How did that happen? Looks like somebody from Mixer decided they wanted to mix it up, and the fight is going to go on just outside with Immortal Unicorn going back and forth, breaking the armor. That bubble is out. He's in trouble. Shot to the chest. Knocks him off the cliff. And this game is done. Bloody Marrow picking up the victory.
Zegregera, 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. We intercept, then grab the cargo.
It'll be part of a convoy.
What are you thinking?
Quick hit and run. Get me close to the truck and I'll take care of the rest. Get me close to that truck before it hits the tunnel. The house won't let us anywhere near the truck. We gotta take out those cars. Get rid of these guys.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get that truck.
Look out! Shit! Damn it!
What the hell? This guy's out of his mind.
There's something much bigger going on here.
What's the play?
Forget the tunnel. We get him before he reaches the city.
Guys, more house cars headed your way. They are?
They're going down either way.
Take him out, Ty.
Guys, city's coming up fast. Jess, I've got a really bad idea.
Mac?
Ladder on the side. You can get up on his right.
It's now or never, Jess.
Do it. Keep it steady!
Jump!
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job, team. Let's take this baby home.
Let's see what she can do. Okay, boys. Let's even the odds.
Play it on Xbox One.
Motherfucker. They killed the power around the world. We're gonna light it back up, because this is far from over. In fact, it's only just begun. That's why we brought in you. You got the talent. Now you need the tech. Big things too far! Today, you throw grenades. Boom! Tomorrow, you'll be throwing cars. Forget dropping bombs. You're dropping buildings. Now it's time to get to work. Time to step up your boom. Oh, that's my cue. It's go time. Yeah, son. Oh yeah. Welcome to the agency.
Determination to conquer all my ambitions. Needed to this position, and so my disposition. Not seeing no limits, killing the competition. Yeah, I'm a beast. Now I'm released. Ready to feast, calm and peace, not the least. I think that I'm number one, just to keep it 100. 0 to 100. So you have what you want. Are you a beast? Are you a beast? You ready to feast, or do you a beast, not the least? Do you think you're number one? Can you keep it 100? 0 to 100. Show me how much you want it. Some people never have trouble. That's why they don't know what the struggle is. I don't pay the cost, and they know the boss. Analyze my losses. Now I'm taking off. Yeah, I'm a beast.
Play it on Xbox One.
Across your screen, got you in the hand. 15 minutes of freedom, still 3/5 of land. Still lies your train, yeah. All my blood is in that.
Available October 27th. Pre-order now and get a bonus mission, Secrets of the First Pyramids.
What's your plan?
It's my plan, and I decide what goes down. You got that?
Yeah.
My name is Joseph Fares, and I'm the writer-director of A Way Out. A Way Out is a story-driven co-op game. It is designed, played, and experienced only in split-screen co-op, which means you have to play the game with a friend, either online or on your couch. The game starts in a prison. You play as Vincent and Leo. You and a friend will get to know your characters and unfold their story together.
You don't know anything about me, man.
Maybe not. But Harvey killed someone very close to me. With or without you, I'm going after him.
Let me show you some of the scenarios in the game. On the right side, you see Leo was already in prison. On the left, you see Vincent, who just arrived. Now, if you look to the right again, you can see that Leo can be controlled, while Vincent is in a cutscene. Here is another one. Vincent and Leo are now in the laundry room. Your goal is to smuggle sheets using a laundry cart. You can approach the scenario in different ways. Either get the cart with Vincent.
You know, I got a good pack right here. I think it's got your name on it. It's, broken. I don't know.
Or with Leo.
Get over here, you idiot!
Yeah, but I think those two guys are just about to fight.
What the?
What? Who's him?
In A Way Out, you will experience something new all the time. Everything you do in the game is unique for that scene. We want you and your friend to be focused and engaged throughout the entire story. But let me tell you, this is just the beginning of what you will be experiencing in A Way Out.
Give me a gun! Get him! Run!
Relax, man, I got this.
Let's try to stick together this time.
Why the apocalypse? No heroics.
Hey guys, this is Dan Hay. I'm the executive producer on Far Cry and the creative director on Far Cry 5. Today, we want to show you the world of Far Cry 5 and introduce you to the little town of Falls End, which has been overrun by a fanatic cult. In Far Cry 5, we want to give you an entire for-hire system. Guns for hire, fangs for hire, and friends for hire. Meet Boomer and Grace. Boomer's your dog, perfect to run out into the world and tag enemies. And Grace?
We got piggies.
She's the quiet sniper. The cult at Eden's Gate has basically taken
Town
over all of
looks like
Falls
a
End.
war zone.
And you and your guns for hire have to take it back.
Where do you want me?
We're gonna send Grace, our sharpshooter, to the water tower to get ourselves
Water
some
tower,
cover fire.
got it.
You see here the last remnants of the resistance that tried to fight the cult.
I'm in position.
Out there in the bushes is Boomer. He's ready to go. And up above, Nick. Perfect death from above. Now, it's time to call on Grace to do what she does.
Boom, boom, motherfuckers.
Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, 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 boom.
Behind you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Gonna need more help.
I love the way you walk, and I love the way you talk. When you walk that walk, and you talk that talk. You knocks me out off my feet.
Looks like you need some help.
Boom, 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 boom.
Target
bang,
up
bang,
fucking
bang,
quiet.
bang. Boom, 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 boom.
Play it on Xbox One.
I like that. I'm liking the whole dance music thing.
That is some solid royalty-free beats. Ooh, good royalty-free beats.
Look, between our royalty-free beats, our unces, and we have, as you have said, the most potted plants of any live show from E3.
Listen, a lot of people are going to promise you a lot of things with their E3 live coverage. Nobody can promise you more potted plants per capita than this live stream.
So you're in the right place if you're here. Welcome to YouTube Live 83 with Rooster Teeth, brought to you by War for the Planet of the Apes. I'm Ashley Jenkins.
I'm Anthony Carboni.
I'm so happy to have you here.
Thank you.
What are you seeing in the show that you're super duper excited about so far?
Oh my gosh, Shadow of the Colossus, Days Gone, Anthem, Forza. I mean, there's so many wonderful
Metroid
things.
Prime 4.
Metroid Prime 4 has a logo, and I'll just stare at that logo for the next 2 years. I'm very excited.
We got the official reveal for Xbox One X.
Yes.
We've got more looks at. We got Super Doggos, Far Cry 5, bring you guns.
Yeah.
All kinds of. It's a crazy year.
It's a great
so
year.
we're going to be bringing a bunch of developers and their games on this show for the next 3 days to talk to you guys, to share what their games are all about, to show them off. So you'll see a lot of gameplay, a lot of live demos, a lot of developer interviews, and we will have all of that for you right here at youtube.com/E3. So make sure you make it for all 3 days because it's a busy 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, just today we have so many amazing things. We were just talking about the Xbox One X. We're going to take a closer look at that. We're going to take a closer look at Forza. You like Battlefront? You like Battlefield? Which battle do you like? We have all the
like
battles.
The battle? We got a battle for you. In
All
fact,
of them.
we're going to have a pirate off. We've got we have Sea of Thieves coming. We also have Skull and Bones. So
any E3 where you have multiple pirate games.
Skull and Bones, Skulls of Blood. We have the other pirate game, the
definitely
Ubisoft
Skull
pirate
and
game that
Bones.
was Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
I always want to call it like Island of Blood, Curse of Blood, or something very piratey.
Yeah. It needs more Bloods or Ascensions or Falls in the title, I think. It's not clear that it's a video game yet.
Perhaps more chests.
More chests.
So we're gonna have a bunch of those. We've got Wolfenstein 2 coming on the show. We've got Evil Within coming on the show. We've got South Park coming on the show.
Just amazing
What
stuff.
is the new South Park title, Anthony?
It is called The Fractured But Whole. That's how you have to do it.
Have you ever managed to say the name of that game without having a giggle? Because I haven't.
Never.
Yeah, I think
Never. That's good
I
marketing.
think that's the point. We'll be seeing Matterfall. You guys,
Can't wait for Matterfall.
if you're on the stream, caught the Nintendo Spotlight with us before. They announced a lot of cool stuff. We'll be seeing Call of Duty World War II. Basically, huge day, very, very busy, and we're going to have a bunch of ways for you guys to actually interact with us, give us your feedback, let us know what you're excited about. There will be, you'll be seeing up throughout the show, we'll be posting polls and face-offs and asking you what booth tours you want to see, and you'll be able to do that on your phone or on your tablet or anywhere you have a browser, which is a lot of places these days. You can go to live@e3.com.
You can do while you're driving. It's perfectly safe.
Do you think it has like hands-free, like vote for red team?
We also have a text-to-speech version of this stream if you have an Amazon Echo. That's huge. Thanks to Amazon for that. So you can just listen to everything, and then it's like, Ashley is giggling. There it is.
Accurate.
Yeah.
So we'll be going to you guys to see what you're excited about, how hyped you are for the different games. It's gonna be a big, busy 3 days. And the first game that we're going to be seeing is, we're kicking off on a high note, in my opinion. I'm a huge fan of this franchise, Forza. So we're gonna see the trailer for Forza 7 and chat with the devs.
Play it on Xbox One.
Hey, we're here with Dan Greenawalt, creative director of the Forza franchise. Thanks for joining us. We're here to talk about some Forza 7.
I'm happy to be here.
So we were talking, we were watching the trailer here, and we were vamping, and Anthony was wondering, is 700 cars enough?
Well, it's all about diversity, frankly. And we've got sport trucks. There's a race truck you can race on Mugello down at the show floor. We have the amazing 911 GT2 RS, which was featured actually on stage. That was an incredible moment on stage. And we also have a Nissan GTR race car that you can race through the rain on the Nürburgring. But that's just a smattering, right? You start getting into race trucks, you start getting into classic vintage sports cars, race cars, supercars, hypercars. I mean, the number of cars is just incredible.
I mean, if you were to try and, say, catch them all, how much time does that actually take you to do?
I have no idea, but I will say, actually, a new mechanic in the game is a car collecting mechanic, where you actually level up your car collector score based on how many cars you collect, and it increases the rewards you get through the game. The lead designer on this, the creative director on the Motorsport product line, actually worked on Pokemon for years as well. It's very true. It's very true, Bill Giese. And we've integrated that kind of mechanic. Now, it's not the primary, you're still a racing game, obviously.
Right.
But collecting's a big thing our fans love to do, and having 700 cars, why wouldn't you start collecting?
We can't all be on Jay Leno's level, actually collecting the physical cars in the real world. So maybe this is the next best
Let's just scratch
way
that
to
itch a
doing
little bit.
That's very true.
So you mentioned, at the show when you all during the presser, you had the Porsche on stage. You have a partnership working with Porsche. Like, what does that mean? Like, what does that bring to the game?
Porsche is amazing. I mean, the cars they make just speak to so many people around the world. And so to be there on stage, being upstaged by a car, was a great moment. So that Porsche, the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS, had never been seen in the world. So that was a world debut here at E3 for our gamers. And that's what it's all about as a gamers. They're who brought this partnership to us. I mean, yeah, we make great racing games. We have a huge community. There's 4.8 million players actively playing Forza every single month. Well, car companies now look at Forza and say, yeah, we want in. We want to get into this audience. And so having Porsche there with this amazing car, and it's a monster. So being able to connect the Xbox One X, it's a monster, with this incredible car. Yeah, I mean, it was just too much to not do.
How's that felt, trying to move into this new architecture, this new, more powerful console? Has it been a pretty smooth transition for you guys?
It has been shockingly smooth.
Really?
So I've been around since the beginning of Xbox. So the original Xbox, 360, all the way through, right? And I was originally on the PC side. So seeing the launch of a console go like this, it's completely unprecedented for us as developers. Now, Forza Motorsport 7 is the first game that we've built from the ground up to be on PC. Now, building it on PC means that we have to do a lot of configurations, different video cards and CPU speeds and mismatched PCs and the like, driver issues, of course. The nice thing is that Scorpio, Xbox One X, is basically like a high-end PC rig in your living room. I mean, I'm excited to play all my games on it because it's going to run the games better. What was amazing is, as a developer, it's not only a high-end PC rig, it's optimized. Incredibly optimized, and it's a set piece of hardware, so we can go in and really make our code sing on it. By doing so, actually our game got better looking on the original Xbox One and the Xbox One S, and our min PC spec came down.
Really?
Yeah, so optimizing for the high end, because we had this set box, made it better on all devices, and the game looks sick. I mean, it's incredible looking.
And you've said, I believe you all said that it's going to be 60 frames a second, 4K HDR on the Xbox One X.
It's important to note also, this is native 4K. This is not checkerboard 4K. This is native 4K, smooth 60 frames per second. And when we did that, we still had 30% more GPU to use.
Interesting.
So that was just getting the Forza Tech engine that was used in Forza Motorsport 6 running on the Xbox One X, 30% more headroom. I mean, as a developer, you're just like drooling. I mean, what more can I do? And so we just were like shadow resolution, car level of detail, draw distance. I mean, and of course we have higher resolution textures because going to 4K, you've got more detail, and that's texel. So it's the amount of pixels per texture that are shown on screen on a polygon are way increased. Sorry to get techie.
That's fine. We love it. I mean, but where do you? It seems like the way the game looks now. Like, where do you go from here? Like, every time a new Forza comes out, you think, well, there's no way a game could ever look better than that. And now we've made the jump into 4K, and you got the HDR, and you're talking about higher resolution textures. Like, what's next? Like in my mind, I'm like, this is it. Stop. You're done.
So this is my favorite part about being a game developer is that's exactly the challenge we love to take on. And that's why we have a 5-year vision for the franchise. And it's not just graphics. It's actually the gameplay. It's the physics. It's being on the cutting edge of what it means to be doing race car vehicle dynamic physics, not for games, but for the whole industry. Now, on top of that, we've introduced the Forza Racing Championship Esports, which is a series that we've been doing. We're in our 3rd season now. Each one has doubled in the number of participants. And this, to me, is an exciting part of the future of not just gaming, but the future of motorsport, like real live motorsport. So this weekend at Le Mans, the 85th running of this historic race at Le Mans, Forza Racing Championship racers are going to be crowned as the 5th class at Le Mans. This is the most legit motorsport in the world, legitimizing gaming. Now, as a gamer, I'm like, we're already legit. But it's cool to have the real world say, yeah, we were always okay with your gamers coming and racing in our world. But now they're saying, no, we're actually going to legitimize real digital racing because the skill required is absolutely the same level of skill required. So this is cool, and this is just the future, right? This is what we're going to keep doing over the next several years. We're going to be listening to our community, adding content updates. I mean, you actually have been playing Forza Motorsport 7 if you've been playing Forza Motorsport 6. We were doing content updates in the game that were features in 7, released in 6. We were prototyping the Forza Racing Championship in our actual game. This is how innovation works, right? You try something, you find out what people say, you make it better.
Well, I mean, you're so deep into the series now. What do you find in Forza 7 that is making you excited about it? What about this game is really singing to you right now?
You know, we had this kind of mantra with Forza Motorsport 7, and this is how we actually introduce new ideas, is we come up with a theme, and we ideate around it, we think about it, we stress about it, we go see movies and talk about it afterwards. Humanity. Human. We wanted to bring more humanity into the game. And so that was the violence and the forces of racing, camera shake and hitting walls. It was having a kinetic system so the driver moved when it hit things. It was pulling the driver out. So the driver's actually outside of the car. You can add different suits, change and customize your driver. And because of the Drivatar system, your Drivatar is going to show up in my single-player race, driving the way you drive with your suit, in your car, with your customized livery. And so that experience, bringing people together, adds humanity into the game. But it's even how the audio works in the game. There's more imperfections. And this is what we found as we went to the higher resolutions of this generation, was it was the imperfections that actually made things look better, more real. Because we're all imperfect, right? What, we've all got makeup on for a reason.
Well, some of us are fine. And also, I would like to apologize to anyone who my drive avatar may come across in the world. Just stay clear of it. You're in serious trouble.
We've actually given people more options to control that as well. So
go ahead and block me now.
Exactly. If you want the Drivatars in your race to be a little bit more predictable, more AI-like, you can actually override and make them do so. Or if you want to really drive the way your friends drive and get that insights and have those water cooler talks about, hey, your Drivatar ran me off the road, you can do that as well. So we wanted to empower the players, and this is what it means to embrace a PC audience, giving them lots of options with wheels and lots of options with graphical switches and, of course, controlling your experience.
I mean, you keep mentioning PC and it built up from the PC. Is this going to have any kind of play anywhere functionality?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so
okay,
this is an XPA game. So if you buy it on the Xbox One, you're going to be able to play it, of course, on Scorpio, or Xbox One X. I keep doing that.
We're in the same boat.
It just got announced. You're good. Don't worry.
I know. And then, of course, on PC. So if you buy it Windows 10 PC in the Windows Store, you're going to be able to play it on all of your devices. And then your save game, your achievements. It's also a cross-play title. So we allow you to play against the PC audience, against the Xbox audience. Now, when you start getting into leagues and then the upper echelons of esports, and leagues is a competitive gaming series inside of our game, we're going to be more careful on how we curate who plays against who and when and where and what have you. But for the most part, XPA and crossplay just make it kind of so it's a unified, awesome community that's always there and vibrant.
So, I wonder, like, are there any... I guess that's why you have to be careful. I wonder about any advantages or disadvantages, PC versus Xbox. So I guess that's why when you get to the higher level, you really have to sit down and look and think about the way all of those things interact and work with each other.
We do, but it's really interesting to note. Obviously, different genres have different challenges. And in the racing genre, we have high-end wheels and we have controllers, even high-end controllers like the Elite controller. And if you grew up playing Minecraft and then first-person shooters, and a controller is just an extension of your hand, then some of our racers are incredibly fast with a controller. We also have professional race car drivers that play our game. Tony Kanaan, right? Indy 500 winner. He plays Forza all the time. He's part of our community. He sets hot lap times, and he plays often with a wheel. And he's very fast with the wheel. I can't compete
He's
with
got
him.
a lot of practice with it, yeah.
So, when people get into the debate of like which one has an advantage, cockpit view versus third-person view, controller versus wheel, what we found is that different segments of our audience actually have an advantage with different ones. And we're going to have to just keep turning the innovation crank and figuring out how do we segment them? Do we interlace them? What do we do?
So speaking of the innovation crank, it seems like the addition of dynamic weather is another huge feature coming to this iteration of the game. Why choose to add dynamic weather? Like, what does that bring to the game?
Well, with Forza Motorsport in particular, it's always physics first. We start with physics. And, the thing I love about working on Forza is we have Motorsport and we have Horizon. Horizon exploration and beauty. It's just an incredible game, and people have been just enjoying the hell out of it. But when you get to Motorsport, it's precision, it's competition, it's about this, this community. So it starts with physics. We looked at the heat of Dubai. So one of the tracks in there is, it's in the UAE, it's Dubai. It's an original track. You go up the Hafit Pass. The temperatures were so intense that even when we sent a team there to capture it, it was a dangerous place to be because of the heat. They were really,
someone really drew the short straw to have to go do that. Gotcha.
Truly. And so we start with the dynamicism of the heat building up in your tires. Now, when you're on something like the Nürburgring, where it's a clear day and then the clouds roll in and then the rain comes down, puddles grow, puddles evaporate or drain off, and then the road dries. It starts with the physics. So the clouds animate, and we've got thunderstorms, and we've got incredible graphical bells and whistles, but that's not where it starts for us. It's always about the physics. It's always about the driver experience.
It's about that feel of the car on the road. Because that's, that's largely what people want to replicate with this, right? With a gaming escapism experience is let me feel that.
Yeah, and get the thrill and the danger.
What kind of things can we expect from the single-player experience? What kind of races can we see?
Yeah, well, there's an all-new campaign called the Forza Drivers Cup. It's motorsport, real-world motorsport inspired, so you actually get race series points against other drivatars as you're racing through these series. But the cool thing is it's segmented not based on speeds. You're not going 0 to hero. We're assuming you're a hero. We're going to treat you like a hero. So that means you're actually going to start in a chapter that's not the slower chapter, it's the awesome chapter. And then we open up bigger and more awesome chapters over time because there's 700 cars. We want to get you to experience the breadth and diversity. But you choose your own path. If you want to get into these types of cars, you can do it through all the chapters. You can redo races. You can actually change the settings so that all of your races are really long. You can keep them short. We've just been giving people lots of options so they can play how they want.
That's great.
And you can play, you're talking about, all the cars, but there's also a huge variety of locations and, various customizations. Like, what kinds of things can we get into, like in the nitty-gritty and the customization on the car end?
Well, wide body kits. So you can put wide body kits on your cars. This is something our fans have been asking for in the motorsport side in particular. It was introduced in Horizon last year. So you can put wide body kits on. There's also all the other body kit customization. Our extensive livery editor where you can actually paint cars, and the auction house is returning. So you're going to be able to sell your creations to other people in the community in the auction house. And that's always been a huge driver of community for us. I love what our community makes. Their paint schemes are always getting tweeted at me, and I'm always like, retweeting them out because they're just amazing works of art.
Yeah, I'm terrible at making things like that and doing the custom editing
So
myself.
am I.
So yeah, I think something like that really speaks to someone like me who's like, I just want something that looks really cool. It's kind of unique. Like, oh, here's another person who's passionate about this, and they've made it, and we can make a trade. We can make it happen.
And they have actual talent, so they can make it so it's pretty.
Yeah. I'm talented at many things. Artistry is not one of them.
And here I thought you were perfect, Gus.
No, less than perfect in some sides of things.
It's actually the diversity of the community that makes it strong, though. We do have these tremendous painters, and then the rest of us, hey, let's just call ourselves consumers, fans of those painters. But it's the same way with the way people play. We've got split screen in this game. So, I can play against my kids, you can play against your friends, you can play in a flat. Split screen is part of what brings in a different type of audience to here, and that speaks to our vision. I want to create the next generation of car fan, but I can't do it by squeezing them into my mold. I need to embrace this new generation that grew up watching streaming and grew up, playing video games. And so having this really diverse game where a kid can get in and play split screen, have a great time, all these assists are on, it makes it really easy, and a professional racing driver can actually be getting paid to race in the Forza Racing Championship, that diversity is its strength, and it goes to the creators as well.
So you're talking about people who grew up watching Twitch streams, and we have you have Mixer integration here as well. Like how deep does that Mixer integration go into Forza? Like what kinds of things can we expect to see?
Well, the Mixer integration is really in the shell itself of the Xbox, so it makes it really easy for streamers to just jump in. But we also contact our streamer community. So we spend a lot of time asking, our top streamers, what do they like, what do they want? And we take a franchise perspective. How are we going to embrace our streamer community over time in lots of our games? So there is integration, but it's mostly geared towards the competition and esports and professional racing inside of our game in Forza Motorsport 7.
Sure. So I think you're calling this the most comprehensive auto racing game ever made. How important is that, and what does that mean to your team?
I love working at Turn 10. I love working on Forza. We've got multiple teams, Playground and Turn 10, that are just full of passionate people that want to make great games and great racing games. And we just keep coming up with new ideas and doing new things. So it is a huge game. 700 cars, over 30 environments. Every time you go to a new environment, it's different. Clouds are rolling in, all those changes. But to me, it's the innovation in the gameplay that matters, the way the game feels. It just drives so well. And the this new career, the new car collecting bit, which actually we haven't talked to a lot of people, so you kind of got fresh eyes on that.
When that many cars, how could you not want to?
Exactly. So to me, it is the most comprehensive game. It's also the most technically advanced game, what we're doing with both the physics and the graphical rendering. But I'm really proud of the gameplay experience we can give to such a diverse audience of people. Europe, the United States, men, women, children. That's the part that excites me the most, because that's to our vision, creating a world of car fans that embrace the new generation.
And it seems like the Forza franchise and this type of game really can transcend and hit a wide range of people, like a wide audience. Like if I try to picture like what a stereotypical Forza fan looks like, I can't do that.
Yeah, and it's amazing. There's so many fans here at E3 this year. By opening the gates to a lot of fans, it's been awesome. We had this 919, so it's a LMP race car that we just unveiled this morning down outside of the hall, and it was just people flocked to it. It's so cool, and all the fans are so excited, and I love meeting other people that love cars. And you're right, you can't picture who they are: men, women, children, people from all these accents. It's incredible.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Twitter here, by the way, and I see at Peter Hayes F1 says, yes, wide body, awesome. So I think people are really excited about some of the things you're talking about here.
Now, with this, association with Porsche, did anybody get to go drive anything cool?
Yes.
Yeah. Get to get out there on the track a little bit and take a. Yeah. Well, you got to know what you're doing, right?
Well, and also Porsche as a company is really about racing. So they really embrace that idea that at the tip of the spear for them is racing, and that's at their heart. The heart is in Weissach, Flocht. Stuttgart is what everybody thinks about. Their real heart is Weissach, and this is where the GT cars are created. So we went out to Weissach. We saw their GT cars being created. We saw 919s being put together. We saw 911 GT2 RS in its mule form. It's an incredible experience to mix with a company that is so passionate about racing. And yes, they make other amazing cars as well, but they're just a great group to work with.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think we're all excited to see where it goes. So I want to thank you for taking time to join us this morning, Dan. Really informative. We're going to throw it back over to our side crew and see how they're doing.
Side crew. I don't know. I kind of feel like we're the hosts of the show.
It felt sexual and derogatory.
You know what?
I said it, Gus.
I feel a little bit undervalued right now.
Wow.
Maybe it was intentional.
All right. Well, we can talk when the cameras are off.
All right. We know our value.
I want to say, just Forza is always one of the most technically, visually beautiful games. That just an amazing looking series, and watching the 1X footage of Forza is kind of amazing.
It's impressive. I got super crazy addicted to Forza Horizon 3.
Same.
It's the kind of game too. I love what I loved about Horizon 3 is one, I loved the Australian setting was really, really fun.
Mm-hmm.
But also just being able to drop in, drive around. It was very zen, but a race could just happen at any moment.
The Drivatar thing, I think, was when you talk about features and things in consoles that are like next gen, we tend to think about graphical capability, processing power. Drive avatars were one of the first features of this generation that felt like a next generation thing to me.
I always felt, I then felt the pressure to get better at it, so that then when my drive avatar went out into the world and appeared in other people's races, it
be
did
the drive
good.
avatar you wish to see in the world. Yeah,
exactly.
That's beautiful.
Train your drive avatar well. You know,
you
and
go
then,
over to a friend's house and you're like, just get in a race with my drive avatar. I just want to see. And it's just like.
Yeah, so when I actually started getting a lot of tweets from people who my drive avatar would pop up in their game, and I felt like I was there in spirit, and they'd say like they're like your drive avatar did really good, and I was like, all the credit for that belongs to me.
No,
thank you.
People saw my drive avatar and they sent ambulances to my house because they thought that I was maybe stroking out or fainting. They were just like, "Are you okay, man? Your drive avatar was doing some weird things, and we thought we'd check you out. Everything cool?"
And so this happens often?
It happens. I'm very terrible. I love Forza Horizon 3, and I am terrible at it.
At this point, do the ambulance drivers just like call you up ahead of time and be like, "Are you okay?"
Like,
or
oh,
are you just like,
Forza kid. Everything's cool? All right, get better. Get good. All right, goodbye. We have real lives to save.
Please, could you level up?
In just a moment, speaking of the Xbox One X, we are going to have the actual console here on
Yes.
stage. We're going to be talking a little bit about all the new things in the Xbox One X, so this is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, Microsoft is. Yeah, they're going to be bringing it by, talking about it. So we'll get more into the nitty gritty, especially.
I hope we talk
because
about flops.
So many flops.
Oh, so many.
Yes, I'm really excited that we'll actually get to see it physically. I think that obviously Xbox One came out. It was it's on the larger size.
Sure. That's,
and then,
historically, that's Xbox consoles. Yeah.
And then Xbox One S, it took the size down a bunch, got really compact. I was expecting, honestly, the Xbox One S. This is gonna trip me up for a while as well. It's gonna take me a while not to call it Scorpio.
Yeah.
But so I was expecting Xbox One X, or I'm still trying to make the Onyx happen. See, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I was expecting to be a lot bigger, considering the firepower.
Well, because you need space for the flops.
Right.
That's what you were thinking.
Right, but I think we've determined now that they are just doing interdimensional flops.
9D flops.
They've managed to get a lot of flops into a small space by putting them in a pocket dimension.
Yes, that's what I heard too. No, I'm excited to see the physical console. I'm excited to talk about the hardware that is inside of it. The Xbox One S is what I own, and I have to say it is maybe the most beautifully designed piece of electronic hardware I have in my home. It's just a really beautiful looking and feeling thing to have on your console.
Yeah, it's compact, it's sleek, it's clean. I will say that I give a lot of consoles a bit of guff. I'll be like, you look silly. But then, you know what happens? I put it on a shelf and I don't deal with it anymore.
Right.
But I do, there is something about it when you see it and it looks nice. You feel like just good about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have a nice looking device that is also something that you spend a lot of time on. I'm excited to talk to them about sort of strategy and where they're putting these things. You know, PS4 Pro, Xbox One X. What sort of how many titles are going to support this, and what's going to support every feature? Something that we've seen with the PS4 Pro, and I think we're a lot more wary of now that the X has been announced, is like, sure, 4K, but how many titles will fully support this? How many will have a subset of this?
Right.
What can we look forward to? You know, because one of the things with the PS4 Pro library is this idea of like, oh yeah, it's got Pro features, and then you kind of can't really see if it's on. One of the things, if you go to a forum and it's a new PS4 Pro owner, it's like they can't tell how to turn on the Pro. And that's not a weird, it sounds silly, but it's not weird. It's kind of like, you don't know if it's running. It's supposed to be transparent.
Right.
But then how do you really tell the difference? It's interesting.
There's, it can also get a little bit tricky too when you see various different optimizations. Like we've gone this, we're doing 4K 30, or you can do 1080 60, and what you may have an option to decide what you want to run, you may not. So I'll be very curious to see how the optimizations for the X look for the Xbox library for sure.
And we want to know what you guys think about this too. We are going to be checking in with you all day in a million various ways, Ashley.
Tons of ways. We actually, my favorite exciting new thing that we're doing that we've never done on our E3 live show previously is we're going to be using, it's a service called Megaphone. Really cool. If you go in any browser on your phone or your tablet or, a full-blown PC, get your battle station ready to live at e3.com. We're going to be taking your feedback, getting your interactions. For example, one of the things that we're going to do is allow you to drive some of the programming. So we are...
Now, we are the drive-atars.
Whoa. Blowing my mind. So we're actually going to be sending intrepid field reporter Mika Burton into the war zone that is the E3 show floor. And she's going to record super lo-fi iPhone booth tours, bring them back, and then we'll have those for you guys later in the show today. And we will send her to them based on which ones you guys want to see most. Those are the ones that will go and record and bring back and show you first.
Yep, we're going to have polls. We're going to take your comments. We're going to take your questions. Head over to Megaphone. Be in chat. Be doing all of the things.
Yeah, so it's live at e3.com, and we'll be interacting with you guys all day there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and right now
so
we are...
pick good boosts, no pressure.
Yeah, pick only the good ones. Right now, very excited. We were just talking about the Xbox One X, and we are about to see it in depth.
I'm pretty excited. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. My body's ready.
Wow.
I hope you're ready, because X is going to give it to you.
God damn it, Gus!
See?
That's
So
4 already this morning.
Get it up. So we got Albert Pinello here with us. You're a Senior Director, Product Management and Planning at Microsoft?
Yeah, it's a long title to say I'm in marketing.
Okay, there you go. He's in marketing. We just saved you some ink on your business card.
Exactly.
So I want to remind everyone who's watching on the live stream right now, you can send us questions in the chat, or you can tweet us questions using hashtag YouTube E3. And in fact, I have a question I'm going to lead off with right now.
Just get into
wait,
it.
You didn't thank our other guest.
Yes, that's
our
right.
other guest is right here, and the question is about our other guest.
I feel like it should have actually gotten a spot on the couch.
The artist formerly known as Project Scorpio. In chat, people are asking, can the console stand vertically?
Yes. There's an optional stand like we have for the Xbox One S. It is the one accessory that is different between the two consoles, but there is a stand so you can stand it up vertically. Yep.
Okay, and of course the difference is because the X is smaller. It is smaller. It's a different form factor.
It's smaller, a little bit smaller, but smaller for sure. A lot more power, smaller.
Itty bitty living space.
Yes. Oh, you get my Aladdin joke.
Yeah.
I tried the Aladdin thing, and I go, oh man, I might be dating myself with the Aladdin.
No, I got you. I feel it. So I felt like I was surprised. We had a lot of speculation leading up to the full unveil of the Xbox One X. I was expecting to see a higher price point. I think I'm really amazed at the amount of power you're able to get in here for $499. It must have really been a labor of love to try to piece all of this stuff together.
Yeah, I think the team, they wanted to show off. I mean, I think they wanted to show whether it be how we dealt with the performance, how we dealt with compatibility, making your old games better, and from a hardware perspective, just showing off what we can do at Microsoft. So right from the bat, we wanted to make absolutely the best product that we could make. We didn't want compromises on performance or compatibility or the physical hardware itself. And so the team really pushed. There's a lot of smart people. Like I said, we had to use some pretty high-end cooling solutions, bringing in things like a vapor chamber. We had to invent some new power management systems. There's a nice gentleman back at home named Bill Hovis. We named it the Hovis method after him, that optimizes the power. All of that stuff has to happen to get that much performance in a console this small.
So again, like Aladdin, like it has to seem like magic.
Infinite cosmic power.
Well, it almost has to seem like magic, or like to get it to where the consumer doesn't think about that stuff.
It requires a level of craftsmanship and a level of thoughtfulness around how every component. This thing is actually 2 pounds heavier than an Xbox One S, even though it's small.
Okay.
So it is, when you pick up the final form factor, it is like magic. Like something this small cannot be this.
It's very dense.
And I think it's just a testament to the team and the amount of work and the amount of care that they put into building it. And we wanted to impress people. We wanted to exceed the expectations that we knew people had for Project Scorpio when we released the final product.
I mean, you basically were the pedestal on which the press conference existed. Everything, so many things that they showed were running 4K, 60 frames per second on new hardware. Was that kind of a challenge to get everything ready to go for the press conference?
Actually, here's what's great. I mean, last year when we announced Project Scorpio and we sort of like led off with the 6 teraflops and the sort of numbers, and people would say, well, they're not going to be able to deliver 4K with those. But now that it's out, we tell people we knew we could do it because it's what we built the box to do. We actually went and profiled thousands of games. This is what's interesting about this console versus any other console generation is we had code. We had running game engines, and we used those games engines to tell us what we needed to build for developers and gamers. So when we said we were going to deliver 4K and true 4K, we knew we could do it because the specs in this box are the result of what the game developers told us they need to do what they need to do. So it turns out that developers are getting games up and running in 4K really, really quickly. The reason that's important for gamers is it means that the developer is spending time on the game, the effects, using the power, not getting to the power. And so, and I think if you've seen any of the interviews that have been coming on, developers have been very complimentary to us in that process. So it actually, as it turns out, if you've got a high-end PC game and you're building an Xbox game, you're getting it up and running really quickly in 4K with high-end PC assets. So it's been good. It's been a good experience for us and for our partners.
So I see one of the, I feel like I have to address this question because I see it constantly popping up. There's so many people wondering about the storage configuration available on the Xbox One X.
Right.
So I see here that it has a terabyte hard drive.
It's 1 terabyte hard drive, yeah.
And additional also a 4K UHD Blu-ray optical drive as well.
Right. As it turns out, even though the Xbox One X looks similar on the exterior to the Xbox One S, the only component inside that we carried over was the 4K UHD Blu-ray drive. The hard drive, even though it's 1 terabyte, it's 50% faster than the hard drive that comes in the Xbox One S. And the reason we did that is because load times are critically important, for console gamers. And when you move to 4K, you have to load in more assets. You have to fill 12 gigabytes of memory. So by providing a faster hard drive, it keeps the load times down on the 4K games that'll be coming out. But the nice thing is, for all the 1080p games, for all your Xbox One S games, they're going to load much faster than they did on the console. So even though it's a terabyte, it's actually 50% faster than the one that we have today.
Sure. So you talked about how it would also benefit people playing the older 1080 games. How does this impact people who might not have a 4K television yet? People who are still gaming on the 1080 television. What's the benefit that they get from it?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking about that too because we are just on the forefront of 4K.
Yeah.
And so I think over the years, it's going to become more and more pervasive for people, but there's a lot of people that are on 1080, so we thought hard about it. So there's a lot of great features that the hardware brings for people that are on 1080 TVs. We talked about the faster load times. There's some hardware that we have in the chip that adds anisotropic filtering to existing games, makes the textures a little bit more clear, so all of those things benefit. Oh, by the way, if you have games that have dynamic resolution or dynamic frame rate, those will run better on this box than they did on the Xbox One S. So all of the old games that you already have are going to be better on this box. And then for 4K games, we enable something by default that's called super sampling. It's an anti-aliasing technique that basically all of the information in a 4K image that goes out, all of these high-end PC textures and all that detailed resolution, the console is able to sample from more data points. So when it comes down on a 1080p TV, it's actually better than a native 1080p image. So actually 4K games on this box, all of the information and data is there, but the resolution isn't capable on the TV, but you get a much better image. So 4K games will look better on your 1080p TV than a native 1080p game does.
I mean, that's moving to a 4K texture space. That's a fairly sizable increase in texture size.
That's right.
Is that something that we're going to see? I mean, just on the consumer side, how much do you expect that game sizes will inflate with moving into 4K?
It turns out, pardon me, sorry, day starts and I've already got the gravel.
Understand.
It turns out it's not going to be quite that impactful because there are a lot of things like audio and AI that is the bulk of the game data. A lot of textures are actually drawn very high res today. It's just that the consoles can't display them. So they're the textures that you only see right at the front. On Xbox One X, you're going to see those high quality textures all the way to cars that are in the front of the track. So I don't think game sizes are going to increase dramatically. They're not going to be, it's 4 times the pixels. It's certainly not 4 times the size of the game data. But that's why you need more memory. And in fact, we just announced that we went from we're giving an extra gig of RAM to developers to get to 9 gigs. So we're actually giving more RAM to games than the existing systems have in total for the system. So we're giving all that RAM so that all those textures and assets are going to be able to show up on the screen.
That's amazing. Yeah, having any the move of this console generation to being able to play it across multiple platforms and provide that consistent experience has been one of the things I've been very impressed with Microsoft doing this year. And it looks like you guys are really focusing in on making sure that that is a consistent experience going forward, going from Windows 10 to your play on your couch on your X or on your S. Do you feel like that's going to be the direction you guys keep going?
I think so. I think I've been in the games business for a long time. Guys like Phil have been in the games business for a long time. You know, I still have my ColecoVision hooked up at home, and a lot of us just love games. Like, and it's sad kind of when console generations end and you lose your library, because there are great games, and you know, sometimes you might go back and you want to play those, or you want to show them off or experience them with your kids, and it is something that we care a lot about at Xbox, and it's why 360 back compat was so important to us. It's really why we're so excited about the OG back compat, because I think it is as much a testament to wanting to preserve your library as it is about people actually still owning those discs and playing those games. And there were great games on there that we hope to bring. And so yeah, I think we've talked a lot about the fact that the way we build the software, the way we're doing Play Anywhere, it's all leading to an environment where I think your content stays with you, and the device that you want to play it on is really up to you. That's why I love Play Anywhere. I love what we're doing between Xbox One S and X. I love that we're doing back compat. It is all sort of coming together in how we think about these are about your content as much as they're about your device.
Yeah, and I looked up your Twitter account, and I saw your Twitter avatars, even the original Xbox logo still.
Is.
And
hey, there's no power greater than X. I've had that on there for a year.
And that's true. And I, when the original Xbox backward compatibility was announced, I kind of scoffed and I said, "Oh, I don't want to play that. I can't think of a single game I want to play on the original Xbox." And then immediately the Crimson Skies logo came up, and I said, "Oh, okay, right."
Yeah, except for that one.
I do want to. There are games that I do want to play.
There's a lot of great titles out there.
Yeah, and it's just, I feel like it's easy to look back and think like, oh, well, we're beyond that. Graphics have improved. No one wants to play that. And then you'll see something like, oh, right, that was a lot of fun. I haven't had anything like that in a while.
That's right.
I do want to return to that world.
Yep, exactly.
Now, who is responsible for when it comes to a backwards compatible title? So it's typically the publisher that has to go back and just do whatever is necessary to move it, or is it now something where they can port more directly?
Are you talking about 360 or between S and
or X, the original Xbox 360, anything in a backwards compatible space? Does someone from outside Microsoft have to go and do something?
No, we do all the work.
You do all of it?
Yeah, Mike. We have a team of some of the best. Look, this is where it's great to work at Microsoft, because we have some of the best software engineers in the world, and the guys that do backwards compatibility. We haven't told the whole story yet. There will be more interesting things that we're going to talk about that we're doing with backwards compatibility, but that's all on us. We just need the partner's permission, and of course, like you guys know, the world changes and companies get absorbed and things like that, and licenses change. That ends up, as it turns out, being sometimes more complicated than the code. But no, we do all the work on behalf of the publishers for back compat.
Oh, that's great.
So I've got another question here that came in via Twitter. At Technobird is asking, I guess, about something you mentioned a little bit earlier. You mentioned that you freed up a gigabyte of RAM for the developers. So Technobird's asking, is the GDDR5 used as system memory in addition to graphics?
So the way it works, and believe me, if the engineering team is watching this, they're going to listen very carefully to this answer. But basically what happens is if the game, for the old games that don't need all the extra memory, we're able to keep those textures in RAM instead of offloading them to the hard drive. So it will improve. It means that texture pop should be slightly improved. It means that load time should be ever so slightly improved. So we use that extra RAM for the games that don't use it as sort of a temporary storage, and as opposed to dumping it out of memory and then needing to reload it back from the hard drive. So again, it's a lot of little refinements that are going to make playing games on this console just feel a little more crisp, a little bit faster. So when we say games look and play better, it's going to be a series of little small improvements across the line like that I think make it overall a better place to play games.
It seems like one of those messages that's sometimes kind of hard to communicate with, very similar to with VR, where it's like you don't know what you're missing until you get your hands on it. And then as soon as you do that, you try and play it on the original, you back up to older things. It's like, now I feel it. Like just that little difference, just that little half second, that little moment of loading, and it's gone and it's smoothed away.
It's like, was that a little bit faster than it was before? Did I get in that level faster? Or like I remember this area where there was a frame drop and it's not there anymore. But when you take it all, and it is the hardest part about describing this is that we need people to experience it. And you look at people who watch the briefing and saw our 4K screen, and then they're watching it at home, and it's not in 4K for everybody because of their bandwidth or their PC that they're watching it on, and you're like, you got to see it in 4K to really notice the difference.
So I'm being asked here if there's any other OG Xbox games you're looking forward to for the backwards compatibility side of things.
Oh, I'm under strict gag orders. There's many I'm looking forward to. I'm not throwing out.
In there by
I'm not throwing out names.
Favorite.
We might be showing off a game around today that we did not talk about at the show yesterday. Stay tuned. But no, we're gonna wait. The end of this year, we're gonna surprise people with our lineup. Yeah,
it's gonna be pretty. So end of the year is when you start anticipate there being a wider library.
I do, and I do think as we kind of talked about, I think what we're gonna try and do is go pick a bunch of fan favorites. It is. I don't think we're gonna go back and do the entire catalog of games. I think we're gonna pick some fan favorites because, to your point, like there's a handful. When you think in your mind of the OG Xbox, there's 10 or 20 games that are like really stand out. I think we're gonna really try and make those great. We'll have more announcements. But yeah, I think we have a lot of good news around that.
Again, I see another very popular question that's popping up here in the Twitter feed. People want to know about if the power brick is internal on the Xbox One X.
It is. It is internal. In fact, what I like to tell people, we don't have the back. Well, we could show the back, but the port arrangements on the back of the console. Is it okay
if I show the back?
Yeah. We actually kept the port arrangements on the back of the console.
That was the follow-up question that they also had as well.
They're 100. Not only are they in the same order, they're exactly spaced the same. And it's one of those little attention to detail things that you'll notice when you bring it home. People don't like fishing behind their televisions. So what we've all done, the experience, like Phil and myself and a lot of us, you set it on the S. You just can grab the cable and plug it right in. And so I like to tell the story that the power cable, we consume significantly more power than the Xbox One S, but we kept the same power cable. And that was a big arm wrestling match between us and the engineering team to do that. But again, it was all part of like pushing ourselves so that experience for customers was really great.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing I think most gamers can appreciate. Like I've been in the same situation where you've got your console in an entertainment center, maybe an HDMI cable's come loose, maybe you need to run a new Ethernet cable back there, and you're like, crap, I don't want to have to pull everything out. Like I'm going to try to fish around and do it, but if it's in the exact same configuration, if you're upgrading from an S to an X,
that's right.
You can just take your cables out, leave them in the same orientation,
plug it right
plop it in, and then know that they're all going to go back in.
And then what's great is that the cables that are in the box now work with the S that you are going to move to another room.
I really appreciate, too, that you guys took the time and really got this to the point where you wanted it and released it as what is currently the most powerful console available. That willingness to create this device pretty soon after the release, in console cycle generations of the Xbox One, Xbox One S. How long do you think this one's going to reign supreme?
Well, I'm not the guy to ask that question. Look, the best thing about this business is it's always moving forward. There's always new innovation and there's always new hardware. I think right now, as you're talking to developers this week, as you guys are seeing other interviews, there is a lot of untapped horsepower. We are significantly more powerful on all the dimensions than anything that's out there today. I think this thing's got legs. And I think the other thing, and you should talk to developers, is the effort and energy to refine your engines for Xbox One X keeps Xbox One S alive longer too. So we really see these as a family of products, and even though we know there's enthusiasm around this is also good for the Xbox One S. So I think we've got many years of awesome gaming to come.
We actually talked to Dan from Forza just before, and he was saying pretty much exactly what you're saying, that the optimization for this console made the optimization across the platform better.
Yeah, I think you'll hear that a lot.
That's really exciting. Yeah,
cool.
And that's awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you so much for letting me touch the Xbox One X and to show our viewers what the ports look like. I think that's what gamers want to know. So thank you for letting us see all that stuff. So we're going to throw it back over to my good friends, Ashley and Albert.
Wow. How dare you? How dare you?
I can't give you everything, can I?
I have to say as well, the Xbox One X looks particularly nice next to succulents. On the
most succulents of any E3 live stream.
I can say it. It will always be true.
Yes.
We don't know that that's true at all. Have you perused it?
We're reasonably certain.
Let
that
someone
it's
challenge
likely.
us.
Yeah, come at us with your succulent.
You want a shot at the succulent title, you knock on our door.
We got a Marcus, and he will keep bringing them in. It'll be nothing but succulents.
This is a desert climate. So.
Every time it cuts back to Ryan, he's just wreathed in more and more flowers.
Speaking of desert climates, we are going to see. We're going to be seeing Battlefront 2, and that's going to be pretty exciting. But if you are using live@e3.com, which is how you can interact with the show here, leave us your feedback. We asked you a few minutes ago which booth tours you'd like to see intrepid field reporter Mika Burton go take footage of, so you can get an idea of what the show floor itself looks like. The answers that you came back with were: number 1, you want to see the Ubisoft booth.
Yep.
Number 2, you want to see the Microsoft booth. And number 3, you want to see the Bethesda booth. So we're going to send her. We're going to send her to go see Ubisoft first, and we will have that booth tour for you here a little bit later. But the big thing, something big happened, Anthony, while this interview was going on.
Gus, Ryan, paying attention.
You have my attention.
What do you got?
There's been
What's happening?
a critical update.
Announcement
update. There's been a critical announcement update. Something is criticaled. And
we got a crit.
So we're just gonna go.
The chance was 1 in 40 that this.
To
was gonna
preface this a
happen.
little bit, if you've watched any of the pre-E3 streams that we've done, you know that PlayerUnknown's Battleground has featured heavily in the gameplay segments that we've been doing.
Why are you ruining this?
I'm just telling you that
You're
there's an announcement.
telegraphing.
I'm not at all. There's been an announcement about a new feature being added to Battlegrounds. It was just announced while you guys were interviewing one of your last 2 guests, and we wanted to get your reactions to it live. So we're going to play the little clip they released on Twitter.
Stop teasing. Show me.
Oh my God. That is a developer listening to their community.
Full circle. This has come from a developer that worked on DayZ.
So if you can't tell from what we're seeing here, they've announced that they are working to add zombies into Battlegrounds.
Now, are they player zombies, I wonder, or are they...
Is this a mob or is this a player?
Oh, it'd be great if you got to play as a dead player.
Right, imagine this, like you die and now you're a zombie.
I mean, that was...
I imagine that every day, actually.
I noticed that the players also don't have guns.
Oh no.
There we go.
I think that was just for ease of mauling in the trailer.
I'm excited.
Oh, you are? You like that?
Yeah,
You like that
bring it
addition?
on. I want to know if it's player zombies, which I'm totally fine with doing. Sure, I will be a zombie.
What if it's a mix?
That would be fine too.
Like, can you imagine having some
No?
NPC zombies potentially, but then also like players hidden within them, so you don't know if it's a smart zombie or a stupid zombie?
Ooh, that's good.
Only if you have to parachute back in as a zombie on like a rotted parachute. Because there's no spawning in Battleground.
Mm-hmm.
So how would they handle that? Because if everybody jumps into the same city at once.
I think it would be something just like in a zombie movie or in a zombie TV show. It's like you got to remember where you killed the zombies, and you have to know that they're coming back, right?
You just camp their bodies,
So
basically?
it's like you shoot somebody down, you're in a house, you're like, well, I know that I have 30 seconds to loot this house before this dude comes up and gets revenge on me. That's kind of a good mechanic if they play it that way.
Yeah, if they have for the player zombies, right?
Yeah.
Or I mean, so there's no spawning in Battlegrounds right now, but if they want to add this in, they could potentially you die, you zoop into the afterlife, and then you zoop it back down as a dead zombie somewhere in the map.
You zoop up into the afterlife really quickly, meet God, confirm a lot of things. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Zoop back down.
I want to remind you both we're under NDA. We can't reveal, developer terms like zooping.
Sorry,
the intellectual property
our
of Blue
apologies
Hole.
to our contacts at Blue Point. We did not mean to do that.
No,
that's
awesome.
But overall, excited. What are you thinking about it?
Anything that extends my ability to play Battlegrounds after I've died in like rank number 90, I'm good on that.
Yeah. Because that's going to come up with me often.
Yeah.
Now I'm just curious who's going to deliver DayZ first, the DayZ team or PlayerUnknown?
Ooh, the race is on.
Well, Battlegrounds was not first in the Battle Royale genre either. I mean, the Battle Royale mod existed, but then games like Culling came out and everything else, and Battlegrounds just took over because they did it right. I don't know. I'll be interested to hope the zombie mode honestly doesn't take over the whole game.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I want it in there for variety.
A fun variant for sure. And it seems like a lot of the announcements that Bluehole has made around this title at E3 so far have been around variants like weather and things like that. So
and also all very responsive to the community. That's very impressive.
That was exactly how this announcement was made, saying responding to our community's outcry. Here are zombies.
Now, Bernie, I know that this just happened and you just ran in with it, but did they give anything about anything further in terms of details or timelines or anything, or is this just kind of like...
They said no ETA specifically on it, but other than that, no. This is just information from a tweet. I mean, this was that fast.
Wow.
Pardon me, sir. Can you tweet?
As long as you don't juke the tweet.
It jukes up, then jukes back down.
It's got to zoop up to the servers and then zoop down to your phone.
Exactly right.
Look, it's a technical term.
No, it's very technical.
Not a technical term.
It's going over my head, the amount of detail.
Good. I'm glad. Look, it's inside baseball.
Well, actually, thank you for allowing us to interrupt your interstitial here with that. I just wanted to get their live reaction.
I just want to talk about Battlegrounds.
Yeah,
we'll be here all day.
We're putting the entire show on hold. Sorry, you can't have Battlefront 2 now. This is just a Battlegrounds podcast.
Sorry. Welcome to our Battlegrounds fan podcast that lasts 3 days. But talking about these giant multiplayer battles, we do have the developers of Battlefront 2 out here.
Yes, which I'm really excited about. It seems like Battlefront 2 has done a lot. I know, obviously, when Battlefront came out, beautiful game.
Yes.
Played really, really well. There were some things that the community took issue with. They felt like there wasn't enough content in there. That was one of the major things. And honestly, props to the team. They have knocked it out of the park, I think, in the communication about Battlefront 2 so far, saying we've heard you. Which, as gamers, gamers who like to loudly share our thoughts on the internet. Everyone likes the acknowledgement that yes, we've heard your feedback.
Sure.
And then,
well, when you get a
more
tweet from John
importantly-
Boyega about something Star Wars related, you answer that tweet.
Yeah.
When John Boyega goes, "Hey man, I would really like to play a single player campaign in Battlefront. What's going on?" You go, "Oh shit, Finn noticed."
Then you spool up the whole team.
But this is awesome. I mean, so many things were revealed at EA Play that were unbelievable. Obviously, we got to see the assault on Theed. We know that we're going into all 3 eras. We got to see Crate, which is from The Last Jedi.
I forget sometimes that I'm speaking with the world's biggest Star Wars
Not the
nerd.
world's biggest Star Wars nerd.
And host of the Star Wars show.
I work with bigger Star Wars nerds. I'm actually low ranking within the Lucasfilm office, I think. It's my secret shame.
Well, among here, you're doing pretty good.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was an absolutely amazing event, and I think a lot of people, even after the press conference, have a lot of questions. We want some more nitty-gritty details. We know that we have different positions now. We know that we have officers. We know that we have different types of trooper. We know that we have all of these new vehicles. We know that we can be a battle droid, and I will only be a battle droid.
If you
I
can
will
be a
level up my battle droid all the way and murder you with a battle droid.
Yeah, if you can be a battle droid, always be a battle droid.
The last thing you will ever hear is Roger, Roger.
I'm interested. I want to hear more. As we get more into this as well about the campaign as well. I actually really like the perspective they want to take with this story because there are so many different perspectives and conflicting agendas. Obviously, everyone in the universe thinks they're the good guy.
Sure. I mean, this is something that Star Wars has been exploring more and more, right? Obviously, Rogue One was about hey, the rebels are not always super great. Claudia Gray had an amazing book called Lost Stars that's all about a love story, like a teenage love story, and one of them it joins the Empire, and one of them is part of the rebellion. These are things that we're seeing explored.
Do we perchance are they the Capulets and what are the other family?
Yes,
the Montagues and the Capulets.
It's very Romeo and
except
Juliet.
with stars.
Yes. So this is
so
something.
They really are star-crossed lovers.
Think about it.
Oh my God.
Think about it.
Mind blown.
So yeah, this is something that we're seeing a lot. Obviously, playing as the Empire is very cool. There was a moment I got to see the single-player campaign, and there was a moment in the room as we were seeing the demo that really made everybody realize what this game was about. We were walking through a corridor as Aiden from Inferno Squad, and we shot an adorable little Celestin, a little knee nub. We shot a knee nub, and we watched him die.
Why you do that?
And everybody in the room goes, "Oh, we really are the Empire. Oh, this is what it's like." I murdered a knee nub. He's over there. It's good now.
He's like, yeah. Also, I have to say one thing I really loved about the presentation was the the actress who's playing Aiden,
Janina Gavankar. Yeah.
when she's in character, I was like terrified and like a little bit like turned on, and like I was very conflicted about the whole thing.
I wasn't. I felt comfortable with all of those feelings. I assimilated them all.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting like my dark side to come out, but it did a little bit.
Always expect your dark side to come out.
Right. But then we end up with the Forza 7 trailer, which apparently has the same soundtrack as the 50 Shades Darker soundtrack. Dan was sharing that little tidbit with us.
You're saying the E3 2017 theme is repressed sexuality? Is that where we're going? That seems weird.
Look, I'm not saying it. I'm repressing it.
Okay. This is kind of a weird track that we're going on when we were talking about Battlefront.
Maybe we should get back on track.
We can talk more about your sexuality later, but right now let's check in on Battlefront 2.
What is happening over there?
A sexual awakening, Gus, but we're not talking about it right now.
We'll deal with that later.
A little off track.
So we got Matt Webster here with us.
Hello, how are
executive
you?
producer on the game and Criterion Games GM.
That's right.
Thank you so much for taking time to chat with us about a game that we're all obviously super excited about, some in different ways than others.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
So, I mean, my big question, so I watched all the presentation the other day. But by the way, whoever the actress that plays Aiden, she nailed it. She killed it, I thought.
Yeah, she was awesome.
With her presentation during the EA presser. So I was wondering, when you're showing this game off, what was the thought behind showing the Assault on Thieves as the map, like the episode 1 setting for the game?
Oh, because it's from that prequel era, and we haven't been there before with this Battlefront, and it's awesome, and I think that what amazes me, I'm a little bit older, obviously, but for many people, those movies were their first touch on Star Wars, and there's an awful lot of love for it. And I think I've admitted it before that I've got a particular man crush on Darth Maul, so it suits me.
I mean, if you're gonna have a man crush on somebody in that, might as well be Darth Maul, right?
Not necessarily human, but still.
Yeah.
No, it's he's got horns. What else?
Yes,
do you
he
need?
does.
Yeah, that's true.
He's great. You can hang your coat on him, whatever you need to do.
So, Battlefront's going to be set across, all 3 Star Wars eras.
Yeah.
We've been told. Is that going to carry over to campaign at all, or is that just on the multiplayer side of things?
We'll get into more details about the campaign as we get closer to launch, but it does bridge, it bridges that time span from the end of Return of the Jedi to The Force Awakens. So it covers a big span of time.
Okay, yeah, that's. I'm interested to see. I've been really intrigued by the thought of how does the Empire react to the second Death Star being destroyed. And
yeah, it's that for me is such an intriguing start point. What if that was a catastrophic moment as opposed to one where we go and party with Ewoks?
There was so much transitional material that has to happen there between that and where the new movie trilogies kind of picked up.
Yeah, there's a lot already. I thought what Lucas were doing is they were probably building up to the Force Awakens. There was actually quite a lot of content, graphic novels, Shattered Empire in particular, and that was a great thing that the team at Motive were working with the story group and exploring places to go. So you see the Sentinel droid in. Well, those people did that saw our campaign demo here, and that's sort of linking Shattered Empire and and Operation Cinder, and it's a great start kicking off for us, and a different perspective is really exciting.
Now, I got to play a little bit of it over at the EA Play event, and so the card system is back.
Yes.
And is that going to function more or less the same way as it did in Battlefront 1?
It's quite different, actually.
Okay.
We know players want to. I think players wanted more breadth, and that's kind of what the eras give us, but more depth. And so depth in particular in the blaster combat, sort of what we would call the core combat experience is. So shooting is retains that accessibility, but has a lot more depth. There's a lot more differences inside of the blaster types, and obviously we have our classes. But each of our troopers and our heroes and actually our starfighters are customizable. So players can, they have base abilities, and then they have modifiers to those abilities that players can customize with star cards. So there's a lot to collect.
Yeah. And so in this one, you have your basic classes of characters.
Yep.
4 basic classes?
Four classes. You have an assault class, which is probably, if we're looking at the sort of your sort of regular trooper class, and then we have our heavy, which is a little restricted mobility but tons of firepower, and then we have our specialist. It's sort of a longer range, medium to longer range class, and then the officer, which is more of a support class, and that's again bringing depth to the Battlefront, and the officer in particular is the one for me because I'm slowing down a little bit these days, so I'll be a little bit off the front line, and he's got things like the battle command ability where he can buff players within a range of him, so he can give them some assistance, and I think that's such a powerful difference for us in this game.
That's a great way to support people of different play styles, is to have different ways that you can support your team even if it's not on the front lines. Now, from those 4 basic classes, though, you can then unlock additional classes in-game.
No, the classes are fixed, but you can... Yeah, the actual base, those classes, the trooper classes are fixed, but you can then customize how their base abilities change. And the depth of those abilities, you can customize them with star cards.
I think what I was trying to aim at was, so how do you become Darth Maul, for example?
Oh, okay. Well, that has changed. So if you remember from the first game, you have the pickups. So that system has now changed. So the way it works, that all of your performance throughout the game. So whether you're scoring kills or or if you're contributing to the game, the particular game mode that you're playing, you're going to be earning battle points, and you bank those battle points, and then you can spend those battle points on the top end. The expensive is when you can come back in as a hero, or you can come in as a vehicle or a starfighter, or what we have is kind of these specials. So as we were hearing over there, the B2 battle droid, which is what we're showing on Naboo. The B2 battle droid or the clone jump trooper, and they are sort of like this. They sort of bridge the gap between troopers and specials, and it gets quite tactical choices there. So, am I going to hold on to my battle points and wait and really spend them for a hero, or am I going to take them now and maybe I can score faster when if I come in as a battle droid or a starfighter.
I really enjoyed how that system worked. I thought it felt really, really good when I was playing it over.
Yeah, it's fresh. I think, and it does bridge that gap. It's like we wanted people to feel. I mean, we have the heroes, but we want people to feel heroic as a trooper, and you have that depth. But also, as you get this progression up through to the sort of iconic heroes that you see. And so we have, Darth Maul and Boba Fett that we're showing, and Rey and Solo. So it's great to see how people are responding to that, and it changes the game, makes those sort of real sort of power fantasies much more accessible for players, for all players.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what happens when you take, like you're saying, all these characters from the different eras, and then having like your ultimate fantasy matchup. Like, oh, there's no way that Darth Maul would ever have been able to take on the Emperor. Like, oh well, let's find out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
let's get him on the floor and find out right now.
I was gonna say, so is there any more depth to that? Is there anything further you can talk about, like the merging of the characters from the different eras?
No. If that happens at a hero level. I mean, at a trooper level, I mean, that's the other thing we're talking about is breadth. Is the troopers are authentic to their era. So that's what you're going to see in the game, as you saw here. You've got the clone troopers and the droids, and then you have those class types. So you get to see the officers running around, and then when we progress through to the different eras, you get to see those change and adapt.
What was your biggest takeaway from Battlefront 1 that has led to this game becoming what it is?
There was a lot. I think the team, they did an amazing job in the first game. And for me as a fan, I think we were just seeing it down here on the monitor when you're seeing the Walker Assault, the Battle of Hoth, and you're like, oh, I am in Star Wars. So we had that moment, and then what we heard was a couple of things really. One was that people definitely wanted to play a Star Wars story, and people wanted more. They wanted I think as we distilled it down into breadth and depth, and so we have that. We also have. We're not showing it here. We're going to hold that off to Gamescom probably, where we get to show in depth the Starfighter gameplay. So we get to go to space, and those people who want those Starfighter fantasies, we've got that for them. There's some epic space combat coming. We have some co-op gameplay as well in Skirmish, and obviously we've got the campaign. So it's such a broad audience in Star Wars, and here we've got tons of different ways for players to play.
So I know that during the presser, y'all also announced that as part of the Season 1 DLC, Finn and Captain Phasma will be available for free for all players. Yeah. Is that because John Boyega tweeted at you guys? Does he have some kind of mystical pool to put himself into our game consoles?
Yeah, that was fantastic seeing that. I think just on that point, I think the one of the other learnings that we took was, that our audience is changing, and so we wanted to come up with a sort of post-launch service that was keeping players together and was again sort of in service to the themes of the different themes that Star Wars can give us. So we announced, what you're referring to there with the introduction of Finn and Captain Phasma is our first what we call season of our live service. And so seasons are probably going to be multiple weeks where it's not just about those new content drops, but it's also different ways in which we can engage with players and change the game up.
Yeah, and you can see right here we're running our live at E3 poll for what people are most excited about in Battlefront 2, and with an overwhelming 70% of the votes so far, campaign is up there. People are really curious to know.
That's awesome.
And you all have talked, and you said, I believe, that Iden Versio is, I don't know if I'm saying that last name correct. Versio is, going to be in the game, going to be one of the characters. It's also been said, I guess, apparently that Luke and Kylo Ren might be playable in campaign. Is there any further detail about that? Like, what are we able to get our hands on with that campaign?
Pretty much what we've spoken about already. It's an intriguing start point. It's a new perspective. We've got a new hero. This is an authentic story as well, and that was a fantastic thing that we get to introduce. We get to go to some new places and some familiar places, but much like with the movies, we want to keep some of those secrets close to our chests.
Yeah, I understand, but as fans, we're always curious. Like, what about this? What about that? We want to have all the answers. And unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to go to the EA Play event, so I'm once I get a little break here, hopefully I'm going to head down to the EA booth and try to get my hands on it as much as I can.
Great stuff.
So again, if anybody has any questions or wants to interact with us, you can tweet using hashtag YouTubeE3, or you can talk with us via YouTube chat, and we'll call you out and interact with you.
Now, one of the guys I work with is his favorite part of Battlefront 1 was actually the Starfighter combat. Has there been any enhancements to that you can tell us about?
Yeah, we've really overhauled it, and I think. It's such a fantasy for many players. The things that we remember from the movies are, the action sequences, the heroes, the humor, the sort of adventure. But it's for me anyway, those sort of epic space starfighter battles. And back at my home studio at Criterion, we feel like we're masters of game feel. So we really wanted to maintain a feeling of easy to pick up and play, but plenty of control depth for players to master, much as the team at DICE do with Blaster with Blaster combat. So that's been overhauled. And I think what you're seeing if you then, because the skills that you do there, they're also transferable. That's the same system that we run in the single player campaign, and it's the same system that we do for the air cover. So as you see the fighters in the starfighters are over the barrel of the assault on Thieves that we're showing. You can already we're seeing players doing some incredible things with the starfighters. So when we go into space combat, when we go into more depth on that, you'll see those epic moments that the huge capital ships that you're in and through and under. All of those moments that you want to recreate. That's what we're shooting for.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really appreciate. I think we're both huge Star Wars fans. We're super eager, obviously, to get more information. And I think we have another big Star Wars fan, Anthony.
got my name right.
And, the other guy's name was Albert. They both started with A, and I just turned and I said
excuses,
the wrong name. I'm sorry, man. I just got confused. I got the camera on me.
It's totally fine.
Did you want Matt over there to talk more, or did I hear something wrong?
I have some questions for Matt.
There you go.
Rapid fire. These are from Twitter. Are you ready?
Okay.
You can give as short an answer as you want. You can give whatever answer you want. Okay. More intense assault maps?
Oh yeah.
How much more intense?
200%.
200% is a lot.
Good answer.
That's a huge.
Well, actually, no. On that point, so the thing that we were talking about earlier about the Walker assault, it's those moments that really hooked with people. So, or that's why it's called Assault on Feed. It's we've taken that as our inspiration. It's that epic, epic battles in these locations. It's super exciting.
The stuff you were showing the other day, the 20 on 20 in Theed looked amazing. Qui-Gon Jinn, yes or no? Oh, the answer is a laugh. Cool.
Suggestive chuckle.
We should just read off a list of names.
Wait a minute, I'm feeling uncomfortable now.
There is a list of names. Mace Windu.
Are you just naming random
Ewan
Star Wars
McGregor.
characters
Ewan McGregor
here?
in this game. Fine.
I'm gonna practice my poker
What a
face.
poker face.
Galactic Conquest for multiplayer. Wow!
Ooh,
wow! We're getting iced out, Twitter. I'm doing everything I can. And then last one is more opportunities to play offline in addition to campaign.
Yes, there are. Yeah, so we've talked about Skirmish. So Skirmish is a single player and local co-op, a split screen, where we want to give players the opportunity to sit and couch play and play with their Star Wars toys, I suppose. So you can have some. We'll go into more detail another time, but actually, we just want that low-pressure environment. Where
you can go into more detail now if you want, though. We got time.
I think we're running out of time.
No, we got so much. I'm being told to stretch, stretch.
It's a fun. We know people want that. In particular, just a place where I can go and we talked about customization, so I can go and play with my star cards and try different trooper loadouts or some hero. Try the different things that I've collected from a hero. So there's more than the campaign. There's Skirmish, which is that place where we can go with a friend in local co-op or split screen or on your own, and play around with your troopers against AI.
Awesome. That is. We got one more, and it's Jar Jar Binks. That's it. That's the last question I have. Jar Jar Binks. Nothing.
Come on.
The guy's a stone. The guy is a stone.
Yeah.
we got a great question right now on our live at E3. Who would make a better Battlefront 2 hero, Anthony Carboni or Deathstick Sky from Episode 2?
Wow. No, they're right, though.
No.
Oh, my
You're
goodness.
taking it back.
It's Death Sticks. Oh, well, that's very kind of everybody, but I don't believe that's true.
Canonically, he went home to rethink his life.
He did go home to rethink his life. That is right. All right. So it's on you, buddy.
Okay. It's all on me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, then I'll tell you this. I, after hearing everything, am still just going to be a battle droid. That's it. I'm going to level up my battle droid. I want to be in a squad full of friends, and we're all battle droids, and we're level 40 battle droids, and it's just Roger, as we swoop through Theed and destroy everyone. Really looking forward to Battlefront 2. Remember that pre-orders are going to go up soon, and as pre-orders go up, you will be able to get into the beta. That's really exciting. We have so much coming up on the show today. Later on, we've got Battlefield 1 stuff. We've got the Housemarque guys with their new game. I am super excited about that. Coming up next, in just a moment, we have got Bethesda. Bethesda had an absolutely amazing show this year, Gus. Stereo Gus.
I have two mics. I took the mic you need.
You just gave the sound engineer the biggest migraine. Do you know which one you handed off?
Yeah, I handed off the correct one for right there. Yeah.
Bethesda Land. The whole theme, man. I was into it.
So I was hoping to see a little more. I will say.
Okay.
I was hoping to see a surprise or something that maybe we weren't expecting. I felt like maybe everything was a little telegraphed.
I think that's sort of a running theme, and I think that's sort of something that we sort of have to get used to on E3 cycles. Is 1 year is your big surprise year, and the next year is a regrouping. We're developing things. We're making things happen year. You know.
Yeah.
And obviously, we want those big surprise moments. But for me, it was less about the surprises and more about just like everything made me as gleeful as I wanted it to make me.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We weren't super surprised by anything. We knew this stuff was coming, but.
I will say, I heard that their booth is a recreation of that diner from the Wolfenstein trailer. So I'm dying to go check it out and see if there are strawberry milkshakes.
All day long.
I want a strawberry milkshake.
All day long, fear and strawberry milkshakes at the Bethesda booth.
I'm normally not a strawberry milkshake kind of guy, but it's in my head now.
But today you can be.
Yeah,
I like that. Obviously, so many wonderful things at the Bethesda booth. We want to talk to them about all of them. We got some people from Bethesda here to talk to us back on the couch.
What? I was just on the couch.
Yeah, well, you're not anymore. Now you're there, and we're here, and we're in the power. So
And we kept our mics too. So
I'm gonna go get a milkshake.
Don't get greedy.
All right, let us know how the milkshakes are. Welcome back to YouTube live at E3 with Rooster Teeth. We are joined by Machine Games, Jens Mathias and Jörg Gustafsson. You guys announced Wolfenstein 2. I gotta say that was one of the weirdest trailers I've ever seen. And we want to refresh your memory.
It was like 2 trailers.
Really quick on. Yeah, it was like this was an experience. For sure. So here's a quick refresher on what that trailer was. It's weird and awesome, and there's a lot I need to learn about this.
That's not us.
Nope, that's not it.
That's not it, guys. That's.
I mean, as much as I enjoy that. That looks more like it.
Yes, the most wunderbar soldier who ever lived now brings exciting battle action to the American territories. With an all-new collection of authentic regime forces and Elite Hans action sets. And introducing, straight from the headlines, the vile BJ Terror Billy Blazkowicz. A cold-blooded killer that must be stopped. Terror Billy is always sneaking, spying, or smashing. But with the help of Elite Hans and General Engel, you can bring this terrorist to justice. Why, you'll be a hero of the Empire in no time. Add Terror Billy to your collection today and bring glory to the home front with Elite Hans, the Empire's posable protector.
Monsters did this. Not monsters. Men.
All right, so first question: will I be able to buy the action figures?
Yeah, that's you can buy BJ Blazkowicz, which the Nazis have coined Terror Billy because he's like the most wanted terrorist in the world.
What I love about the beginning of that trailer is it completely reminds me of all the 80s like action figure commercials that you would see that include like the posing. There's hands in it. It's messy. It's fun.
But it also serves as a primer too for people who maybe didn't play New Order. It serves as a primer to know that this is an alternate history where the Nazis won World War II and now America is part of their territories.
Exactly.
Right. Which is why it doesn't look exactly the way we would expect.
No, it's all of it is sort of perverted from the Nazi perspective. It's all propaganda pieces, basically.
Yeah, now, does our toy Liesel do fire? Because that's the real question. I need to know if my toy breathes fire.
Yes, the Panzer breathes fire for sure.
But not the toy, though.
No, not the toy.
Unless you do it yourself, you could probably do some sort of...
Well, not the American version of the toy. We don't even get Kinder eggs in the U.S. They're too dangerous, apparently, for American children.
Oh, no, you definitely do some chemistry at home.
Build your own flamethrower kit.
Yeah.
There was another trailer too you guys had at the Bethesda Land showcase that also showed one of the characters. Were they dropping acid?
Just a little bit.
There's a little bit of a crazy lizard in there. So how is that going to play into the game?
Well, it's so we have these two timelines, something we established in the first game. You make a choice early on, and that will lead you into the timelines fork, and one character will be alive in one, and another one will be alive in the other. So that character is a character called Wyatt, and he is in this game embarking on a psychedelic journey.
And so when you are dealing with that sort of, you've already had branching paths, and now you have to account for those and build off of those in an entirely new game. Like, that's going to require a lot of additional work in terms of building the story and making sure everything makes sense. How do you guys tackle that?
Well, it was actually because we started it with the first game. So Jack and me, we were in my office, and we had this idea, and we were like, "Are we really going to do this? Because it's going to be very hard,
more work,
content-wise." But we just thought it was so cool, so we committed to it, and we're sticking with it.
Was there ever any talk about, there are some games that will take that will, you can have these branching paths that are then addressed in a later game, and there are other games that will decide that one of those choices was canon?
Yeah, when
they'll
they
disregard
figured
the
out
other
it was
one.
too much work.
Right, yeah, exactly.
We are stupid enough to continue.
Yeah.
Did you guys contemplate at any point deciding one of those was canon and the other one wasn't?
Not really. Not really, no. Like, it's too core to what we're doing, so.
We're just committed from the get-go. I like it. So how will the experience differ depending on what your choice was?
Well, there are some story differences similar to the first game. I mean, it's not like it's a completely different story or anything, but there's significant flavoring. There's also some gameplay stuff.
We have some pretty significant gameplay differences now as well, since we have a unique signature weapon for each character's timeline. So playing through the timeline with the connecting weapon will sure make a different, at least do some. It will be pretty different in the combat scenarios when you use that weapon.
Yeah.
And you spoke about it being a big debate with the development team of whether or not you wanted to go down this road with choices and branching storylines.
No, there was never really any debate. It was just me and Jarek
we decided it.
thinking really hard about it. Like, are we really going to do this?
Sitting quietly going,
But what motivated the choice? Was it more for a player to be immersed while going through the storyline, or was it more for replayability?
No, I mean, for replayability for sure. But also, I mean, when we started discussing it, it was more like you should have a different ending or something like that, to at least to give something new to players for a second playthrough. But then we thought, why not do it for the entire campaign? It's just that provides so much more interest in terms of story and gameplay as well.
Yeah, it's like a different ending for the whole game.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, it's it's really something. It's a lot of logistical problems with it too. Everything from recording the performance capture with different actors and so forth. But so it is a significant sort of development investment. But we're really happy we made it. We think it makes the game, it makes the player more able to affect what the game is doing.
Yeah. And you mentioned some of the differences in gameplay depending on which player you end up with, because they've got their signature weapons. Do we have like one that's going to specialize more in stealth, that kind of thing? Like so you'll get a significantly different experience if you play through a second time as the other character, like really approaching the challenges like from a completely different skill set?
In a way, but that depends if you use that weapon or not. But I mean, I'm pretty sure most players want to use it because they are super cool. But one weapon for the Fergus campaign is a weapon we call the Laser Kraftwerk, and that is battery-driven, more energy. And then for the Wyatt campaign that Jens talked about, Wyatt, then it's more diesel-driven and more towards fire and flames. So it's it's pretty different if you use those signature weapons a lot, and I think players will.
Yeah, if you look in the announced trailer, you can see both of them. Like if you're shooting some explosive stuff, that's the diesel Kraftwerk, and if you're lasering through doors or whatever, that's the Fergus campaign.
So they are not only good in using combat; they're also very good for progression.
Okay, so you may make your progression through a level, or through an obstacle. You may have to go around it, or you can cut through it depending on which character.
We have a number of abilities that gives the player a lot of freedom to tackle the levels in different ways.
And you're able to play with the setting of the game quite a bit because this is alternate history, and then you're able to go back to a certain point, change one detail, and then really build out an entirely new existence, like a new timeline. How
I
you get to play with a lot
wouldn't
of that.
call Nazis winning the war a detail
One, you
necessarily.
know, one
impactful.
tiny little detail, but it's it's changed the world, and then you build a new future
Right.
based off like this one domino falling
Right.
differently.
Yeah, and it's wonderful too. I mean, this game is a direct sequel from the first one. The first game, or this game, picks up immediately where the first game left off, and it's been wonderful to make a game, because for us this is our first full proper sequel. So to make a game that really builds upon all of the stuff we established in the first one, we can pay off in this game, and that's very cool. Like our main antagonist for this game, called Frau Engel, or she's a general now, she's been promoted, but her job now is basically just to hunt BJ Blazkowicz or Terror Billy. So that was also in the announced trailer. You could see her sort of flying air fortress type thing, the Ausmerzer, and she will hunt for you throughout the game.
I mean, she's got a cool fortress. I got to give her that.
It
Points
is
for the
very
fortress.
cool. Yeah. But yeah, so things like that, where you can establish a character over a long period of time, and then so when you come to the sequel, there's already sort of an awareness of what kind of unpleasant person this is.
And so with the first game, were there things that you had there, not maybe like some, not necessarily loose ends, but things that were like hints that were dropped in with the intention specifically of picking them up in this game?
Yeah, we always envisioned it as a trilogy, and so fingers crossed we get to do that.
Wolfenstein 3 confirmed.
And there you go.
No, it's more of, I guess it mostly depends on how this one does financially, but if it goes well, then I hope we get to do one more.
But it must have made the choice that you all made to have the players drive the story with the choices that they make. When you're looking ahead to a sequel, that makes that even more complicated.
Yeah,
as you
yeah.
go further, an
Oh,
iteration forward.
Yeah, and it's but it also leads to really cool ideas. I mean, ultimately, it is a very densely narrative single-player experience, and we think of it more as an action-adventure game than a straight shooter. But yeah, we love building stuff and dropping hints and then paying them off.
And it covers a lot of geography as well.
Oh,
It
yeah.
starts in Roswell, New Mexico, right? And then
It starts, so in the first game, you capture this nuclear Nazi submarine, the Eva's Hammer, biggest submarine in the world, and that in this game becomes the new Resistance hub. So you're able to use it to get to different locations, and the game actually starts there. So what we have as playable in hands-on is when BJ, he was severely injured at the end of the last game, and he wakes up in the sick bay of the Eva's Hammer, and the first level is like a wheelchair level where you're doing wheelchair combat, which was a cool thing to do. We thought. But, yeah. Maybe you want to talk more about the hub stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we one of the big things for us for this game is that we have a more of a proper hub this time, which the player returns to, and also that the player can return to after the main campaign is completed. So what we're doing now is that through the hub and a warm-up in the hub, we're allowing players to go back to something we call the districts. So all the locations you've been playing through in the main campaign, you can revisit those locations, and you can replay combat scenarios. You can find missed out collectibles. So it's a big thing for us to be able to fully complete the game 100% within the game, rather than to go back out into the main menu through a chapter browser or something like that. But now you can stay in the game and just continue to play for as long as you want. And that's something that we're really looking forward to see how players like it.
And so that's some of the locations. There's, as you said, Roswell, New Orleans, New York. So these are some of the locations. Or these are the ones that you're talking about right now. At least these are the ones with collectibles in them that you can continue to go back to.
Yeah, and of course you will also be able to go back to complete new side missions and to find spaces that you couldn't find in the main campaign.
Yeah, that's
so
one.
it just it expands the game for us a lot.
That's one thing too, is that throughout the game you're building alliances with other resistance groups. So over time, this submarine base that you have gets more and more populated by resistance people. So
So have you ever played You Must Build a Boat? Does the submarine get bigger as you start like adding more people to it?
I don't know if it can get any bigger.
Just like bolt extra bits onto the, you get like an extra room, here's a lounge.
No, there are a few things like that, but mostly it's pretty big from the get-go.
Well, I noticed in the trailer too, you also had Klansmen in there as well. Is that just? I mean, I couldn't imagine as unsympathetic an enemy as a Nazi, but you guys got close with the Klansmen. So.
Yeah.
I think that the shot is a very good example of what I'm talking about with the districts, because in the main campaign that's just more of a story moment, and you walk through it quietly. You can see
you're
how the
undercover.
US, you're undercover, so you can see how US looks then under the Nazi oppression. But then when you return to Roswell through the war map in the hub, then it's night. It's a lot of Nazi presence and it's full out combat there, which is super cool for us.
Okay, and then so as you're collecting things, as you're building these additional like relationships and getting extra stuff, how does spending time on those versus just racing through the campaign does it affect like the difficulty at all? Do these guys help you out later, or is this more of a thing that you want
on the
to
margin,
do?
but it's much more elective to the player. Like we're trying to make the world rich to explore, but we're not forcing that exploration. Like if you want to just play through the main campaign, you can do that for sure.
But of course, there are perks you can gain, there are abilities you can find to unlock and things like that. So you can, of course, your player can progress and become better and better.
Right. So if you want to just get through it, you've got your abilities, you have everything you need to get through the game. But if you decide to spend extra time, then you'll be able to, build out your repertoire, do extra bells and whistles. But you don't have to in order to make it.
Correct.
Okay, so you've talked about just like a couple of these locations so far. Do you have any particular favorites of the different ones between Roswell, New Orleans, New York?
Yeah, we always, when we start a project, we sit and we invite the whole team and we all brainstorm like what would be the coolest possible locations to go to, because we have the general theme of the game. We know the whole thinking is that you liberate America from the Nazi oppression, and then use that as a platform to liberate the rest of the world. But this game is all about that liberation of America, right? So knowing that, we bring everybody in, they pitch their ideas for various levels, and we sort of pick from that those suggestions, the absolute coolest levels that we think would work the best, and that is what we then create the story around.
Okay, are there any that you would have liked to do but just didn't end up like working out from you couldn't think of like what you would put in that location sort of standpoint?
No,
not really. I mean, we're always good to stick into our plan.
Yeah.
Because we really don't have bandwidth to do any more anyway.
Right.
But
so we spend a lot of time early on making what we think are good decisions, and then we stick to those decisions. We don't mess around later on.
And it was there ideas where it's like, okay, we'll just put that in the acid trip sequence. That's we'll just save that idea for that.
Well, that one's a bit weird. It goes over here.
No, I think
I think it's a great trailer or a showcase at a press conference when Pete Hines comes back out and just goes, I told you. I told you this was going to be bizarre. I don't think that's exactly the words that he used, but it was cool to see Pete Hines have a moment.
I'm actually hoping we get a spin-off starring Liesl at some point. Just saying, maybe like campaign DLC. Just putting that out there, like putting that in your ear, because so far Liesl seems really extra super rad.
We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You heard it here first. Confirmed.
Yeah. I just want to say congrats, too, because Bethesda a few years ago, when they had their first ever press conference, was just one of the best press conferences in the history of E3. And so that press conference in particular has such high expectations from the audience. And
it's the gold standard.
Yeah, and you guys came in this year, and you guys were one of the tentpoles for the Bethesda conference this year. And I know everybody's been talking about Wolfenstein, looking forward to it.
So you're saying this one was better?
What, the press conference? Yes. I think you guys did great.
Thank you.
It's really, I know it is like you said, a gold standard. It's tough to live up to, but you guys were definitely one of the stars of the conference. I came away from it, everything you guys brought with the Liesl trailer, the action figures, and then the game itself. The sequence in the diner is amazing, and your booth on the floor that I've seen is incredible. You actually built the diner.
Yeah.
Everyone is asking, are there actually milkshakes? This
Yes.
is the big
There are?
question.
Yes, there
You
are
can go
strawberry
there and
milkshakes
get
in
a
there.
strawberry milkshake.
Get there
after you-
fast.
after you play.
Okay, I'll be right over.
It was funny because because of course we built the diner for the game, so we have the 3D models for it. So
Oh, is this 3D printed?
well, more or less, like they took all of the. No, I'm sure they have CNC machines and whatnot. So I don't know, but they took the measurements and from our actual 3D model and sort of recreated it here.
Was that surreal for you to see?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like
to be in the physical
cool,
space.
yeah, because you're sitting there with concept art and you never even think about this will be something other than digital, right? And then you see it come to life in the real world. That's super cool.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have anybody cosplaying. It's a tough franchise to cosplay from.
not if
BJ
you-
Blazkowicz maybe. I actually saw they were selling, or I don't know if it was. It looked like they were selling the jacket, his yellow and black leather jacket. Is that for sale?
Yes, it is. You can,
Really?
You can pre-order it at the Bethesda store at the moment.
Okay.
It's super cool.
Yeah, that's really
Styling.
cool. Yeah.
But to focus on the game for just one more moment, I had a quick question about some of the different elements in addition to. So you touched on this a little bit earlier, which was that a lot of people think of Wolfenstein as a shooter, but you think of it more as an action adventure game
Yeah.
because there's more to it than just shooting stuff.
Right.
And like what some of the elements are that people can expect to spend a lot of time doing in this game.
Well, I mean, we invest really heavily in our story, so it's more along the lines of an Uncharted or Last of Us or a game like that has a lot of significant storytelling, but then we spend a huge amount of time integrating the storytelling and the gameplay. So we're really trying not to cause a situation where the story and the gameplay are sort of fighting each other. But at this point, we worked together for 19 years, so we're pretty good at how to integrate that stuff.
And also, when you are in control, when you are in gameplay, it's all about that through the gun experience. We do focus a lot on the combat and that over-the-top crazy combat, which Wolfenstein is to us, and
Right.
we love.
Well, thank you guys so much. It was an awesome reveal. Super excited about when the first game came out. I think it really wowed a lot of people. It really brought Wolfenstein back into the forefront of people's minds. It was a wonderful game. This one, it looks fantastic so far. Can't wait to play it and also get some milkshakes. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
really good to be able to show and talk about the game. Finally, it's,
Yeah, I imagine it's got it's relief after you've been working on it so long for people to be able to see it finally.
Yeah,
and
we're
it's by far the best work we've done as well. So we
Yeah.
really look forward to hear what people think about it.
It feels like for us, it's every game we do, we feel like we're getting better at it. So I think this one will be the best one yet.
Well, given how good the last one is, no pressure, but some pressure. All right, thank you guys so much. We're going to check in with Anthony and Mika, and then we'll be back with more. We're going to be talking about Evil Within 2.
Mika Burton, do you know how you can tell somebody knows that they dropped the best trailer at E3?
How can I tell, Anthony?
They show up in shorts and flip-flops. Dude sits down and he's like, oh no, I know that the Wolfenstein trailer was good.
It's true. Those are some sweet flip-flops.
I don't have to
love
impress
them.
anybody anymore. That's what happened.
But I gotta say, I had those milkshakes.
Yeah.
It's awesome. They actually added some little sprinkles on top. There's a shaker with rainbow sprinkles. So does it get better now?
5 out of 7 milkshakes.
5 out of 7.
5 out of 7
What a-
milkshakes. Wood
Oh,
milkshake. Wow.
No, I had a Nazi milkshake.
Suddenly everything has changed. You got to play the demo on the floor. You
I
have played
did.
the
I have
wheelchair
played it.
combat.
I have played the wheelchair combat.
Tell me all about it.
So it's really it's funny to see yourself kind of struggle busting along. Like one arm is wheelchair and the one arm has a huge machine gun.
Yeah.
So it was definitely interesting. I was like, why am I moving slow? And then I looked down. I was like, I'm in a wheelchair. This is interesting.
That is
How's that
crazy.
going to work?
That
But
is an insane moment.
from what I've seen, I'm in for Wolfenstein.
Oh,
so,
for sure.
absolutely.
Although I will say #justice for Liesel. I do want that full-on Liesel campaign. I do want the Liesel DLC.
Are we starting this this hashtag
yeah,
justice for
please,
Liesel?
everybody
Everybody out
#justice for
there,
Liesel.
If you feel compelled, if you love your fire-breathing robots, you can make your donation to #justice for Liesel.
If you care about America,
if you want to see those Nazis lose,
Bethesda obviously had so many more wonderful things. One of the trailers that dropped and kind of surprised me was Evil Within 2.
Yes. I was just as confused by the trailer as I was the original game, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, Spooky Duran Duran, the video game.
Yes, exactly. It was just two spoops.
Too spooky,
spoops.
too Duran.
I love That's a new hashtag. Hashtag too spooky, hashtag too Duran.
There are 18 discrete hashtags just for Bethesda that we need you to use when you're tweeting at us.
Absolutely.
But do remember that while you are tweeting at us, and you are tweeting hashtag Justice for Liesel, use the hashtag YouTube E3 for any questions, comments, anything you want us to ask the developers and the people that come by here on the stage. To talk more about The Evil Within 2 right now, we've got Pete Hines from Bethesda with us.
I cannot wait. Let's pop on over there.
Let's pop right on over. Hi, guys. Hey, Pete.
Hi.
Studio.
Dude, Pete, I'm so happy you could come by. Pete is one of like the first people I knew in the industry and one who put up with my shit. Like, do you remember when we met?
Not anymore, by the way.
I
I
do.
used to put up with it.
No, now it's
like 3-4 years ago.
Now
I'm
this is
totally
all
over it now. Yeah.
I spent like 2 hours complaining to him about how hard it was for me to try and make a hot chick in Oblivion.
In Oblivion, right?
Which I think eventually you might have kind of sort of got a little close. It's not easy though.
No, it was a lot of
hard edges.
A lot of hard work, but
we were saving hot
committed.
characters for Skyrim. That was where we wanted to roll out.
So you guys, a few years ago, I came by Ruth and I saw Evil Within, scared the crap out of me.
Yep.
And you decided to go ahead and just do it again with Evil Within 2, which is it looks weird, it looks crazy. Apparently we're calling it Duran Duran.
I love that song, and when they were first sort of coming up with how they wanted to present the world and so forth, they used a version of that song. And they're like, oh, well, we're not sure we can get the rights for it. I was like, I don't care. We'll cover it ourselves. We'll
we'll make
using.
It happen.
So the little girl singing Perfect Ordinary World, like I think it's fantastic. And it kind of helps set the tone of what that game is about, which is unsettling. The little girl is kind of a little nod to Sebastian's daughter, which is a big part of the story, him going back to find his daughter. I think it works on a lot of levels. I thought it did a great job of kind of setting up what Shinji and team are bringing.
Yeah, which is great. So how direct is this? Like, how direct is this?
It takes place after the events of the first game. Sebastian's life has
pretty sequelish.
Yeah, his life has completely fallen apart since the events of the first game. Nobody really believes him and what he says happened at the asylum. He's sort of lost everything. His daughter had previously died. His marriage has fallen apart. He's become an alcoholic and just sort of dropped into ruin. And into his life comes back Kidman, who you remember from the first game was his partner, who says, hey, I know you think your daughter is dead, but she's still alive, and I need you to go get her. I need you to go save her, and here's how. And he ends up getting pulled back into this sort of nightmarish world to try and find his daughter, who is being used by Mobius, this nefarious corporation, as kind of the person whose consciousness drives this alternate universe, this other world. And that's the setting for The Evil Within 2. It's about a man trying to piece his life back together and get his daughter back, who he thought was gone, and sort of move on with life from the literal rock bottom that you find him in at the start of the game.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about The Evil Within and now Evil Within 2 as well is it does take the genre back to its roots.
Yeah, it's definitely more pure survival horror in terms of you are not going to be loaded for bear with lots of ammo and guns and resources. You can try and shoot your way out of certain situations. It is technically feasible, but it's not a shooter. You aren't wearing big bandoleros of ammo and grenades that you're wiping out stuff. It's going to be up to the player to decide how to sort of survive and use their resources to deal with every situation. We're doing a lot more now with sort of exploration and side missions to allow the player to decide when they want to try and gather some more resources. I'm low on health, or I'm low on ammo. I need to kind of restock, and I'm going to go do more side stuff, or no, I'm going to bang through and stick to the main quest. But there's more sort of side content and things to do in various parts of the game, whereas last time it was a lot more linear, kind of A to B, B to C. It's one of the aspects I think that Shinji wanted to try this time around to open the game up a little bit to players.
Yeah, so you can go directly through it if you're skilled and if you're careful, but
right, depending on how you play. If you're saving your resources by playing maybe more stealthy and not really engaging in much combat, which is is difficult, but doable. That's certainly an option if you just, if you screw up and try and stealth kill somebody and that goes pear-shaped and suddenly you're getting mobbed by bad guys and you have to use up all your ammo, you're going to be more inclined to try some of the side stuff simply to kind of restock and resupply. Like, holy crap, that was intense. I almost died. I used up everything. Like, I'm going to need to go maybe help this person out to go get some reward or some extra resources to get back to where I feel like I can stay alive longer.
And, we were watching the trailers from our studio, and something I've always wondered about the horror genre in particular is, your developers, they're always working to, make a game fresh. Horror is something that people had come in with certain expectations, but there's also people who just don't play horror games because they can't. So is finding new players difficult? She's laughing because I was watching her and Mika and Gus shrink into the couch as the trailer went on, and it's how do you convince new players to get into the horror genre?
It's a good question. So it is a game that we have found in kind of playtesting and doing some stuff internally that people who don't normally associate themselves with liking survival horror have enjoyed the game because of the narrative and the action and sort of the variety of gameplay. But if you don't like being scared at all, well, then you're in a lot of trouble. Because the game is very scary. And I don't think there's anything, nor in good conscience would I even try to convince you should try it because you're going to get scared. It is not a friendly, happy place. There are grotesque, horrifying monsters that you come across and lots of jump scares, and just that sort of, the trick in any game is obviously always to sort of play with the intensity and the experience of a player. You can't just turn the volume to 10 and leave it at 10 all the time, whether it's Doom or Evil Within, whatever, because at some point the player becomes desensitized to it, right? Just, if you never give them a breath, then the jump scares or those moments don't matter anymore because it's just nothing but that. So the trick is to sort of give them places where it's a little bit of downtime and they're exploring or maybe finding out a little bit more about the story or some of the characters they're coming across or the bad guys that they're facing, and then hitting them and ratcheting it back up and sort of finding that roller coaster. And so players who enjoy that variety of experience and the narration leading into some action and sort of some intensity and then some downtime, I think there is something to like in Evil Within 2, even if you're not normally a traditional survival horror. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to be doing over the coming months is giving folks more of a sense of those things, because you might not be into that kind of game, but you might be into this particular game.
Well, and there's also, even in the down moments, it does seem like there's there's just like a quiet menace that's run through like everything I've seen before, like even stuff that's not jump scary, like the milk world or whatever that was.
The ooze, yes.
The ooze. There's just like these, they're not like traditional like jump out at you.
There's a lot in the world that's very off-putting at the very least, right? Even sort of walking into rooms and going in through a door, and then a sound plays and you turn around and the door that was there isn't there anymore. Like, that's not necessarily scary. It doesn't. You're not terrified when you don't see the door anymore, but you're like, okay, what the hell is going on, and what have I gotten myself into, and how am I going to get through this? And, running away and not fighting can be a really intense, thrilling experience, just trying to figure out how to survive and get away from this thing that's killing you, as opposed to like, oh, well, if I shoot it in the right spot enough times, then it'll drop and I can kill it. There's any number of times in the game where the smart thing to do, much like in the first game, is no, you should just run for your life.
Run away. That's my favorite strategy.
Well, I think it's great because, the horror genre for cinema has been around as long as movies have been around. And it's really cool to see what you can do in an interactive environment that you just wouldn't be able to do even in cinema, where, depending on where a player looks, you can change the environment around them and those kinds of things.
Sure, and there's something to be said for that. The classic line and people watching any kind of horror thing is like, don't go in that room. Like, what are you doing? Like, well, when you're the person controlling it, like, you're going to decide whether it's worth it to go in that room because you're looking for something or trying to accomplish it, or to listen to that voice in your head that says, I really shouldn't go in there, and I'm going to go do something else. It is in the player's control to decide how and when and what they're going to do as they move through the world.
I think more than any other genre, I don't think I've ever had the experience in another kind of video game where I'll see something like a long hallway that ends at a door, and I'll just go, nope, and I'll just go the other way. There's got to be something else for me to do right now. Yes. I'm not walking down that hallway.
Like something else got really urgent. So you mentioned a little bit earlier that you added there's more of like side things to do that you can your resource collection, that sort of thing, as opposed to being as I guess linear as the first experience was. So what other kinds of changes have you made to the formula of Evil Within?
Well, one of them for sure is the character and story aspect of it. You know, in the first game, Sebastian is a detective who gets called to this location and finds horrifying things and is basically trying to sort of solve the mystery of what's happening. But there's not really I think it's safe to say, I don't think Shinji would get mad at me for saying that Sebastian isn't a particularly sympathetic character when you meet him in the first Evil Within. He's kind of an a-hole, like he's abrasive, and he's not really something that you somebody you connect with and say like, oh, I get what this guy is about and what his motivations are. This time around, you see him and you can kind of sympathize with sort of where he's fallen to and why, and then the sort of this redemption story of being able to find his daughter who he thought was dead and get her back and use that as kind of the piece to start rebuilding his life is a much more kind of approachable, understandable, more easy to connect with character than we had in the first one. So that was a big thing for us, is spending more time on the character and story, looking at some of the things we did with the DLC for the Evil Within that were really well received with Kidman's story and bringing some of those learnings to Evil Within 2. Another one is this idea of exploration, having actual side missions, having the opportunity to go off and explore other parts of the world, and not just for like, well, I didn't have any resources and now I have even less because I did this side thing. Like that's one of my biggest frustrations in games is I'm already low on resources and you're telling me to get more, I have to go somewhere where I'm not even able to because I don't have any resources. Like, why did you just send me somewhere where it uses up the last ones that I had? I could have just kept playing the main story. You know, this gives you more of the opportunity to try and explore some of those other areas to kind of get yourself back to a reasonable state.
You start running those ammo economics in your head, like, I just netted 4 bullets for, an hour of work.
Yeah. And then the final one is the sort of world changing around you, this kind of world warping that takes place in this alternate reality. And it's something
like the disappearing doors.
Yeah, but much more dramatic than that. Like literally chunks of the world, sections of the world moving, evolving, changing around you, and just playing on that idea of like nothing is really what it seems. And as you're moving through this world, it's all kind of changing and warping around you as you explore through, and the effect that has both on gameplay as well as kind of your general mentality and sort of stability of, oh, I got this. I know what's going on. I'm here. I need to get to there. Never really turns out to work quite that way.
So, and if someone's new to the franchise, they didn't play the first game, would you recommend they go back, play the first game, or just jump straight in?
Not necessary. I mean, much like with Jens and Jörg, you guys were just talking about Wolfenstein. You don't have to have played the New Order to understand what's going on in the new Colossus. It's something... having worked on the Elder Scrolls with Bethesda Game Studios for a long time, was always really important to that team in terms of you don't have to have played any of the original ones to know what's going on in this game. But if you have context, you understand better, like, well, who is Kidman? What took place in the first game that kind of affects the relationship and the attitude that Sebastian has towards her. You kind of get it when you play the game, but you understand the context for it a lot more if you played the first one, but certainly not a requirement or a must. You can jump into this one and understand exactly sort of who is that guy, what's going on, what's happening, where am I going? I mean, as much as we allow you to in a survival horror game, but you don't have to have played the first one.
Is there any chance of us getting the story so far told in 80s action figure characters?
I think we probably played that card out with Wolfenstein, so we'll probably have to do something else with Evil Within.
I've seen it before.
Yeah. But we are going to be talking more not only about Sebastian, but some of the other characters. You see, one of the enemies or characters you'll come up against, Stefano, a little bit in the footage that we released for E3. He's this sort of creepy, insane artist who enjoys the beauty and art of death and killing, and has a sidekick creature, monster thing called Obscura, who's this living, moving camera that kind of skitters around and captures his moments of brutality and death. And so characters like that are also kind of a big part of not just like it's a crazy, disgusting looking monster, but like adding some more context to who they are and what they're about, and kind of expanding what it means to come up against a bad guy or an enemy. In Evil Within 2, I think is going to be an evolution above what you saw in the first game.
Okay. And what else do people need to know about this game? Where can they find out more?
Well, obviously, in the coming days, weeks, and months, we're going to be talking a lot more about it. We're doing some panels over in our booth during the show today and tomorrow and all during the show, and we're going to have some more content going up on Bethesda.net. Always a good place to go, where we're going to be putting up new gameplay and talking more about character and story and features and what folks can expect from The Evil Within 2.
Awesome. Well, and as it happens, if you're using a live at E3.com, we asked you a little bit earlier what booths you want to see intrepid field reporter Mika Burton tackle, and one of those you said you wanted to see the Bethesda booth. So we're actually going to send someone around to just take a quick peek at the booth and share what that all looks like, hopefully with milkshakes.
Strawberry milkshakes?
I would do, I don't know what the right order is there. Do you drink the milkshake and then do the Evil Within experience and hope that it stays down?
You might need to
Or
recover.
do you see that first and then try and stomach the milkshake afterward? Like, it's iffy either way, right? It's
I don't
not.
think I want to go to the Evil Within
it's
with a
risky.
sugar high and a full stomach. I think I just want to come out.
You're rolling the
recenter.
dice either way.
Yeah.
All right, let us know if you're excited for Evil Within using the hashtag on Twitter of YouTube E3 or RTE3, and we're going to check in with Goose over on the other set, and we'll be back with more soon.
Take it away, Goose.
Goose.
The other set. I'm here all alone. They trusted me. One microphone, though. They took away my other microphone, so I got to hold it down all by myself. Oh, do I get the other one? The sound guy is cursing at you. I've got 2 microphones again now. There's a third one I can get. Hold on. Got it. Okay. E3 microphones. All the microphones. My voice is that important. Well, what I am here to talk about is actually that important. I think I got those all in the correct order. So we're talking about E3 Trailer Battle. YouTube once again having their annual E3 Trailer Battle, where you watch your trailers for the biggest games and vote on who brought their best A game to E3. You can find all the trailers and vote on them at youtube.com/E3. We're going to kick it off with Shadow of War and see what they've got to show. So let's check out that trailer.
How much are you willing to sacrifice? To suffer?
I have given up everything.
Not everything.
My lord, we have located the new ring. Send the Nazgûl, all of them.
I know what you fear, Tony. The ring can enslave the minds of men. We must hold to our purpose, no matter what the cost.
I will not let them be slaughtered like my brothers at the Black Gate.
We need to build our army.
This is just a beginning.
Sauron will not stop until all Middle-earth is dominated.
We do not serve the Dark Lord! We will take this land for our own! You fight for Mordor! You fight for the Bright Lord!
What new devilry is this?
I come for you, Count Gondor.
Try not to kill him too quickly.
New ring.
Our ring is not marred with his shadow. It is perfect.
I struck down men corrupted by these rings. Do not become one of them.
When the time comes, I will do what is needed. Submit to your destiny.
Go to your master! And give him this message! I come for him!
Very excited for Tony Hawk's Orc Murderer 2.
I love that description
That's
of it.
that's how I felt about the original Shadow of Mordor. It's just like, how many orc combos can I get and kill? It's going to be amazing. Another thing that's going to be amazing, Need for Speed Payback looks so
Absolutely.
wonderful. We've got Will Ho, the
How you
creative
doing?
director on Payback. Welcome, sir.
So good to be here. Thanks for having me here.
Need for Speed games are straight up bananas these days.
So many explosions.
So many bananas.
Just straight up bananas.
Nothing but bananas.
I feel like I blinked and I watched I blinked and I woke up, and every time I blinked and I wake up and there's a new Need for Speed, everything is just bigger and more action movie and more over the top.
But isn't that what we want? We just want more action movie and want more explosions.
Yeah,
So
who doesn't
thank
love
you.
action movies? And who wouldn't want to play an action movie fantasy, right? You can be the movie hero in Need for Speed Payback. We've all got the core Need for Speed racing. We've got the cars, the customization. We got cop chases, and we've got great stunts and gorgeous environments. But now we're wrapping that entire thing in an action movie fantasy.
So what does that mean? How does that change things for the player?
Yeah, so in addition to just racing and drifting, which is still cool, right? We've got 3 characters who are sort of starting off in the bottom rung of a new city called Silver Rock, right? And then they're trying to claw their way through the street leagues, but then there's the house. These evil guys, these bad dudes who basically control all the casinos, all the cartels, all the cops even, right? To really clamp down the street racing scene and control all the races. Right, when all the races are fixed, well, that's not cool to our heroes, right? They're about the pure racing, they're about the competition.
The corruption of the police and the government and everything is totally cool with them, but when you touch street racing,
Oh, absolutely.
Oh no,
not.
you
Fixed
cannot
races is where
touch
the
street
line
racing.
do not
is
screw with street
drawn.
racing.
So we
Right?
can see some kind of, good versus evil, some
Yeah,
ultimate
yeah.
showdowns.
Yeah, because in the best action movies, right, you can have clear good guys try and take down the clear bad guys, right? And especially when the bad guys, the house, they do something pretty bad to our crew, Tyler, Jess, and Mac, at the start of the story, right? And then that's why they have to get revenge, and hence payback.
I love it.
And there's the title.
I spoiled it. Oh, my
no.
Wow, it's already been ruined for us. No, this looks absolutely beautiful. Obviously,
Whoa.
that is amazing. This action movie sort of DNA that was kind of thrown into the Need for Speed series with Criterion coming on board, obviously, way back, and that burnout pedigree.
Yeah, people have
is in
always
there.
loved car crashes, though,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you think of all the great action movie scenes, the car chases, cop chases, right? They all have incredible stunts and incredible crashes, right? We've studied what makes them great, and done the slow mo. The damage is amazing, parts flying off, the sound treatment around it. It's all meant to reward you doing heroic things.
And I love that we have this action movie mission right here where we have to pull up alongside this truck.
That's a classic
that's right.
action movie move. I love small cars versus big trucks. I feel like that's something
sort
you
of
always
David
gotta
versus
see.
Goliath,
Exactly,
right? Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It goes all the way back to ancient
Little
times.
guys versus the big guys.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
There it is.
She made
awesome.
it. I always fear she's not going to make it one of these times. But this is the payoff, right? For you, having driven fast, right? Using your street racing skills to, chase down rivals, battle and jostle with them, and then get to that goal on time. And then
Did that guy just get out of the exploding truck
then we
and drive
switched
away?
from Tyler to Jess, who hijacked that truck and stole that $2 million hypercar off the back of a moving 18-wheeler.
And this game looks gorgeous, by the way. Just the dust effects and the slow-mo.
Yeah,
and
we really
just-
wanted to make it hot and to make you feel thirsty just playing the game.
I feel it. I'm thirsty right now.
So let's talk about these action movie moments and how they may change up some of the things that the Need for Speed series is known for. I mean, obviously, we're looking at things like customizing our ride. We're looking at things like customizing our equipment and everything.
Yeah.
What happens when we pull off these big action movies? Do we now have a $2 million supercar?
Yeah, so some of these cars that you jack are going to be yours. Some of them are, you're just doing as a job. But, at the core of Need for Speed is acquiring the rides that you want, right? And that your rides are going to be different from yours, Anthony, right? And then how you customize them, right? How you choose your own parts, make your own wraps, share them with the world. How which upgrades you choose to put in these cars to win the races, right? To accomplish the missions. That's entirely up to you.
So what you're saying is my bright pink $2 million car will be better than your boring, probably gray $2 million car.
Actually, in Forza 3, I'm all Hello Kitty wrap all the time. So you might be surprised by my
It'll be an
customizations.
intra-squad battle between pink supercars.
So we're looking at campaign and we're looking at multiplayer. Now,
That's right.
This action movie narrative wrapper, I would imagine, mostly pertains to the campaign.
That's right. Yeah, there's a single-player campaign that is playable offline, but it's way better when you connect with friends because every single race, every single mission, every single open-world activity that you find, they all have leaderboards, right? And through Autolog, the more you replay the world, the more you replay the story, the more competition you're going to have with your friends.
That sounds fun.
That's great. And can you talk to us about some of the other multiplayer details that we're going to have, multiplayer modes? Anything you can reveal right now?
So in addition to trying to beat your friends on all the leaderboards all over the world of Fortune Valley, there's also speedless, which is like you just partying up with friends or being match made with people of similar skill around the world, and just playing event after event after event and scoring points and trying building these rivalries, right? That you're one-upping each other, and then through hour 1, through hour 2, through hour 10. Through competition, you're kind of making friends, right? Because you're making friends out of enemies, like frenemies.
Right. Yeah. The autolog system is so wonderful because it's just this constant loop that I really love. It's this that you guys really nail this feeling of every time I do something in the game that I feel like is cool or is worthwhile, you have a reward set up for it, and that's something I've always loved.
You're ruining someone else's day by posting that time, and then they're going to try to ruin your day, and then you go back again, right? It's endless.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, in addition to Autolog, if we're talking about the campaign setting, are there any other sort of online or cooperative elements? Will my friends playing Need for Speed Payback in their campaign affect my campaign at all?
Not at all, because we've really listened to our fans. In the last Need for Speed, it was always online, right? And what we've found out was that people actually didn't want to be affected by other players that much, right? And that's really constructive feedback for us. So that's why we made a completely separate single-player campaign. You're going through the progression yourself. You're building your RUDs. You're going wherever you want in the open world with maximum freedom. But then when you want to compete with friends, when you want to team up with friends, you go deliberately online to multiplayer.
So talking about that community feedback and input, leading you to create the campaign, what other sort of community feedback did you get from the last Need for Speed where you were like, oh, yes, of course, we have to add that, we have to do that?
Our fans have always gone crazy about car customization, right? And there are millions and millions of unique rides that people, built and shared online, and they always want more. Right? So we've added more parts. We've added more body kits that you can mix and match. There are more combinations than ever to customize your cars. We've still got the wrap editor, so you can make your livery exactly the way you want it with the paint you want. And then we've added 5 different car classes so that you're tailoring cars to particular car classes. So you can have, a car that's, full-on race, another one that's a dragster, another one that's a drift car, another one's off-road, because we've got off-roading in Need for Speed for the first time.
Nice.
Yeah,
awesome.
and all of these car classes have unique parts and unique things that identify them as these different car classes. So, there's more reasons to customize and more ways to use your cars than ever before.
Would you say that these customizations are mostly cosmetic, or is it also performance? Is it a mix of both?
Yeah, it's cosmetic and it's performance.
Awesome.
And we've got a new upgrade system for performance upgrades where you're not just buying the most expensive part. It's not that interesting, right? A lot of our fans really want that strategy and that choice to choose what loadout of parts to put on their car to win a particular race or to complete a particular mission. Right? And so there's a lot of
so it's more systemic this time.
That's
around.
right. There's a lot of depth, right? And we hope to show that to you. And I can talk about it all I want, but really, when we show it to our players, they're just gonna go nuts over the system.
I want to talk about the off-roading. I want to talk about some of these different terrains and different things that you're adding. How is it all going to work? What did you add to the off-roading? What did you want it to feel like?
We built, the most diverse open world in Need for Speed history. Right? It's got mountains, it's got canyons, it's got, the city that's, both glamorous in the casino districts, but also gritty in terms of like industrial areas and construction sites. And then in the middle is this giant desert. Right? And you can always peel off the highway and drive, across this desert. You're bombing over dunes. You're, collecting parts. You're finding events out there. And what we really want is to give players that sense that, they're not hemmed in anymore. They're not just bound to the road. Right? They can go pretty much where they want. We have a mantra that if you can see it in the world, you can go to it. So you can be at the bottom of a canyon at the river bed, and then you're looking up at the canyons, which are really high up. And you'll see a bridge up there, and you go, how do I get there? It's a problem for you to solve, right?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
So it's a lot about discovery in this open world.
Totally, yeah. So, try and find, the collectibles, try and find other, side missions, roaming racers in this open world, activities that you can post top scores on, plus the sheer beauty of this world. It's absolutely gorgeous because we've got, on top of the diversity, we've got a 24-hour time of day cycle for the first time in Need for Speed. So no matter where you go in Fortune Valley, you're going to see a different site. You're going to see a different moment that you're just going to capture and share with your friends.
It's beautiful. I've always loved the city as playground, the roadways as playground that you guys have put into the game.
talking about the campaign a little bit more.
Mhm.
Multiple characters. We're on this crew, right? We just saw point of views change and things like that. Are we selecting these characters? Are we changing through them at different plot points?
Yeah, that's right. So Tyler, Mac, and Jess, they each have their own quest lines. They each have their own driving styles. They each have their own skill sets that they bring to their own events. But then, at the end of each chapter of the game, there's a big blockbuster mission, right? And the highway heist that you've seen is one of those where our crew, they come together, they combine their skills. They, in action movie sequences, they've got their plan, but the plan always goes sideways. So they have to talk, they have to improvise, they got to figure out how they can get this done, right? And so you're going to experience these missions from different points of view, right? One character after another, using 3 different characters, 3 different vehicles, and finally overcoming the odds to bring down the house.
And is that something where I pick Tyler and I go through Tyler's quest line?
That's right. Yeah, you can switch to Tyler. Then
Okay.
on the map, boom, you've got races, right? If you want to do some action missions, transporting VIPs and packages to safety, switch to Jess. If you want to do some drifting and some off-road, you switch to Mac.
That's interesting.
So every character has a different experience.
That's right,
And every
yeah.
character has different qualities depending on what you feel that
and they
day.
have their
That's
own
awesome.
personalities, and they voice what they're trying to achieve, and they give you feedback based on what they want to do, right? Feedback for off-roading is really different from trying to get that VIP to safety on time, right?
Right.
Sure. So is this something where all of these different things are available to us, but one specific driver is going to be much better at it? Like, how do you handle the different drivers with their strengths and weaknesses getting behind the wheel of the same custom car that I create?
Yeah, basically it's their personalities. Something we've heard from fans is they want characters that they can relate to, that align with their motivations as a player. So when you're in a race, you want to be that aspiring street racer, right? You want to be the guy that just hunts down his next rival, right? The guy who's aware of shaving seconds, right? And when you're Mac,
We could say like
you
an
want a
Aaron
crazy
Paul
guy.
type.
Maybe, yeah, maybe someone maybe like him. We call him a Tyler Morgan type now.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
But when you want to be a crazy off-roader, now you're Mac McAllister, right? And then when you want to be that
And that's
consummate
Aaron Paul with a
professional-
mustache. Is that correct or is that not correct? I'm just going off my notes.
He's a guy named Jack Durgis.
No.
Handsome man, gritty, determined hero.
Does
Yeah.
your note just say Aaron Paul? Is that what your iPad
All
says?
of my notes for everything say Aaron Paul.
We should look into that.
That's actually just my personal diary. That I have open.
You're a fan of the movie, I take
I
it.
know. So this is wonderful because this sounds like you are really opening up to a lot of different styles of gameplay this time around.
That's right. We'll always have our Need for Speed fans who just know that they want to race. But now, when you're playing an action movie fantasy, it just opens up to more people who are motivated to get in a hot car, to make it theirs, and to just go out and win and achieve missions. At EA Play this week, we had thousands of fans get their hands on the controller for the first time, and they were just blown away by it. Right? All these action movie moments, they felt like they created those moments, and they were just blown away by it. So we're just thrilled about that.
And what are the long-term plans here? So are you launching with some plans for either DLC, season pass content, additions down the road?
Yeah, so I can say right now that we're not going to do a season pass for Need for Speed Payback, but we are going to have some post-launch content, which we'll talk about at a later date.
Cool.
All right.
And then as far as multiplayer modes, I know we have Autolog. I know we can race. What other things are we going to be doing up against our friends?
Yeah, we're really focused on the Autolog experience and the Speed List experience. We really want to do what's really true to Need for Speed, right? And those two modes are like pure Need for Speed, competing on events, on leaderboards, and then competing one-to-one online.
Do you think one day we could see co-op heists? Is that a possibility?
Well, I mean, you get to experience co-op heists in a way, right? In the single player,
True.
but yeah, you never know. Yeah. That's one for the suggestion box, Mika.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just putting that out
Or
there.
if you want to come over to Sweden and help us out.
Look, I would love to come over to Sweden. Just give me a call.
It sounded like an invitation, but it felt like a challenge.
Right.
And I don't know how I feel about
Are
that.
we throwing down the gauntlet here?
How do you feel about really dark days in the winter?
Ooh. Maybe I'm gonna have to reconsider this whole Sweden thing.
All right.
Is there a particular moment, feature, thing in Payback where you see it and you went, "Oh, this is Payback. This is what we wanted out of this game." Is there a moment that you're looking forward to players seeing in this game?
When we started developing Need for Speed Payback, we really wanted to elaborate on this action movie theme, right? And then we were going back through like our own personal histories of watching so many action movies and so many car chases over the decades, right? And then going, all right, here's what we want to do, right? And here's the highway heist, and then how can we one up that, and how can we one up, even that mission? And I think it really clicked when we made this highway heist, right? And to see people's reactions, to even our team to play it and go, oh my God, that is the vibe for Need for Speed Payback, right? That was a magic moment, right? Now players are feeling that.
I was looking for questions, and all I'm actually seeing are people saying how wonderful Need for Speed looks.
Awesome.
Everybody is just like, oh my God, 24-hour cycles. Oh my God, this looks wonderful. Watching from Switzerland, it looks amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Switzerland.
I was like, Switzerland, we love you.
Switzerland, this one's for you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Because normally I look down and I'm just like, okay, so what do people want to hear? What do people want to know? And
People
the answer
just
is
heaping praise.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're really glad. We're always tapped into our fans. We're always trying to make new fans. Need for Speed has been going on for like well over 20 years. I grew up a fan of Need for Speed, and other Need for Speed fans are started raising fans of Need for Speed. So it's amazing.
Well, I can't wait to become a part of this Need for Speed community because that game looks gorgeous. I know that I am definitely in.
Do we have a timeline? Do we know when?
That's right. Yeah, we do. It's November 10th. Need for Speed Payback coming on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Windows PC.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Will, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
And thank you guys for sending in all your comments and questions. Remember, you can use the hashtag RTE3 or YouTube E3. Now let's throw it over to Bernie.
Hey, thanks, guys. Okay, don't forget, if you have any questions or any comments for us, use the hashtag YouTube E3. Rooster Teeth will be covering all of Google's coverage of the E3 show floor during all 3 days of the show. Got a special guest who just literally just walked in.
Literally, just now.
She was nearby.
I'm good. Hey.
This is Morla Gorondona. If
Hi.
you don't know who that is, she plays the voice of Eris Morn in Destiny. We just met at the Destiny 2 event.
That's right.
And then you also play Battery in Call of Duty Black Ops 3.
True. That's true. Yes, I do. Yeah.
And I think it's a huge dream of a lot of people who are watching in the YouTube audience. Always get asked questions because I work in animation as well. Is how do I get started in voice acting? So how did you get started?
I started in voice acting. Literally, the first time I ever started realizing that I liked voices, that I was interested in voices, was recording on my mom's Panasonic Slimline cassette recorder while she was my parents were hosting a party, and I was just playing with that and making crazy voices and listening back to it. But then professionally, I have my degree is in theater, and I moved to New York, and I did a lot of improv acting and stage acting, and all those different kinds of things help inform what I do as a voice actor. When I made the switch to video games specifically, I focused all my attention on going to things like conferences, like the Game Developers Conference, Game Sound Con.
And you were based in Seattle at the time, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's obviously a lot of developers there.
A lot of developers there, but most games are cast out of LA still. So I like to say it's not impossible to have a voiceover career outside of LA, clearly. But it's highly beneficial.
It is, and we deal with that a lot because Rooster Teeth is based in Austin, Texas, and so I go back and forth a lot between Los Angeles and Austin. And with a traditional career, acting is a more traditional route. With a lot of content creators that make videos for YouTube, they can pretty much do that anywhere in the world. But especially if you're going to be working on AAA titles like Call of Duty and Destiny.
Yes.
Those are the kind of things where you're just going to naturally gravitate towards certain parts of the world.
Sure, and availability and ability to just head over to an audition, or hey, last minute change in the cast, they need you for this performance capture today. You can't, it's hard to book a trip from Seattle to Los Angeles today.
Yeah.
So yeah. So proximity is definitely highly beneficial, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
But was there something early on, like early in your voice acting career specifically, where there was a moment like you did the right thing or you were at the right conference? Was it GDC?
Yeah, actually the very first game that I landed, I was at I forget even which event it was. There was some event, and I was talking to an audio director, and he said that he wanted to find an actor who was so versatile that they could have a conversation with themselves and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Okay.
And so at that moment, I just started doing that.
Really?
I just started having oh, you mean like this? And I started doing a whole bunch of different
I've been
voices.
preparing for this my entire life.
Here it is. So I did that, and he's like, yeah, just like that. And then he hired me for it, and I didn't have to talk to myself in that game at all. But I guess it was the combination of being at the right place at the right time and really just going for it, really being daring and being unafraid in that moment.
And do you approach that for a new part, like, talking about Battery in Call of Duty and then Eris in Destiny? Do you feel the need to have them be distinctly different voices every time?
Sure. And that's something that that kind of where my voice sits naturally is where I most often am cast. Though I have a many octave range, still this is where I normally get cast, is like somewhere in here, up in this place. But it's very important. I don't want there to be like, oh yeah, now I recognize that voice. You're so and so and so and so. I think that's, and there's just different personality too, and each character brings something different to the table.
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword there, isn't it? Because it's people are very familiar with the characters in animation, but it takes them a while and some dedication to discover the actors that are behind those performances. And if they can start to thread those together, it's also kind of a benefit for you career-wise if people notice you from part to part. But it kind of takes away from the performance aspect of it, so I get it completely. It's
an ability to be able to develop your range or your skill vertically and horizontally at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. Like really, really broad, but also very deep.
And you actually probably have some knowledge about some of the narratives for some of these major franchises that you have to keep secret for years.
Oh man, I can't. Like, there's so many times where we're like, I want to tweet about I can't tweet about the thing that it's so cool. And animation too. It's like I always think games is a very long development cycle. Animation is like so much longer too. So it's like, there's just so much I want to talk about, and I can't. But soon, one day, you will all know. It'll be great.
I'm just curious, like, what do you think is the word you've said the most across all your scripts? Crota or Oryx has to be really high up on the list.
It's got to be Crota, right? I mean, if not for any other, or at least it's the one that people hear the most because of where you respawn. Crota,
Yep.
It's just like right there every time. Like, oh, that's really drilled into a lot of Guardians' brains, I'm sure.
And you're here at E3. Is there anything in particular you're hoping to see while you're here?
Oh, I just want to take it all in. There are so many games that I'm so excited about. There was Moss. I saw Moss.
Right.
It's like so sweet, and God of War and Wolfenstein, and like, man, there's. I could just go on.
That very short snippet of Moss that they showed seemed to capture a lot of people's attention.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised to find out the name of the character is not Moss. I don't know what the name Moss comes from.
It was a cute little girl mouse. And Polyarch is I champion that dev team. They're great.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're good people.
They're
exciting.
Are you excited? Are you ready to announce that you're part of the voice cast or anything like that?
I don't think there is any. I think it's very sonically driven, but not in a vocal narrative type of way.
Well, is there a franchise, like maybe games that you grew up playing or something like that, a franchise or an animation franchise that you'd love to work with? Is there?
Yeah. Oh man, Metroid. Yeah, that would be a great one. I don't know if they'll ever make Bubble Bobble into like a revamp that, and there's no VO in it anyway. But that was the one for me, growing up, was the one that was just the biggest time suck for me. Bubble Bobble, the Nintendo. Those little dinosaurs.
If they could just make a narrative adventure, then you could be
I'm on
first
board.
in line.
I'm in.
First audition.
Yes.
It's is there any part in particular, like Eris in particular, does it wear on your voice at all? I played a character for 10 years in Red vs. Blue Church.
Yes.
And the character just screamed constantly. And it affected my voice permanently. I can scream myself hoarse in about 30 seconds if I want to. So does that wear on you, or do you have techniques to deal with that?
Definitely have techniques. My warm-up process, it has to be an hour minimum. I warm up for an hour, at least an hour before I go into any session. And I studied in college, I studied this, it's kind of a method called the Linklater method that really focuses on breath and tension. And so, yeah, I really focus on that. And early on, I would blow out my voice. I worked on a game. I had 2 days of straight screaming, and my voice was gone for a month almost. But that was a good lesson. So I know how much I need to warm up now, and I know how to give as much as I can without breaking it, and also when to say when to say I've had enough and I can't do anymore.
And I know that, players, as we go through the game, we encounter your character on a regular basis, so it's a regular part of our experience. But in development, you're in and out a day at a time here, maybe over the course of like 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because there'll be a lot of recording, maybe a couple times a week or a couple of weeks out of a month, and then nothing for a long time, and then brought back again for the same thing, like every couple of months, or sometimes it's consistent. It just all depends. It depends on when the scripts are available, or has the script changed, or your character's actually more important than we originally thought it was going to be. So it's interesting.
Okay,
you never know.
Where can people find you next, if you can say it?
I can't. There's nothing going on that I can even talk about. Like, not a single thing.
But
Everything's
eventually, something's coming, right? That you can't talk about yet.
It'll be great.
All right, well, Morla, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so
Now,
much.
we have on the main stage, we have one of the most popular voice-acted franchises in the entire world. Guys, what do we have?
Ooh, Bernie, the Segway game.
That was impressive.
Oh, my stars and garters, sir.
Oh.
Right now we've got Jason Schroeder here from South Park, The Fractured But Whole.
That's right.
Welcome, sir.
Thanks.
It's got to be my favorite title that I've ever heard in my life. I just got to say.
Thanks. I think Trey was just going for, can I get that printed and a 50-foot sign and get away with it?
And there are those people that don't quite get the joke yet. That are like, the fractured but whole.
Yeah.
The fractured
dramatic.
but whole.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm saying butthole over and over again.
What did we do? Yep.
That moment of realization. Stick of Truth was... It actually snuck up and surprised me how much I loved. I knew I was going to love the South Park part of it.
Right.
I had no idea how much I was going to love the RPG part of it.
Cool.
It's like amazing. And so now coming into The Fractured But Whole.
You're doing great. That's perfect.
I am very excited to hear what sort of things you wanted to add, what sort of things you wanted to do in a South Park game that hadn't been done before.
Sure. I mean, it was... The thing that worked about the first one, I think, was that the turn-based combat worked perfect for all that voice acting. Carry the theme. Because now there's space for all those jokes. And then we stuck with that. So we wanted to keep turn-based combat, but this time we wanted it to feel less like you were taken out of the world and like, now you're playing a game, now you're part of an episode, now you're playing a game. And so that meant having those fights in the environment if at all possible. And so once we did that, it became, we should let people keep moving, and then once you do movement and turn-based, it becomes a tactics game.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how that evolved, and then we just wanted to make sure that it still remained something that a South Park fan could totally just pick up and play. So
Yeah, that's something that's very interesting to me, because when you're talking about a tactics game, it's not necessarily the most accessible.
Right.
And obviously you're dealing with one of the hugest audiences in the world with the South Park audience.
Right.
So how do you
20
keep that
years.
depth in there? Yeah, 2 decades.
Right.
How do you keep that depth in there and still make it accessible enough for somebody who just wants to sit down and play a South Park game?
just not too many choices and not too much second guessing. Like the kids, like there's not a lot of confirm, move here, confirm, now go to big battlefield mode and back in and that stuff. Like I think that I love the Fire Emblem thing. I love what they're doing with the Mario plus Rabbids thing. But like for us, it's more the kids don't really second guess themselves. You just hit some buttons and keep fighting. And so at a most casual level, like you can just give yourself some cool superhero classes, mix and match those powers, and then just unleash fireballs and elemental attacks and stuff like that, and just plow through some bad guys.
So with the superhero aesthetic and the superhero theme in this one,
Yep.
What were some things that you wanted to do, and what were some jokes that you desperately wanted to make?
I think the things that we wanted to make sure of is that, like, anytime the kids are talking about superheroes, they're taking it as seriously as Batman versus Superman. Like they're just, they're hamming it up for the camera. They're extremely into being superheroes. But that's always, contrasted against being in a strip club.
Sure.
And, we got to get information out of these guys. And the way you get information here at the strip club is to, of course, go back to VIP and convince them to talk to you with your sweet dance moves.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the things that we just saw our character do. I saw
Yep.
there was some sort of like a flash grenade he used on the bartender.
Sure. So there's a few of your exploration powers that are kind of updated to be superhero-esque. So you're running around with a nice superhero punch that you can use to just mess with people or break stuff, and then in a kid-like way, they have those little poppers that you'd like throw on the sidewalk, and they make nice snap sounds.
Yeah.
And so they kind of think of them as like, oh, that's my superhero power, and so they're throwing those against people's faces or objects. And then of course you're the new kid, so you also can throw your farts around and gross people out.
Oh, well, this took a turn, huh?
This took a
Whoa,
sharp
hi.
turn.
Scott will do anything to get the job done. This is you're here to find some information about some missing cats. And in this case, we're looking for the
That all tracks.
name of a stripper who happens to know something about this. And so these guys say, first we get dances, then we talk.
Oh no, it's the gyrating lap dance mini game.
Yeah, so
Oh,
it's
no.
That's incredible.
Oh, Jason.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You asked earlier, what do you think you can get away with? This is one of them. So it's 1-to-1 movement. The kid's dancing, but because he's the new kid, and he's not really here to make this guy happy, he's here to get information. So you start adding in your own farts, which kind of grosses the guy out a bit, and he starts to be done with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's just all enjoy this.
Let's just sit. This is just a very zen moment watching it happen.
This is just, I feel like when everybody played The Stick of Truth and felt like they were just playing a South Park episode, this is what we're all here for, is just the obscenity, like you said, what can you get away with? Are there any things that you can tell us that you wanted to be in the game but were nixed?
No, I mean, we're
Oh my God.
I'm watching an underage boy gyrate on somebody. Because nothing got cut from this game.
No, nothing got cut. Well, first of all, this guy thinks you're a grown woman, so he's not a pervert. He's just a healthy grown man who happened to drink a little too much tonight.
And it's perfectly fine. Perfectly
You're
acceptable.
a kid in disguise that's taking advantage of that in order to try to get some information about some missing cats.
So I noticed we're the new kid still. Is
Yes.
this the same new kid? Is this a different new
This
kid?
is the same new kid. So I mean, you can kind of declare and create who you are, but you're still the same new kid that moved to town with magic farts. And right from the beginning of the game, you actually start as King Douchebag, but then all of the kids decide to switch games. This is our twerk, yeah. 1-to-1 movement, guys.
Incredible.
Oh, one last finishing fart, and that's gonna make him talk for sure.
Really, you definitely want to get the Xbox Elite controller for that. You want to be playing with something that's esports calibrated. That is definitely a pro tip. So you're the same
you're
kid.
the new kid, you're King Douchebag, and then Cartman is kind of tired of you being in charge, I think. So he decides switch games. We're playing Coon and Friends, which means we're playing superheroes, which means I'm in charge again. I'm the DM, and you can't play. So you kind of have to win your way into his good graces once again and declare yourself a superhero.
So this is something if we have not played Stick of Truth, if we're unfamiliar with Stick of Truth, you have kind of a reset in the beginning that lets new people play.
Right, absolutely. So like all the kids are now playing by new rules. You'll see here in a minute that they kind of lay down a little board game battlefield, and everybody, you're starting at sort of a level 1 hero, and then for Cartman, he's trying to build a superhero franchise. So for him, he's constantly trying to get you to work on that, basically your character sheet, your D&D character sheet. So, because like, how am I going to market you as a superhero? You haven't even really declared your gender yet. I don't know what your race is. I don't know what your background is. The only thing I know is that your dad. Can I curse?
Yeah.
Your dad fucked your mom, and like that's the only that's the traumatic thing in your backstory that we know about the kid. But other than that.
That's the trauma.
That's the trauma.
I love it.
So since this is a linear world, it continued from Stick of Truth. Has the town changed at all, or are we seeing the same places?
A little bit. Like we wanted it to still feel like South Park, so it's not as like, wow, it's Mecca, new Neo South Park, but it's like it's still South Park, so you still live next door to Butters and that sort of stuff is the same. But there's a few new businesses that have popped up. The Peppermint Hippo is one of them. Next door to that is
Peppermint Hippo.
This is Peppermint Hippo, and next door to that is Buca di Fagacini, which is the local Italian restaurant.
Sure.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So there's like if you saw the last couple seasons of South Park, you know that the town got gentrified a little bit, and so this is up in Shatipa Town. So we've added some of the new stuff in.
I love it. And so we're seeing right here. We're seeing all of the we're seeing the tactics combat. We're seeing the grid system.
Yep. So hopefully what you kind of noticed there, I know I talked over the whole thing, but like there's not a lot of menus. There's not a lot of going into menus and confirming and like going through your item lists and possible counter attacks and stuff. You're just knocking each other around, and it should be pretty rapid fire.
So we're looking at this, and it should have. I think you guys said something like twice the amount of combat of or amount of content as Stick of Truth.
Yeah.
How do you measure that, and what does that mean in terms of the campaign?
I mean, it's kind of in terms of pages in some ways. Like when they're writing for the show, they're writing for any sort of content. You're looking at script pages, and so like for us, we know that this is the longest story that Matt and Trey have ever tried to tell, and it's the longest. It's the most content the South Park Studios has ever really been making. So, because we started from the beginning trying to make sure that we created something that was going to be as true to the vision of what they set out to do as we could. It's all of this is just trying to consume as much of the show content as we can. So when I say that it's twice as much content, it's really trying to just talk about that's a lot of seasons of South Park sort of smashed in here.
So you said that we create an origin story when we start.
Yep.
How does that origin story change things throughout the game, and how many options do we have when we're creating the new kid's origin?
So when you start out, you can choose between 3 classes. You can be a brutalist, a speedster, or
God, the employee daycare. Oh God, sorry. We can go right back to talking about mechanics. How dare you? Let's go back to it.
Right. Well, I mean, the ladies, it's a good employee benefit.
That's true.
This is a good place.
I'm surprised you didn't comment on the boogers and cum that we were staring at.
No, I expected boogers and cum. I just don't
There's
normally
also,
expect the
for anyone that was
employee
able to
daycare
hear
to be right
that,
under there.
we play the little jingle too. And so yeah, but you get to choose between 3 classes when you start out, and then those are really pretty straightforward, and you get a good sense of like how the combat works. And then we start throwing in curveballs. You can be an elementalist, you can be a cyborg, and we want to. Like now you're a blaster cyborg and you're mixing fireballs in with lasers and stuff like that. So it's really about trying to come up with your own superhero aesthetic. And here you're jumping into our crafting system. So this is new as well. Obviously you're picking up a lot of stuff in Stick of Truth, but here we wanted you to pick up a lot of stuff as well. Because those like finding those show references and stuff is tons of fun, but we wanted to make sure that people could also participate with that stuff, like interact
something beyond
with it.
like a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. I remember that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Like you remember, I remember, and it's like that's cute. But like selling all that stuff off wasn't exactly what we wanted. So now you can actually kind of interact with it and craft something out of it. In this case, a terrible cocktail in order to poison a DJ, but which you add one more fart to just because. Yeah.
If I saw correctly, the boogers and cum went in that drink.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
Yeah, a little bit of rat shit and a little bit of boogers and cum.
You gotta use every part of the buffalo, is what
and
they say.
one little fart. Yep. Yes. We're very efficient here in the Peppermint Hippo.
As you can see, guys, we're running live polls live at e3.com all day. You can participate in them, vote, and people are most excited to hear about character progression.
Okay.
So we talked about the origin system and how that's going to change you, but how do we progress throughout the game?
So a couple things that you're able to do. One is that you're able to make your own superhero here. So this kid is wearing gear that's not really actually tied to his stats or her stats. They're able to collect all this gear, colorize it, customize it, really build their own superhero brand because, Captain America has his look. So that's really important. The Coon's power doesn't change because he changes masks. He's the Coon forever, right? So that's one thing we sort of decoupled. So you should be able to make a character all your own, mixing and matching those powers. Beyond that, we have a system of equipment that's the artifact system. So you're going around collecting these sort of things that the kids are kind of making homemade, and those increase your power. And as you progress and unlock more levels, you unlock more slots and can keep adding in more artifacts and get stronger and stronger, mightier and mightier.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you mentioned Captain America just a few minutes ago.
Yep.
Did any of these summer blockbusters, these superhero movies, influence any of the mechanics or anything in development?
No, not really. I mean, like what we have is a perfect satirical reference to all of the stuff that's going on. And right now, every time a new movie trailer comes out, it's like, oh man, I wish our game was out right now because everyone would see how much we've anticipated how this goes. So, I mean, it's just superheroes are everywhere,
right.
and all of this stuff talks about it.
It's got to be interesting working on on a game, on something so long form, because normally the episodes are turned around so quickly.
Yes.
And they're so used to having that, like, we can add things last minute, we can make sure we're up to the moment with our references. Is there a philosophy or a strategy to taking on a South Park game when you know that you have like a couple years before people are going to see it?
Right. I mean, you try to make sure that you don't necessarily pick a joke that's got a short life cycle to it. And so thankfully superheroes aren't going away anytime soon. We could talk about those for a long time. But beyond that, trying to make sure that we are pulling in some of the parts of South Park, like the more recent seasons that are going to be probably forever and kind of called back to and referenced over and over, but without necessarily saying this is a game exactly from this era,
Right.
And basically, that joke's old.
Well, it's funny how well, I think the first demo that I saw started off with a cutscene where Cartman is talking about phases, and he's talking up to phase 10, and he has a flow chart of these phases.
It's his franchise plan.
Yeah, and then literally 6 months later, Marvel released that endless franchise plan where they're like, and then phase 37 comes in, and I was like, this is literally the joke that they wrote 6 months ago for the South Park game.
Yep.
I feel like the whole South Park team is always on top of topical jokes.
It
incredible.
blows my mind. It blows my mind. There's some things I'm like, oh, that seems really weird, and then all of a sudden, 3 months later, I see it in the news, like, oh.
Do you guys have psychics working for you or something? Like, what's up with
Trey,
this?
I don't know.
You guys took a little bit of extra time with development.
Yep.
Was there stuff that you wanted to add? Were there things that just needed to be tweaked and polished? What did you do kind of with that time?
I think it's what you say. Like they have a expectation of being able to get the joke just right. They want to get the content just right. And so as we were kind of closing in, we were like, this isn't exactly the story that they want to tell. It's not exactly the thing we were promising to everybody. So take the time you need, make the game that everybody wants. That's kind of what it came down to.
That's awesome. And you guys have some post-release content coming. Got to have some post-release content.
Yep.
Got to have post-release content.
So era.
What can we expect? What is the plan for release?
So for now, one of the things that everybody can look forward to is the Towley Gaming Bud. It's going to be sort of downloadable on day one, and Towley will take you through a few tips and tricks and just sort of add another sort of meta layer of joke over the top.
Awesome.
Yep.
And what do we have in terms of release, in terms of platforms?
October 17th, PS4, Xbox One, and PC.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us,
My
man.
pleasure.
The game looks absolutely amazing. Remember,
Thank you.
we're looking for your comments on the game, on everything we have going on. Hashtag RTE3, hashtag YouTube E3. And now let's head over to Ryan, all the way so far away in Studio
I can
B.
barely see you over there.
Ryan, is that you?
Also, never had a better lead-in than Fractured Butthole. I've always wanted to follow right after that. I want to remind everybody that this is brought to you by War for Planet of the Apes. It's coming out on July 14th, and if you want to have a chance to see an early screening, go to warfortheplanetscreening.com. And we got a trailer. We're going to let you check it out, and then we'll be right back with some more content.
Who is child?
I don't know.
But she was you.
She has no one else. We are not savages. Apes fight only to survive.
Bad human kill ape. All dead now. A long time. Long time.
Bad humans.
Soldier.
Years from now, your children will ask you, what did you do in the greatest war? And you can tell them, I fought to protect this world. We created you. But now, we will bring an end to their kind.
No mercy. No peace. This is war. Apes together.
You are impressive. You're smart as hell. You're stronger than we are. But you're taking this all much too personally. So emotional!
I did not start this war. But I will finish it.
Oh, of course you want the monkeys to win.
That would be an interesting story.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
We were just talking about how cool it is to watch a monkey throw a grenade every single time.
Absolutely.
We're joined now by Andrew, who's the producer on Battlefield 1.
Hey, guys.
Big DLC, big expansion coming soon.
Yeah.
So excited, especially because Russian ladies.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Naturally.
So, in the name of the Tsar, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so
Can you say that?
in the name of the Tsar.
In the name of, I thought you were just saying like in the name of the Tsar.
You thought I was invoking
That's
the
what
Tsar?
that's what I was questioning.
You thought I was calling down the spirit of
Tsar.
Nicholas the
I was
First?
like, can you do
I think
that?
it's the second.
The second?
Nicholas II was the last
you just got
Tsar of
history
Russia.
school.
That's okay. I was never calling down a Tsar.
So that is the name of the pack.
Yes.
In the name of the Tsar. And we're moving over from the Western Front in Battlefield 1 over to the Eastern Front. It's the biggest front of the World War I. So what we wanted to do is do something really big here. We wanted to pay tribute to the fact that this is just so monumental. So for us, we are updating the most extensive expansion pack we've ever done. We're doing 6 maps. We're doing a whole slew of new weapons, new vehicles, of course the Russian army. Yes. And with that, you get the Women's Battalion of Death. You get the Ilya Muromets bomber. It's the biggest bomber in Battlefield 1. You get the Hussar cavalry unit that has a lance, and they charge the front lines and impale their enemies and drag them off the front lines. It's amazing.
I'm getting hyped just hearing about all of this. It sounds incredible. So you're talking about new maps, new guns, new multiplayer. Is there a new campaign mode? Is this just multiplayer?
So we're talking. You're asking about war stories, the
Yeah.
single player.
Yeah.
No, there's no single player in this. It's going to be all multiplayer, but we are telling stories in the multiplayer, right? So how we do it is with the world, with with what we're creating. We also have these codices that you can unlock that give you a lot more information about history and about what's going on. So you'll learn about the Hussar, you'll learn about the Women's Battalion of Death, and you can play as these characters in the multiplayer battles.
So one of the biggest questions we're getting is, obviously with the Women's Battalion of Death, you are introducing female soldiers into the game. Is that just on the Russian side, or are we seeing that everywhere?
No, it is just going to be on the Russian side. Whatever DICE does, we always try to be authentic. So when we started diving pretty deep in Russia's involvement in World War I, we did come across the Women's Battalion of Death, and this was phenomenal. These women were both capable and courageous. They would charge the front lines, they would take ground, even when the rest of the army wouldn't go and back them up. So we had to have them in the game. But they are represented as the scout soldier on the Russian side.
Nice.
So how did this come about? Was there, did someone bring to the front like, hey, we'd like to add more historical accuracy into the game, and someone just happened to know about the Russian Battalion of Death, or?
So at DICE, we always are trying, that's one of the pillars is authenticity, right? Being authentic to the world we're creating, whatever that world may be. And we want it to be believable and realistic. We want you to believe that you would be in that environment, that it would feel that way. And then we partner with historians, we partner with people who are experts in those fields, and we learn and dive deep into what's going on and who are these, what happened with Russia and the World War.
Yeah, so does that mean the Russian Revolution is figuring into this really heavily, or?
All I can say with that is that a revolution is brewing.
Okay.
All right. I like the secrecy.
There's also a small squad competitive mode, right? Tell me
Yes.
a little bit about small squad.
Yes. So we did announce that we are looking at competitive gaming for Battlefield 1. And what I can talk about now, we're going to have a lot more to share come Gamescom. But what I can say right now is that we are teaming up with our community on this. We're learning about what people want, what they're asking for, and what they're asking for are some small, tight spaces, but they want team play. They're asking for the all-out war that you get with Battlefield, but it needs to be optimized for competition. And they're asking for the accessibility for players and for viewers, because that's an important part when it comes to competitive. So we're taking all of that into account when we go into creating this mode.
So what does that mean when you're saying you're taking the spectator point of view into consideration? What kind of tools are we looking at there? What's happening?
We will share a lot more come Gamescom.
Okay.
I
All right.
unfortunately can't give you any more details, although I want to.
Can we get more details on the new weapons we'll be seeing?
Yes, absolutely. So we have 11 new guns going into this expansion pack.
Awesome.
And I can talk about 5 of them right now.
Okay, we'll take
Because
it.
we showed those ones
How
at
do
EA
you
Play.
choose? This is a question that I have. Let's digress
Ooh,
for
I
a
like
moment.
this. This is good.
Let's digress for a moment. I want to get into a little bit of the nitty gritty of how you guys decide what is embargoed and what isn't embargoed. You're looking at 11 weapons, right?
11
these
weapons.
Are these are weapons, right? You could announce any 5 of these weapons that you want, probably.
We can.
So how do you choose? How do you go, that weapon we announce, that weapon we don't? And why not just announce 11 weapons?
You know, the development process is really interesting. When you go into developing games, we know where we want things to go, but we still have some time before we deliver it. And
So
some
6
things
weapons
can
are
come up.
broken?
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going there. We got 6 weapons additional in development.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the 5 that are ready now.
Yes, so these 5 that we're talking about. So we have the Fedorov Avtomat. This is for the medic side. It's a semi-automatic. You're able to choose whether you want to go single burst or multi-burst shot. So it's really interesting and unique for the medic class. We also have the Parabellum LMG. This is for the support class. It's got a really great burst, spread on the bullets, and it's got a very unique reload. It comes with a ribbon of bullets, so you have to like reload take the tape off, and you have to restring it back on. It's really great.
Oh, I like
Something
that.
we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
We also are bringing in the Mosin Nagant M91. This is a bolt-action rifle, and that is what our scout soldier will be carrying, the female soldier. And we also have the Model 19, or the Model 1800, I believe. It's a double-barrel shotgun. So this thing is
I love
is
shotguns.
Great. Yeah. So we're bringing those, and then the last one is a secondary weapon. So the Mosin revolver.
Awesome.
Yep.
So you were talking about as you were looking at adding this small squad competitive mode, you were just taking feedback, right? And you guys have been taking a lot of feedback. Obviously, Battlefield 1, huge release.
Right.
What are some of the things that you heard that you really wanted to put into this DLC, and what are some of the things that you heard that you want to implement in Battlefield going forward in the future?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we always listen to the community, and we partner with the community. And that's why we have our CTE, the Community Test Environment. It's a staging ground where we put unreleased content for players to come and join us. They can try it out, talk to us about the balance. Are we going in the right direction? Is something broken?
I have a feeling there are like 6 guns that are in there right now. I'm just saying. No, go on.
There might be.
You have these guns, Anthony.
Really want the full set. Huh?
I feel like you just want a sniper or something.
So,
it's okay. You'll get it.
So we partner really closely with our community. One of the things that's actually not part of the expansion pack, but something that we did announce that's a good example of this, is that our community has been asking for nighttime environments.
Yes.
They want night, and they also were asking for trench warfare. And it sounds boring, right? Trench. You put one trench on one side, another trench on the other side. Whoever pops up first dies. So how could that be fun?
It's extreme whack-a-mole.
Exactly. We had to do this really interestingly, and it was a balance act for us, and we had to do it the DICE way. And so that's why we came up with Novell Nights coming out later this month for Premium Pass players, and we also have Prise de Terreur.
Ooh.
I know it's French.
Gotcha.
And I had to practice this quite a bit, and I probably ruined it, so I'm sorry. And that one's going out in July. Both of them are night maps. They're the first night maps of Battlefield 1, and they're both trench warfare. So really, really interesting.
You totally listened to the community and gave them exactly what they asked for.
Exactly what they asked for, yeah.
Well, that's very kind of you.
So
all in one package.
You were saying that you had to kind of look at this trench warfare and figure out how to make it sort of exciting from like a game loop perspective,
Yes.
right? As opposed to like we're just going to hide and see who dares to pop up first.
Right.
So what are some of the challenges that you faced with trench warfare, and how did you go about making it a game mode?
Yeah, I mean, the first challenge, of course, is how do you make it balanced, right? And how do you make this feel like it's going to be competitive and meaningful, and when you leave your trench that you still have cover. So that was the first thing. So we've created a vast network of trenches on both sides of the front. So you have the German soldiers on one side; they've got a full network of trenches. The French have a full network of trenches, in between is a no man's land covered with a barrage of what was left of a barrage of an artillery strike. So you have all kinds of these mountains and grooves in the land that you would go and hide in. And we have lots of cover and pieces that you can kind of use.
Yeah, I've seen Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's good.
Yep.
So we're also doing first time for Novell Nights. The first time for Battlefield 1. In Novell Nights, we have capture points that are going to be pre-owned by the teams.
So we won't be able to pull a Wonder Woman and go into the other trench.
You will have to, in order to succeed. If you want to take all the points, you have to advance onto your opponent's side and take their trenches as well.
So this feels like a highly strategic mode. This feels like a mode where you really need your squad to be like communicating and figuring things out.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, any successful Battlefield player is going to be a team player, right? You're going to want to work as a team, work as a unit. Medic's got to revive. Support class has to resupply. Everyone's got to play their part to be successful.
What a perfect game mode for a community to request that's going to be so community-oriented that you're going to really need teamwork for. I think that's absolutely incredible that you've created something like this.
Yeah. Well, we're really proud of it, and players will be able to play it come the end of June.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing.
Awesome.
So right around the corner, I want to talk about adding night to a game, just like adding or like we want night maps, and so it's like okay,
sounds
obviously,
simple, right?
Yeah, it's just a
Turn down the
visibility
lights.
thing. Turn
Yeah.
down the lights.
Done.
But I would imagine when you're designing a map for limited visibility, for this sort of like the new challenges that come along with limited sight, there are things that you have to do. What are some of the differences that we're going to see in these environments?
Absolutely. So that is a huge concern, right? Can I see my enemies? Do I know where I'm going? Do I know where I am in the map? Huge concerns. So it's sort of like a Hollywood night, is the lighting that we've kind of done. It's not going to be pitch black, but there will still be some kind of dark corners, some little areas that you can kind of use for you to attack. And we've done some really interesting things with the lighting. On the German side, we have electrical lights, and they have spotlights. They have light bulbs. They really fortified their trenches, and they were ready to stay there for the long haul. And then on the French side, they weren't quite prepared for a long battle. So they have a little more organic look to them. It's going to be fire and lanterns. And so that way that the lighting's going to kind of fill up the trenches so you can see where you're going. But that's also going to play a role in understanding which side of the map you're on and what you're doing.
It's amazing. I can't believe this is like all around the corner. This is like a couple weeks from now.
It's coming up.
We do have one question from the hashtag, which is YouTube E3 or RT E3. We're watching both that I think is kind of interesting. Were there any thoughts, or are there any thoughts about DLC about the royal family? Any Revenge of Anastasia Romanov thoughts going through the Battlefield 1 head?
I would love to see that. Oh my goodness.
We are passionate about the Russians and their involvement in World War I. We're passionate about...
See the gear just switching his head to like, what was I supposed to say about this?
We're passionate about everything about Russia.
Uh-huh.
And all I can say is that we have done a deep dive and learned quite a bit about their involvement and what they've done in World War I.
Does this mean that we get war bears? Because I'm pretty sure there were war bears in Russia.
I like this. I'm going to put that on the list.
War Bears,
War
and
Bears,
also
confirmed.
add Bartok the Bat for me. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, so much for coming
Well, thank
by.
you for having me. Really appreciate it,
Yeah,
guys.
so much amazing things going on
Really
with
nice.
Battlefield
So nice
1.
meeting you. Thank
meeting you,
you.
too.
Ashley, Ryan, what's going on
my
with you
goodness.
guys?
So we're checking in with the YouTube E3 and the RT E3 hashtag.
Welcome to Side Stage Succulent.
This is the succulent stage.
Oh, succulent. Wait a minute. Hang on. More succulent. There we go.
Yeah, that's right.
All
And
the
once
succulents.
again, maximum succulence on this stream.
All day, all night.
So we want to check in with you guys and see of the games that you're seeing so far, what you're most excited about. Let us know using the hashtag YouTube E3. And while we're waiting for some of those responses to come in,
Lettuce, not a succulent.
lettuce is surprisingly not a succulent. Yeah, you might be understandably confused by that, but it's not. What is lettuce? Is just regular leafy vegetable. Nothing special,
it's
right?
roughage. It's rabbit food. It's something that people put on salad to pretend like they're eating.
Right, like it doesn't end up getting one of those like special classifications. Like it's not a legume. It's not a.
No, it's rabbit
It's
food.
not a tuber.
It's things that you'd feed to a caged animal. Yeah, take that in. That's what it's like to be vegetarian.
Wow.
Yeah, it's dark.
We're once again we're checking in with you guys using the YouTube E3 hashtag. But there's as we get these in, there is one burning question that we have for you guys, and we need you in order to let us know on this one. You need to go to live@e3.com, and you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your tablet, you can do it on your browser if you're at a PC, which you've got to be on something that has a browser in order to be watching this. So this is 100% of you, and we need you to vote on Best Gus.
Best Gus?
Best Gus.
What are our Gus options?
So our options, we have 3 options for Best Gus, and we need to crown a Best Gus of all time, right?
Succulents are a great place to hide drinks. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Well, now you called attention to it.
No, it's a function. I'm displaying their value.
So our options for Best Gus of all time are Gus, Gus, and Gus.
What about Gus Gus?
At the moment, I mean, Gus is the last name is a Gus Gus.
What about Mini Gus?
It's like Mario.
I mean, Mini Gus was, boy, he had character.
He was, but I'm not sure he'd fit in the poll.
Also, the smaller versions, they just don't live as long. It's like a fairy.
So I'm gonna actually pull this up right now because I want to see what you guys have to say about Gus, Gus, and Gus. This is an important question, and we need you to treat it with the gravity that it deserves.
Can one of them at least be a lowercase g? Gus? Gus. Because sometimes I feel like Gus comes in lowercase.
Really?
It depends on the day. There are definitely like capitalized Gus days and then like, Gus. And sometimes there's a long S on the end.
A long S. All right, hold on.
How many drinks have been consumed?
I'm going to be pulling up the results right here so we can check it out because I have my personal favorite that I want to win.
Oh, which one?
And that's Gus.
Okay, that sounds like a capital G with a hard S.
Well, I mean,
that's OG Gus.
That's Gus 3.
Gus 3. Okay.
Yes.
So you have to get all the way to 3 to get normal adjusted Gus.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
Some variation thereof.
All right, and while I'm pulling this up, I'm now going to switch gears. This is a lot of multitasking that's
so
going on.
So many gears is being switched right now.
So many gears.
We're downshifting without a clutch.
Does
anyone out there know what a clutch is anymore?
This is a right. I mean,
I see 2 hands up over there.
3,
all right,
4.
All right,
4, 5.
Hey, look at all these people that know what clutches are.
Lots of people.
That's how you needed those to drive. That's that third pedal.
I wonder. I mean, I learned on a manual.
Me too.
My parents were of the opinion that if I learned on hard mode, then it was all easy sailing from there.
Also, that was back in the days when. Actually, I think we need to bring manual back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail, but manual is a great way to stop people from texting because you can't do it.
Right. Although I did, when I was younger, I had a friend who terrified me frequently he drove a manual and he would have like a drink in one hand and he would be like somehow managing to put like salsa on a burrito with the other hand, like while driving a manual. I don't know how he did it. I secretly suspect he might have been like one of those gods that has extra arms. You just don't know it.
Shout out to him though. That's amazingly efficient.
I don't think I ever saw him
lethal.
actually get in a collision.
Well, yeah, I mean the memories were probably erased.
All right, so currently I've got to be honest. Currently Gus is winning.
Gus Prime, Gus Mini Gus, or
what's Gus 3?
Well, Gus 3 was just Gus.
Gus.
That's capital G, regular hard stop S.
Yeah, so currently Gus is winning, and this is specifically Gus the Frag Doll.
Gus the Frag Doll. That's a good Gus.
Yeah, that was always a good Gus.
Well, not visually good, but a lot of spirit.
Yeah, that's you could definitely.
There are nakeder Gus.
That's true.
Gus
I was tempted to put Naked Gus in, but then I was worried that we would just like get shut down and suddenly the security guys would show up and physically push us out of the convention center, and so I decided to ease it back.
Also, it's hard to follow.
There are a lot of write-ins though for Cheese Master Gus.
Oh, that is a good one.
Yeah.
A dangerous one.
So, Gus, do you have anything to say about Gus?
What is your ultimate Gus? What is your final form? I'm sorry, I derailed you again.
No, we're doing exactly what we're supposed to do.
Oh, this is the derailed succulent sidecast.
Yeah, this is sidecast. What's up? This is best cast succulent.
I do have to
succulent
give
cast.
one of the succulents back at some point, which I'm a little sad about.
We'll get to it. Let's not rush things. So far we're also looking at your tweets, letting us know which games you're the most excited about at the moment. Peter Hayes says the developments for Forza Motorsport 7 are far better than I hoped, and really explained Xbox One X's impact. At Mark Prahar says that Wolfenstein 2 and the Horizon DLC look incredible.
Yes.
Which I have to agree. How excited are you about the Horizon DLC?
I'm excited for both of those. I actually really enjoyed the Old Blood, which is the last Wolfenstein title.
When we had Pete Hines on the show earlier, we were talking to him about Evil Within, and then before that we had Machine Games on talking about Wolfenstein 2. And I think I told both of them that I was so impressed by Wolfenstein when they brought it out, and it felt like there was I was personally a little bit skeptical at first, like, oh, they're doing the whole Wolfenstein thing, huh? Let's see how that let's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off. But it actually it did awesome game, and so it sounds like what they're doing with Wolfenstein 2 is cool. I actually really like too that they're committing to the branching narrative, and they're doing that going into it, eyes open that they would like to do a third title if this one does well, because they envision it as a trilogy, and that's going to require even more work, because once the branch starts, every little thing just builds into it. So I like that they've committed and they're going into it eyes open.
It's amazing to look at that game now, because one of my earliest FPS gaming experiences was Wolfenstein, and it's come a long way from...
It looks a little bit different now.
Like 5 pixels, one of which was the gun, killing Mecha Hitler, because he was the final boss, as I recall.
Although, I mean, Mecha Hitler, right? I
mean, Mecha Hitler, sure. But, I mean, while you've got Mecha Hitler going for you as the villain, where do you go from that?
True. So a couple of other answers from people letting us know what they've seen so far. They're very excited for. DC Resistance is super excited about that Metroid Prime 4 logo.
It's a logo. It's not even that great of a logo.
Reflective. It had some fire in the back.
It glowed a little bit. It's very evocative.
It had a metal texture. Where's your heart?
I was more excited about the little kind of S-shaped thing that was the backdrop of it at first, and then that got covered up by this just nonsense logo. Come on.
So jaded.
It won't last. We'll see an HD logo before that game drops. I promise you that.
Sam G. Carrier says, honestly, I can't even contain how excited I am for the Fractured Butthole, but also Assassin's Creed Origins. I agree. South Park, they do great, just with the overall tone and the cheekiness of the games. And of course the last game they were taking on D&D, and now they're taking on superheroes, which I love.
There's a real South Park effect that spills out from anywhere that those guys appear. In our case, it was basically our auto mod for the chat system broke.
Oh, it wouldn't it? Automod thought everyone was just being the worst.
Somewhere in the middle of the section where the kid was dry humping the dude, Nightbot thought maybe the world was ending. So that's South Park for you.
All right. So I apologize, Nightbot, if you're out there, if you're listening, if you are all present, we're sorry, but just give that one a pass.
Somewhere there's a developer watching the code that just watched it short out across 12 systems going, oh my God, what is happening? And that means they did a good job delivering South Park.
Spin up all the servers. There is one more thing that I wanted to do, and that we're going to need your guys' input on. I need to make sure it's ready. Eddie, can you give me a shout out if we're ready? We're good. Okay, so Ryan, this one's for you. We here at Rooster Teeth have never been huge fans of your sock game.
Okay, look, just because last year Double Fine made fun of my white ankle height socks.
You're embarrassing us in front of the developers.
I'm wearing legit socks now. They're
look,
Texas socks,
that is a smile of disgust over there.
Look,
they are sad for you.
It's a normal red sock.
They are sad for you, so we're gonna do something about it. We have ordered you a bunch of really stylish socks. Really fashionable
I don't
stuff.
feel like you would do a nice thing like that. I feel like this is in some way just going to make me worse.
No. This is definitely better. So we need you guys to let us know which socks Ryan has to wear tomorrow.
When you say has to wear, then that's definitely not a better.
Gets to wear tomorrow. Does that make it better?
Is it on the screen? I can't see it from here. 'cause-
No, these are definitely not on your screen. Just, you know what, take it on faith that they're all really great socks.
I see 3 from here. They look like socks from this distance, but I can't really get a read on them.
They definitely go on feet. Yes, this is the case. So we're going to find, you should be honored. We bought you a lot of socks. We're going to let you take the extras home.
Okay, well, I'm the of age where socks are actually great. You know what? Go ahead and just wrap my feet in whatever you want.
Look on the bright side. At least we're not coming for your shoes right now. Remember last time we got a hold of your shoes, we burned them.
That did happen. I need these because now I don't have any other ones.
All right, let's see how we're looking so far. See, it looks like okay, we've got a pretty clear winner so far for the
what is
socks.
it?
Which socks are these? Are these the poo socks? All right. Well.
All right. Just to answer me this, they're not made from recycled poo, right?
Oh,
this
okay.
isn't like they mucked the stables out and made it
No, that
ecologically
would
friendly.
be very green. But
Because you would have to sit next to me and smell the poo socks.
Oh no, I'm perfectly aware of that. That's why they simply look like poo.
Okay, great. Well, I guess I'll get a chance to wear those soon.
And don't worry, we got extras, so we can do this all again.
Oh.
All right, so that's the finale for now. For this
What a
succulent
finale.
stage, because look, we have a lot to live up to. We're trying to compete with some really awesome games here. We're about to see Matterfall for PlayStation, which is I specifically I put Anthony on because I told him that we had this game on, and he went. So I knew he had to be on the other couch.
I'm not making it look like they're more succulents by sliding that one to somewhere else, a different place.
See, once again, you call attention to it, and it ruins it.
No, it's.
I'm just sitting here enjoying a nice succulent.
Yeah.
As you do.
It's hard to tell which stage is the succulent stage. It's true, Ashley. I was very excited to hear that Housemarque was going to be here because Housemarque has made some of my favorite games, Resogun, all the various flavors of Super Stardust, which I absolutely love. And now Yari is here from Housemarque to tell us about Matterfall.
Yeah, thrilled to be here.
I am very, very excited. Just so you guys know, we are not looking at B-roll. This is a live demo. We've got Paolo off screen here playing in a folding chair. So this is all real time.
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about Matterfall.
So Matterfall, it's an action platformer, but in its core, it's a twin-stick shooter. Then we added lots of elements from platformers and bullet hell games.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like there's definitely a bullet hell aspect put in here, which is something that I haven't seen like this before. Because, I mean, it seems like it might be, in a Metroidvania-style game, but, with added bullet hell navigation mechanic.
Yeah,
well, it feels like an evolution of Outland.
Yeah, basically, yeah. There is the red and blue element, but this is more action-y. You are shooting stuff, you are striking everywhere and destroying lots of enemies.
Yeah. So if you guys didn't play it, Outland was your game that was very, very similar to this on a basic level, where it's almost like a Radiant Silvergun thing, where red versus red, red versus blue.
Yeah.
And so you want to hit everything with the opposite polarity, is that correct?
Yeah, opposite polarity, but in here you can manipulate the blue stuff. You can create platforms or shields for you, and you need to avoid the red stuff.
So you can only manipulate the blue?
Yeah, you can only manipulate the blue.
Well, we're a little familiar with red versus blue on this stream here.
I set it up. I was like, I was wondering if he's going to knock it down.
I got it.
There's the red stuff you need to avoid.
So great. So are we looking at stage by stage action? Are we looking at something that's a little bit more of an explorative environment?
Well, it's more like a more linear action experience. So
Gotcha.
you go from left to right or right to left, but there are some exploring elements. So each level has a civilian that you need to find, and those civilians give you augmentations and secondary weapons. And here you can actually see our overcharge mode, where the time slows down, and you are invulnerable, and you have lots of firepower.
I love this. This is just such a greatest hits of all of the mechanics that I love from the things you do.
Yeah, this is the combination of all.
Is that just picking and choosing your favorite parts?
Yeah,
and
all the best parts and
make one game.
So here we've got this very floaty sort of
anti-grav
anti-grav
the flying
fleet.
in zero-G area.
Yeah.
And you can dash your way through it and fly all the areas 360 and.
So what's the basic premise or the plot for the game? Like, what are we looking at here?
So basically, you are playing as Avalon Darrow, as a hired mercenary. And your job is to clear the city out of the red matter and save all the civilians.
Okay, a typical job.
Yeah, like quite straightforward.
With the city, we got too much red in the city. Need more blue.
Yeah, there's some enemies. Go kill them.
Get in there.
Yeah,
take care of it.
So let's talk about our blasters. Let's talk about our weapons. I mean, obviously we have this sort of like we have this sort of dash mode that lets us go through red matter that keeps us safe. We have a blaster on, but how do things grow and change?
Yeah, well, when you save the civilians, you get those augmentations. You can equip 3 different augmentations. They can be like weapons or passive augmentations, and you can choose your like loadout by that. And we have like a shotgun, sniper, homing weapon, and the grenade that we are currently used in there.
Cool. Paolo, are you able to bring up that interface so we can see what it's like to kind of spec your character out? He's too good. He's too good. It's over.
Yeah.
He said he just finished the level, so we're waiting for the next level.
Yeah, so each level has like the own score that you can get on like leaderboards per level. And
one thing I've always loved about your games is that sort of world versus local competitive leaderboard, no matter what the genre of game is.
Yeah, there's always a leaderboard. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I love looking at leaderboards, but it always makes me feel inadequate as a player. It's like, I'm pretty good at this. You look at the leaderboard like, oh, no.
I'm like 5,006 here.
The trick is to stay up until the store refreshes, be the first person to finish Matterfall, and then you can say world champion Matterfall player for 3 hours.
I try to filter it. I just like put my hands and like block all the numbers and block the other people's names.
So here are our augmentations.
Yeah, currently we have this one grenade, and you can put it on your D-pads and choose the weapon at free.
So it's just a way to quickly get to your grenade.
Yeah, you can switch whenever you want. So basically, you always have this basic weapon, that blue stuff, shooting the blue stuff, and you can like pressing R2 to shoot the secondary fire whenever you want.
Oh, and that was at the secondary fire there?
Yeah, the secondary fire is the grenade, and then you also have this matter set that you use to build the blue platforms.
And can you build the blue platforms anywhere, or they're like designated areas where you build it?
Designated, yeah. So basically, you don't have to, but if you want to be good on the platforming, you should.
Is there any benefit to not creating the platforms?
Well, it depends on your play style. If you want to like speed run and get the highest score, then you can just skip it. But if you want to just like play it safe, then you can create the platforms.
And that second meter, is that our ability to create things, our ability to use our matter gun?
The second meter is actually the overcharge.
Okay.
And you get those blue orbs from the enemies, and when it's full, you can activate the overcharge.
Gotcha.
Oh, and that was the special ability.
Yeah, special ability, and those are the blue orbs that enemies are dropping.
This is great. So tell us a little bit about this world and this environment that we're running.
Yeah,
through.
we're currently under hydroponics. This is the second environment in our game. So this is like filled with greenery. There's lots of fogs and environment effects, and like plants.
And is this all? It's all set in this one complex. But what are we going to see in terms of different environments?
Yeah, we have like this huge high-tech city, and then we have these hydroponics and like matter mines, like caves, dark caves, and lots of like red matter in there, and like. They are totally different environments.
And what I love, I just wanted to mention, we saw a shielded enemy.
Yeah.
In between 2 of the red particle emitters.
Yeah.
And this is something that when it comes to difficulty ramping, you're really expert at it. I feel like Housemark, you guys do a wonderful job with like that. Now we're throwing one more little wrinkle at you to teach you.
Like intense action moments. Like now you hear there's enemies everywhere. And using the overcharge, you can clear it quite easily. But yeah, so you need to really select your moments when you use the overcharge.
It's like getting that like a big gun, and you just save it to use it at the right moment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously we have leaderboards and stuff. I also feel like this is something that would really interest speedrunners. Is there any functionality in there for speedrunning?
No, well, the levels are built for speedrunning. So basically, you can skip all the enemies and keep on jumping and keep on striking. So basically, you can try to get the fastest level time.
Gotcha, and that's a separate leaderboard.
Well, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you all internally testing? Who's or how do you rank up on the speedrunners
Well,
internally?
I'm quite good because I have built almost all of the levels.
So have you put in like secret little honeypots that people haven't found yet?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So there are some exploring to do.
So that'll be interesting for you once the game's out and you're able to watch people on Twitch attempting speedruns to see if they're able to maximize
if they know all
on
the
it.
tricks and where to jump and yeah.
The game's coming out really soon,
Yeah,
right?
like August 15th on America and August 16th on Europe. And
Amazing.
price point is $19.99.
It's great.
Love it. And then platforms are
Yeah, PS4.
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 Amazing. And are you guys doing anything for? Is there any difference between PS4 and PS4 Pro if we play it?
Yeah, well, basically you get a higher resolution on PS Pro and like enhanced graphics, like more. We have a higher particle count and like a more like higher quality shadows. But basically the gameplay experience is the same on both.
So just like a few more
a few more tricks,
bells
graphical.
and whistles.
Yeah.
So real quick here, let's talk about a couple of these augments that we've just picked up and how they change things versus the grenade.
There's the homing one and there's the sniper one. The homing one is you can just fire and forget the bullets find them way to the enemies, and the sniper is like this piercing, really powerful weapon that pierces enemies.
So if you line your enemies up, you
you
take
can
multiple ones out.
Multiple ones, and faster than you kill the enemies, the higher the score you get. So be faster on your killing.
Oh, and I love that because obviously
was that it there? Yeah.
Obviously that weapon has
yeah.
a slower recharge rate, like a slower fire rate. So it's really
so
about.
it's like one shot, and it's meant for those kill shot moments.
Oh, use it there, man. Oh,
Yeah.
Paolo, come on. So that's great because I love the replayability of your games is wonderful because as we're playing through and we're getting these augments and we're seeing these lines, like that group of enemy, that swarm that came up, I was like, oh, I could use 2 of my sort of sniper rifle shoot-throughs and then 1 of this, and then the next time I go through, I'm going to get like 10,000 more points and shave a second off my
totally
time.
different gameplay styles. Yeah.
Fantastic.
And there was the huge screen clear that happens in the end of Overcharge. It clears the screens of all of the enemies, so it's a like huge explosion.
It's wonderful going through a level in any game, but in a game like this specifically, where you learn where it's best to like trigger that super, you know, and you're just like, oh, I know now.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what to do now.
And I think even going back to like the speed running, it's the same kind of thing where you know what's gonna, like you said, what's gonna shave a second off your time, or what's gonna be the best thing to do in any given situation. And I want to remind everyone who's watching right now, if you got any questions or anything you want us to talk about, you can tweet at us with hashtag YouTubeE3, or you can make a comment in the YouTube chat. So I see you've got a checkpoint system. Is that the primary method for saving?
Yeah, the primary method of saving, yeah. So there is usually like 3 to 4 checkpoints.
So if you die anywhere in the level, you go to the most
you go to
recent
the checkpoint, yeah. So that's like giving it more easy approach on the level, so you don't have to be that good on all the time.
Any thoughts on a hard mode where all the checkpoints are disabled?
Well, let's see. Yeah, we actually have this insane mode. When you finish the game with any difficulty, we unlock one more difficulty, and it's the hardest one. There is like revenge bullets, and you only have one health, and so it's going to be extra hard.
Yeah, I'd love to touch on some of that. I mean, with Resogun, you added the ability to create custom ships, share custom ships, do custom things. What sort of triggers, what sort of things are we going to be able to flip on and off in terms of variables here or share here?
Well, basically we don't have any of those in this game.
Okay, so this is strictly like beat it and then get to that next difficulty
yeah,
level.
next difficulty. That's going to be the huge driving point. Also the high score stuff. That just get you the best loadout you can and like experiment with the weapons and augmentations.
Total bullet hell.
Yeah, this is like bullet hell, and
I love these moments. Outland had a lot of these too, where it's like you're still playing it like this platformer / shooter, but you have to remember that now you are in bullet hell.
Right. Yeah. Quick reflexes are good with this game.
Can you tell us more about some of the other augments that we may not see during this demo?
I think you just picked another one up.
Yeah. There's actually, this is like a passive. This increases the smash bombs probability, those blue stuff that are rounding and exploding.
Okay.
So it increases those, and we have lots of like those passive stuff that increase your like health and increase your like loading times with the secondary fire, so you can be faster, and the dash explosion range like can expand. expand and stuff. There's
I
like,
love that.
Yeah.
I love that sort of taking the bullet hell ship customization and
Yeah.
adding it to a human-esque player character.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to go through with the default blaster, but I'm going to add these passive augments
Yeah.
because that's the way I want to play because I know that I'm very good at bullet hell games and I can like weave through all these fields.
Yeah.
Or do I want something? Are there some that are more actively defensive? Do we see things like shields or anything like that?
No, we want this to be like straight action. You are attacking and constantly like moving and attacking.
They're like, oh no,
Yeah.
you don't get one of those. Get
yeah,
good.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, this
Shoot
is
better.
Hashtag get good.
Yeah.
Well, this is amazing. This is coming, you said, in August, so it's right around the corner.
Yeah, August 15th and August 16th. on
August
Europe.
15th and
Yeah.
16th, $19.99, $20
Yeah.
for this. Guys, absolutely go pick this one up. It's going to be amazing. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for coming by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. It's
Yeah.
it's a game I'm looking forward to. I've been wanting to get my hands on it for a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's turn it back over to Mika and Ryan, way over 3 blocks away in Studio B.
Oh my God, so far.
I miss you.
I miss you.
You know what I miss?
What?
Our succulents.
Oh. Oh.
Are the succulent stage.
No, no fair.
They've sucked us off. All right, so we're here to talk.
Oh,
I
my
killed
Lord.
Mika. Mika.
Yes, Ryan.
You went out and did something.
I did go out and do something. I did a lot of booth tours this morning,
You did.
and I did one for Ubisoft.
And
or
that was
Ubisoft,
the based on your votes, right?
Based on the votes,
Uh-huh.
and I think we have it. Do we have it here?
Let's take a look.
Do we? Let's look at it.
We make fun, but this is our background check for all we know.
What's your plan?
All right, so this is a real highlight. We're here with Dan Orihuela from Nintendo. We caught your Nintendo Spotlight earlier today, where we got a first real look at Super Mario Odyssey's gameplay. And now we find out that you all have magic hats.
Yes, yeah, we do have these little hats we're giving away in the booth that look like Cappy, so that's a lot of fun also. Gus can hold on to Cappy if he wants.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you do it.
I do know Ashley also asked for it first, to be fair.
It's true.
I took it, though.
I did, but yeah, and possession 9/10, all that sort of stuff. I don't know why you gave it back. Now we have.
Did. Now I have it
now
back.
we
so I
have
don't
zero
have to share with
magic
anybody.
hats.
That's great.
But you know what? We're lacking magic hats. But you know who isn't is Mario, because we actually have. So this is live gameplay. This is happening right here, right now.
Yes. So yeah, right now, my friend Sarah on the side is playing this game for us right now, showing off how Mario looks playing Super Mario Odyssey. This is the Sand Kingdom, which is one of the levels you'll be able to experience for people here who are here at E3 itself. And it's one of the new kingdoms people will get a chance to experience. And right now, running around, she's grabbing some of these coins with Mario that look like these little purple triangles.
Yeah.
They're called regional coins. They're not the standard coins people are used to seeing. They're going to be used to buy certain items that are based on the area they're currently located
So
in.
I saw when she picked up those coins that it said 7/100. Does it mean that there's only 100 coins in the world, or you can only hold 100 coins?
You'll
at the
have
most?
to wait and find out. I know. You're going to get a lot of questions like that. Those things are going to come up all the time, and we're going which way to go.
I'm gonna place my bets that there are 100 per world. That's my bets.
There could be. You never know. Per kingdom, you never know what you're going to find. But what's cool right now, we're going into Crazy Cap, the Crazy Cap store, where you have the opportunity now to see some of those different costumes that we showed in the trailer as well.
We were all very excited to see the different costumes.
Different costumes.
I'm pretty sure Anthony melted a little bit.
So it's cool here too. Yeah, right now we were using some of those regional coins to buy a sombrero and a poncho.
Can we see what else is over there?
You can see those are the extra ones right there aren't actually costumes. They're little trophy items you'll be able to buy there as
Okay,
well.
so you can so in addition to costumes that you're wearing, you can buy little like collectible trophies.
Collectible trophy kind of things like that. And then what's cool though, you can now see what Mario looks like in his beloved right there, poncho and sombrero.
Mario, you're lovely.
Yes. And then he has a change room too though. There are other outfits you can have available too. He also likes exploring a lot as well. Classic Mario, and he also has an explorer outfit you can wear as well.
Digging it. You know who he would get along very well with is Captain Toad,
exactly
Treasure Tracker.
Captain Treasure Tracker is a good trip. But also, you've seen the Explorer outfit also reminds me a lot of the T-Rex that we showed in the trailer as well, where you saw Captain controlling that as well.
So when we saw those other trophies that were available there, does he equip them, or are they just like cosmetic?
They're more cosmetic.
We're
We're not going at too much right now. Right now, we're mainly just focusing on the actual cosmetic items of being able to be dressed up and whatnot. So it's just cool that, and the same thing. It's more like aesthetics right now, but like Cappy is still in the hat form now, just more of an explorer hat and the explorer outfit as well. You notice Mario actually is also shivering a little bit when he stands still.
Is it, I guess, cold?
It's cold. It's the Sand Kingdom, and actually that's one of the things when you meet the residents of Tostarena Town, they are saying that for some reason it is cold here, and we don't know why. So Mario needs to try to help them out.
Right, because you would assume that it shouldn't be cold here.
Correct.
This looks like a nice desert. You should be having
warm.
like oases or something nice and toasty.
Something like that. But right there, too, Mario actually grabbed one of the moons, and the moons are something you'll be finding out for the entire kingdom when you're playing through this. And those moons are important because that's how you power Mario's Odyssey, the ship he's used to moves to get around from kingdom to kingdom, which is really important. And each of the kingdoms you'll be going in through. Yeah, the hats. We'll get to Cappy in a second. But each of the kingdoms are really important. They're basically like miniature sand. They're like sandbox, like miniature gardens. Like I think the term they use is hokoniwa, which is the Japanese term for a miniature garden.
Okay.
Which is
Today I learned.
Yeah, no, there you go, hokoniwa. Hopefully I got the pronunciation right of that term. But they're like really intricately
If not, the internet
designed.
will let us know really quickly.
I'm sure the internet will let me know. But that's a really important factor. When the developers were making the game, they wanted to build these kind of sandboxes similar to Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, with a lot of density packed into it. So it's more about finding things right in front of you, discovering, exploring all those things that are right near in front of you, and see what you can figure out. And that even leads to what Cappy does. Cappy is the same little Cappy. Cappy is the new mechanic that you can now capture things to transform into them. Like right now, Mario was there to able to throw his Cappy into the binoculars to turn into that. But you can also use Cappy as a weapon to attack. You can use different ways, like spin it around you, throw it at things. You can even install it to jump on top of like a platform.
Oh, there we go.
And so, every time you guys do a new entry in the Mario franchise, you're always looking to try new gameplay elements that you haven't done before, rather than retread the same territory over and over and over. How did Cappy become the one that was settled on for this time? How was that developed?
From the dev team, from my understanding, is they just were trying to think of a new mechanic, and they liked the idea of using the hat to take over these different items and have something new. And once they stuck to that idea, they really went with it. That's hence you see like the T-Rex, the Goomba, the Koopa, the Bullet Bill, all these different things you'll be able to try to take over. Even the people of New Donk City, which we show in the Metro Kingdom, you can even take over some of the people as well using Cappy.
I love that the things he takes over have a little bit of a Mario persona to them. They
Yeah,
adopt
the
the
mustache.
mustache. I know we were talking earlier when we were watching the demonstration this morning, the presentation this morning. We were wanting to see a better shot of Bullet Bill with that mustache, and I felt like we got it right here. We were able to see that mustache on Bullet Bill a little while ago.
It's like Bullet Bill with like a hat and a mustache is not something I knew that I needed in my life. But I'm digging it. This was another one of the standouts here. Is it feels very Link Between Worlds.
A little bit. This is a bit even more thing, but this is the classic 8-bit scenario of
Right,
classic
it is.
Mario. What's cool, though, I heard some gas, too, is that you actually do notice that Mario...
Mika does that.
Yeah, you heard Mika. What's cool, too, if you notice that Mario still was in his Explorer outfit in 8-bit, which is really cool, like homage to that as well.
Yeah, and I think even in the presentation this morning, he was wearing a different outfit when he went there, and there was he had the poncho and the sombrero.
Yes, the poncho sombrero keeps on there as well. And that's the whole thing, is just really trying to figure out where you want to go inside the sandbox, like within the area. And even when you're trying to get those moons, similar to Super Mario 64, every time you got a star, the level would end. But what's cool now here, you've seen that Sarah's already gotten a couple moons. You keep going. It doesn't reset itself, so you actually get to keep pushing yourself through that exploration, and you can leave until you want to.
Now, so we saw in the presentation earlier today, we saw you use some of the local currency to buy the sombrero and the poncho, and went into a sombrero party.
Oh yeah, the dance. Yeah, there are secrets in walking around Toast Arena Town, you'll have that opportunity to find all new things. You never know what you're going to discover until you do that.
Okay, and so do the different outfits that you're wearing, they're more than just necessarily cosmetic. There are some times where you might need one in order to like progress into a certain area or things like that.
You'll have to wait and find out.
What we saw tells me the answer is pretty yes.
At least one time.
At
possibly.
least once.
So I love the transitions, going back to this that 2D traditional 8-bit perspective. I love the way that the character and the art for Mario transitions from, what we can see here on the Switch to that old 8-bit style. And then when he jumps out of the top, he like re-inflates and goes back from 2D to this 3D.
Into 3D mode constantly, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool little graphic.
So it's really cool like that too. And then this is another platforming area. This is one of my favorite parts of this particular kingdom. When you start using the hat right now, Cappy, to make these explosions happen to destroy the other bricks. Because it gets more complicated as you go. And hopefully Sarah, she's been doing really well so far, so she's practicing a lot.
No pressure, Sarah.
Nice. And I guess, I see she's jumping over that ring of fire.
Yes, that ring of fire would not be good for Mario in this case. And so far, she's playing really well. And we're heading to this other area. And you notice, too, that she's the best way of people, you can play this in multiple game styles, like with the Pro Controller, with the Joy-Con in the Joy-Con grip. But the ideal way to play it, in our opinion, is using the Joy-Con just with the Joy-Con straps on, because it's more about throwing Cappy. And even when you throw it, how you control your hands. Like if you put both hands in the direction of the left, you'll actually get Cappy's hat to spin around you in a circle, which we'll have Sarah show that when she gets out of this platform right here. Woo! So you actually make the hat spin around her in a circle.
Oh, nice.
Okay, and then so that's using the motion control.
Right, but you can also use it with the button press as well. So all those buttons will be available as well, but it's just more natural feel in playing that way. Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
The Moai.
We saw this on the poster earlier. Anthony pointed it out.
So the Moai are a cool little character. You kind of walk around here and try to explore the area. They have a nice, funny walk to them as well. Even the cool little earrings dangling as well. What's cool though, they have those sunglasses on, but when you drop the sunglasses. Oh, we got to see something there.
I see. I saw a little bit though.
Yeah, you see.
Oh,
yeah.
You see like the part of the world. You see like a little different take on the world.
It's a little platform you couldn't see before.
It's a new way of looking at things.
Yes. What's cool though, but even when it's down, the Moai walk a little bit slower.
Because he's cool.
Yes, he's trying to kind of strut his way around, show off how cool he looks in the game. Of course.
So yeah, this feels when you have them up, but
I'm not in this video, but I'd just like to draw attention to Statue Mario's little shuffle butt. Thank you.
That works well too.
Thank you,
Of course.
Anthony.
No, thank you. That was important to make sure we get that out for the viewers know that's an important factor.
And so then you have right now these additional like smaller like 2D moon collectibles.
Right, so these are actually moon shards, and by collecting all of them, which now Mario, who just collected all 5 of the moon shards, has now revealed one of the power moons. Which again, those power moons are important because that's what powers the Odyssey. The Odyssey to go from kingdom to kingdom.
So I have a question for you about New Donk City.
Yes.
We were discussing this earlier. We were wondering if New Donk City functions more as a hub the way the castle did for 64, or if it is a different world entirely. If it is a kingdom in the vein of this
It's part of New Donk City is part of the Metro Kingdom. So we have that's all we can really talk about so far. So, they're not really haven't gone into is there a home world? How does it all break down apart yet? So that's still not being set up yet. But yeah, no, that's kind of what people are trying to discover so far. We'll wait in the future to hear what we find out more about that.
Right.
This is some crazy architecture with the inverted pyramids.
Yes, that is the inverted pyramid way up there as well. And there's the binoculars again. We can explore a little bit more with the binoculars.
Nice.
Do the binoculars have a mustache?
I don't know, actually, 100% sure.
I mean, if they don't have a mustache, are they truly possessed?
Yeah. Or, yes, captured by Cappy, we'll see. And now we're talking to the people of Tostarena Town and telling them what's going on. And that is part of the story, too, if you saw from the trailer as well, that you did see Mario, you saw Bowser in full wedding outfit with Peach.
Yes.
Trying to get married, yes. So we're curious how that's going to play out as well.
You know, he's in love. He's in love. You can't fault that.
Yes.
And here's an interesting question. You're seeing people, but Mario is also people, but he looks very different from those people.
That's different. Yeah, that's kind of the interesting take people are kind of noticing is when you go into New Donk City, there are what seem to be normal people, similar to what Pauline, because Pauline is the one you see in New Donk City as well. So we're not really going too much into what that's going to be about yet, but it does have that feel, that metro feel, and there's a lot even to discover inside of New Donk City as well. It's really fun to play around as well.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I don't want to shape shame. I'm just very curious, what all the little details are here.
Yeah, and I love the look of the humans in New Donk City. Like everyone looks like they've got important business that they're very eager to get to. Like everyone's very serious, and then there's Mario running alongside.
A complete different outfit. And the cool part when you're in New Donk City too, you can like take over a scooter, you can do jump roping, there's all these different elements as well. And the music is something I'm really enjoying too. We can't really hear it really well now, but a lot of music changes as you go from area to area. When you go into the 8-bit mode, New Donk City has its own look and feel to it as well. Even to the point, the theme song, if you notice when we showed the trailer, that's one of the first times ever that you've had words.
Yeah.
In a Mario theme song.
Oh wow. That was a great song, by the way. And my mind's just blown a little bit. I guess the pyramids have to be inverted.
This makes a lot of sense. Oh boy.
Yes.
So it's cool to see new mechanics on the old style and the old 8-bit look for Mario. So
that's how it goes here.
A fresh way, a fresh look. Yeah, that's. It doesn't seem like that would be confusing, but that's actually kind of hurting my brain a little bit right now.
You get used to it.
And I'm not sure if you guys are talking about this yet, but I am very curious to know if there's any sort of like a helper mode for those who might be playing with kids who maybe don't have the fine motor control to be fully accompanying you through the world. Is there some way they can help control Cappy, or some way that there's almost like a little bit of an assist the way there was with Super Mario Galaxy?
Not really anything to say at this time now, but
Okay.
we'll have to wait and see what the devs decide to reveal later on about the game as well.
Okay, this looks absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's just playing as Bullet Bill running around.
Yeah, I think, and I like it seems like Bullet Bill has a headlight in front of him that kind of
help out a little bit,
targets
yes.
where you're heading.
And what's cool too, even as you're playing through it, there's always multiple solutions to a lot of the ways to get in and out of the area. So you never have to think of one path only. I know Sarah's kind of used to playing, so she's kind of going through her own way. But there are multiple ways to go through each area, and even the devs have even mentioned that they're really curious to see. Even though they have their own set of solutions in their head, people are going to find other ways to do things that they haven't even thought of yet. And they're just curious to see what those kind of discoveries are going to be. Oh, and these are the Brutals, by the way, some of the new enemies in the game.
Okay.
Right now, Sarah's going to have a chance to play against Harriet.
Yeah, we were very curious about these because they're new, and we're so used to seeing like Koopa.
The Koopalings, yeah. But these are the Brutals, who are basically helping prepare the wedding.
Okay, I see. And we theorize that her hat keeps keeps Cappy from just doing his thing with her.
Yeah, if you notice, like, again, like that's something that we're really good at in this kind of game is just even each boss is its own puzzle. You try to figure out what's going on. So right now there's, let's see what that's Harriet, by the way. This is Harriet.
Hello, Harriet.
She's kind of perky.
It seems like you definitely have to reflect the bomb at just the right angle.
Oh,
Otherwise it
no,
goes off
I
in the
just
wrong.
got the hair pun.
Oh, I did now too. Falling a little behind.
Yes. Well, that's Harriet's name. Harriet's all
Uh-oh,
giddily running
get her.
away, and Sophie's starting on
She's
top
not
of
making
him.
it
So
easy.
is it H-A-I-R-R-E?
I can't remember the exact spelling, but I should check.
Yeah, I kind of lost the thread after I spelled hair.
Yeah, H-A-R. I'm not really sure what the spelling is.
Harriet or
H-A-I-R-R-E-T. I don't know what his exact spelling is going to be, but we'll see.
I like the when she retreats there. She almost looks like a UFO with that.
She hides inside her helmet.
Yeah, and now when you're progressing through these different kingdoms, are you able to, if you are skilled enough, really get everywhere and do everything all at once, or do you find you'll need to come back to places later and re-explore?
That's going to be to each different player. I mean, that's kind of one of the things I like about the game a lot, too, is that you have the idea there's going to be people who are speed runners who are going to want to beat the game as quickly as possible. getting
Oh,
the bare
Harriet.
minimum.
Oh, you've fallen.
Yeah, speedrunning is one of the first things I thought about when you said the developers are curious to see how other people find their solutions going through each level.
Difference between I'm more of a completionist, though, so I'm the kind of person who's going to want to get every single moon. And sometimes these areas have like 30, 40, 50 different moons you're going to be able to find. So they're really densely packed. And we only showed a few moons that we got. And what's cool, too, if you notice, there's actually even a date stamp.
I did notice
The
that,
date
yeah.
stamp. So and some people were mentioning, because it's going to be interesting because the game comes out on October 27th, how many people are going to have October 27th as they're like how many moons they can get on that one day. So
Oh, that'll be
how
fun.
that plays out.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens when the community gets a hold of it as well, because people have such a good time playing the Mario games. I mean, even the older ones like 64, the speedrunning community is still going nuts for. So that'll be a lot of fun to see. But this looks really amazing. Thank you for showing it to us, and I'm absolutely taking one of your hats.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it. It's amazing that we're able to get a chance to watch a live gameplay
Since
demo.
you asked
Thanks so
nicely,
much.
Ashley. You can have
did
that
it.
one. Yeah.
Are you great? Are you Cappy now?
You need a mustache. You need the mustache, though. You need the mustache, too. And there you go.
All right, now we're gonna
Professional.
We're gonna check in with the Gatsby twins.
So let's see.
God, there's danger to being a fangirl.
I took some notes. Number one was Shuffle Butt.
Shuffle Butt?
Shuffle Butt was a big note. Number two was Adorable Safari Boy.
Was number 3. Oh my God, hats.
Yeah, it was a lot of hats.
Lots of hats.
This is such a cute game.
I'm so excited. The hat protect, but the hat also attack.
I noticed. I noticed that.
I can't handle it. I'm so ready.
I love the idea of little hat shops where I can buy these different costumes.
I just want to be Sombrero Mario. I just want to walk around with so many cultures in one place. Italian, Mexican. What next? What hat can we expect next?
Who can say, really?
Maybe like a pharaoh hat?
I would love it.
I would love it.
I welcome all hats.
I'm not hattist.
No, God, no.
I am a lover of all hats.
The little miniature changes, the things that are bringing back Mario Sunshine.
Oh, which is grade A Mario right
That's
there.
some grade A Mario.
Some prime Mario, if you will.
We got no time for Sunshine haters.
Right, absolutely not. Also, the 8-bit Mario coming back, that's when we
Yes.
first started gasping.
Well, this is something
offstage.
that's really interesting, right? So Ashley mentioned the Link Between Worlds influence of that.
Right, right.
Super Paper Mario obviously has some
Yes.
influence to that. But the thing that I love is taking the different gravity from Mario
Yeah.
Galaxy and throwing it into classic 8-bit Mario.
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. Those gravity portions of Mario Galaxy were the bane of my existence.
What?
Come on! It was just like... It was just so much, and my brain hurt, and, I was a theater major, not math, so, gravity doesn't work for me. Isn't that...
Okay. I don't have time to unpack that sentence, so I'm going to move past the sentence. There were just so many clauses that felt like they came from so many different places.
Gravity doesn't work for me.
It's interesting to hear that, obviously we still don't know about any sort of hub world or Mario ship or anything like that, but we have seen 2 different worlds now. We've seen the Sand Kingdom.
And we've seen New Donk City.
We've seen New Donk City.
Which I'm going to call New Dank City.
Sure.
Because it's dank, yo.
I get what you're saying.
You picking up what I'm throwing down?
Yes.
Lovely.
The 2 different worlds, like seeing the way that the hat mechanics interact with these different worlds and using the different bits of the environment. Earlier this morning we saw put the hat on a flagpole, put the hat on a fire hydrant, put the hat on like these different things that are normally in a city, put the hat on a power transformer and travel through
That's
power
incredible.
lines. So good.
I feel like with all of these mechanics that we're already just seeing in this, in the trailers and the tree houses, that there's going to be so much to unpack that we have no clue about yet.
Well, we know that they have this this sort of 4-part design to a Mario world, right? Like they've discussed it. Where like part 1 of a Mario world is show you what's new in the world.
Right.
Part 2 is like add a little bit to it. Part 3 is add the most you can to that new mechanic, and then part 4 is mix all previous mechanics.
Right, to make one large puzzle that you have to solve.
And I'm imagining all of these different hat attacks
Right.
and the 2D, 3D, and
I'm just imagining like what would be a wish list for me, I think, for the 4-step Mario plan.
Yeah.
Would be some major fight with Bowser at the end that just it's an open world and you have to traverse the terrain via Cappy and use different mechanics, use like maybe you possess a bunch of bullet bills to attack him, you know? Like I don't know, there's just so much we have that we don't know yet because we haven't entered the world of Mario Odyssey.
But what I love is that we do, just based on the things we know, there are things we can extrapolate, right? We do know that Cappy can go on to regular Mario enemies. We're using Mario enemies the way we would use suits in a previous Mario game.
Exactly. Instead of being a Tanuki, you're a bullet bill now.
Yeah, which I love.
I love it so much.
What a great idea. All of those enemies are adorable.
Yeah, at the Nintendo booth, there is a chain chomp in a Mario hat and a mustache, and he's adorable.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
I've named him Frederick.
Sure.
Frederick the Chain Chomp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
He looks like a Frederick.
He looks like a Frederick.
So I love the idea of like, okay, we know that these things are just as cute as a kitten.
Right.
We know that they're just as cute as a bumblebee. So why don't we just use them? And if those things are the suits now, if this, then what, right?
Right. If this, then what?
So the bullet bill thing I love because you travel the way a bullet bill travels. You have these like slow arcing movements.
Right.
And you can't change your height.
No, you're just going straight on like a bullet bill.
Yeah, and there was a platforming piece that we saw earlier this morning where if you hit anything even once, Bullet Bill explodes.
Right.
And then you just follow your... So it's just like using the mechanics of these classic Mario things that we already know, so we don't even have to think the first time we get a power-up.
Right.
We already know what it does.
Because like if you're a Mario fan at all, you know how a bullet bill travels. So you're hopping into that mindset immediately, which is so great.
It's wonderful.
Also, we saw him turn into a regular people.
Yes.
What's that going to be like? Do you just walk around?
You turn Mario into a regularly proportioned person, and all of a sudden you just like have to do taxes.
Oh.
And like carb.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta like Mario's just like the nearest Uber is 7 minutes away, but it said it was gonna be 4 minutes away.
That's just Mario Life Simulator. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
That's what New Donk City is.
New Donk City is now new.
Regular
We've
Donk
been
City.
trapped
Thank
in
you.
New Donk City this whole time.
I am New Donk City.
So much to unpack, so much more to see of Super
Yes.
Mario Odyssey, so much more from our friends at Nintendo. They're going to be coming back a few times this week.
Quite a few.
Yeah, I
Now
believe.
I counted on my fingers.
Yeah, we got them twice tomorrow.
Yep.
And twice on Thursday.
Yep.
Imagine for yourselves what we might be seeing based on the things that they announced at the press conference today.
Lots of brightly colored, lovely things.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm very excited.
Ryan, what are you
Ryan.
excited about? It looks like there are exciting things going on over on the couch
There are.
3 blocks away from here.
Yeah, guess
So
what?
far.
You're part of this too.
Are we all New Donk City?
Surprise, we're all New Donk City.
Oh, snap.
I'm joined now on the couch by Alyssa, Daniel, and Quentin, whose names I think I got right. Yes. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
Who
us.
are you and why are you here?
So we're TSA Frisky. We're all from the college competition for E3 this year, and we're competing for best college game.
Best college game, so you're game
Yes.
developers.
Yes, we are.
And what did you come with?
We came with TSA Frisky and
TSA Frisky.
Yeah, and I came with Star Cats.
Okay. So we got multiple games here.
Yeah, there's 5 total competing for the competition.
Now, what are the rules on creating these games?
So really the rules are just enter your game. There's really no deadline on amount of dev time or team size or anything like that. We just entered our trailer and our game, and then I think about 500 colleges entered, and then they narrowed it down to 5 and had us out for the
Wow.
final competition. So
Well, congratulations in that case.
thank you very much.
When does the actual competition take place?
So the actual competition takes place over the course of the E3 event, so starting today and then ending on the 15th. And I think we get word at the end of the day on the 15th, so it'll be exciting.
So what happens if you win?
I don't know. Our producer could probably answer that question.
I don't think anything particular. I think you just kind of walk
Kudos.
away with the honor.
Yeah, you walk away with
There
the
is
honor.
a trophy. You get a trophy.
Yes, you do get a trophy.
Okay,
Little-
good.
little crystal trophy. Yep.
It's a good start.
Definitely.
Well, tell me about your games.
Well, so our game, I'll talk about our game. Our game is TSA Frisky, which is exactly what it sounds like.
What does that sounds okay? What TSA Frisky is exactly like? Okay, so TSA being okay, I'm getting it. So look, I'm initially captured by the Frisky more than the TSA.
Yeah, exactly.
I circled back around when you said it's exactly what it sounds like. Okay.
So you're a TSA agent, and your goal is to frisk and search as much luggage as fast as you can, and get all the contraband you can.
Yeah.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many sex toys are we talking about?
I think we've got like one solid, discernible, just one, and
one
then
very clear
got
one.
some suggestive material, but one clear cut.
we have a line we like to try to stay on.
Mhm.
Things that are suggestive enough to be funny, but nothing that's like
Not too far.
not too far, exactly.
Try
Not
to
like
keep
dead
PG
bodies. or-
PG-13.
No. Oh yeah, no. Okay, too far.
We've actually like completely cut out weapons of any kind because we just felt like it's the TSA, it's the airport. All these things happen. We don't really need to talk about
There's
that.
a lot of bad stuff out there already. Why focus on that?
Yeah. So we just focus on the humor.
So what are they
zany.
looking for then?
So you're searching for basically our contraband items rotate per round. So we have everything from, I guess, just general like slices of pizza all the way to tablets, sex toys like we mentioned, and then just ordinary contraband as well. I think for our first round, our contraband is
We have the iPad. We
Yeah.
have our version of an Oculus, which we called the Quackulus.
the Quackulus, because we're Quackback Studios, so duck theme.
We have a pill bottle and a wine bottle.
A wine bottle, yeah.
You can't have those breaking in your luggage.
Sadly.
This reminds me so much of almost kind of like Papers, Please, which
that is one of our inspirations.
Yeah, it was one of our main inspirations. for
Where's
sure.
Gus? He loves that game. I think you may have already sold a copy of your.
What they're forgetting is that they're a VR game. They haven't dropped that yet. Yeah.
Wait, this is a
That
VR
true.
game?
Yeah, it's a
It
VR
is.
experience, so it's a
Okay.
simulator essentially.
Which platform? I assume it.
HTC.
Okay.
HTC Vive, yeah.
So it's not yet available. Well, is it available to the public? Can
It
they
is,
get these
it
games?
is, yeah.
Can go on. We have an itch. Itch.io is the website, and just search TSA Frisky, and you can download our game. But yeah, and our goal is to produce this in about a year, where some of us are trying to start a studio and actually put this out there as a real
That's
product.
great. So right now it is a free to download sort of thing, but you're trying to get it onto a platform.
Yeah.
That can
Yeah.
Right now it's just kind of a beta,
Right.
or a prototype, if you want to call it that.
Right. It's more of a experience than a full game, and then
Mm-hmm.
within a year we're hoping to have something fully fledged.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
And how about your game?
Okay, so StarCats is a 4-person local couch co-op / competitive game. And the emphasis that we're putting there is on the fact that it's slash, because we made the game, we said, we don't want to force anyone. We're tired of people saying we have to compete or you have to work together for this game to work. So we're taking our hands off. And you play as 4 cats, 2 to 4, I guess, because it's multiplayer. You play as 2 to 4 cats, astronauts, who have crashed onto a planet. And you have to run around and try and fuel your ship back up so you can escape the planet. But then every time you escape the planet, you kind of just crash back because the cats are pretty incompetent.
It sounds very Captain Spiff, was it, from Calvin and Hobbes? Just always crashing on the
Yeah,
planet.
he's always crashing, yep. So there's only one way to kill each other, and that's just to throw a rock at someone. It's very unintuitive. It's just kind of the joystick, you're all on the same couch, and the fact of the matter is that if you kill someone, you're not done. So you kill your buddy and you become a ghost, and the ghost haunts you, and the more ghosts that are haunting you, the more detrimental it is to you. So you drain your
Interesting.
energy. They drain your energy. They're able to possess your items. They're able to pull you back from your objectives. So it's a big decision for you to have to kill your friends more than it is for you have to decide if you want to work with your buddies.
It's really a big decision for me if I need to kill my friends, but it sounds like it would suddenly become very detrimental to my ongoing enjoyment of the game.
Want to kill your friends? That is the decision you make by default.
Well, that's until they added consequences. Before that, I was just enjoying video games and could just do whatever I wanted. But now, actually, that reminds me kind of a mechanic in Don't Starve Together, where you could haunt each other.
As
and
well as Crawl, yeah.
Yeah, that's right, and Crawl.
Yep. We got a lot of inspiration from them. So,
well, what kind of opportunities do you think this kind of competition opens up for people?
Definitely networking is a big one. Being able to meet up with people that are also in your industry that share the same passion. For our particular case, VR is still, in flux, still relatively new. So we get to kind of get in touch with other people who are exploring the same technology that we are, because it's kind of an unexplored territory. And then I guess as far as y'all's game,
I would just have to agree about the networking and just the experience. I mean, I sat down on the plane and I was kind of minding my business. I turned to my left and the guy looks at me, he's like, "Oh, is that GDC?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Marty Stratton." I'm like, "As in Doom?" And he's like, "Yeah." So like, oh my gosh. So I sat there for an hour and a half trying to keep my excitement contained. So yeah. So it's pretty amazing.
Another thing that it kind of lets us do is this E3 is a little bit special considering they just let consumers back in. So we get the ability for people to, not only industry professionals, to play our game and kind of like give us their opinion on it, but we can talk to the consumers who now have the option to play our game, and they're our target audience. So when they kind of give us feedback or they tell us it's fun, like that's actually really important to us because it affects how we go forward with our games.
And thank you, by the way, for working on a VR title, because I'm still kind of waiting on someone to make sure that doesn't go away again. It's sort of a sad space right now.
Definitely.
A lot of people are trying, but no, it's quite getting there.
We're hoping to get there.
So at the beginning, going back to your game, at the beginning of each round, you're offered a list of things, and then it's just a pattern recognition of.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it like on an X-ray? What are we looking at?
So right now, we will implement an X-ray eventually, but right now, the way it is the characters come through. They will have kind of like a red glow to them if they are dirty, if they have contraband, and if they're clean, they'll have a more greenish glow. So we wanted to convey with our UI just elements within the environment that kind of tell the player, hey, this is a suspicious person, versus putting the HUD right in front of somebody and totally ruining the immersion.
Right.
So that was a big challenge for us, was how do we convey to the player that this person has contraband? In a lot of our play testing, that was an issue that we finally kind of solved, but VR being what it is, it was kind of just try it all, see what sticks.
Absolutely, throw it at the wall and see what hangs on. Was this the first title that you guys had worked on, or was this...
As a team, this is our first title. And then we also did a proof of concept a while back. That was before Dan came on as our producer. But we've been in development for about 20 weeks now.
Oh, wow.
So still pretty fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was our senior capstone project. So it's our entire year. We had worked together on different projects because it's a small team, 17, but we're all the same school. We've all been working together for the past 3 years. So we've been working on this for about 11 months now, and it's been definitely a challenge. It's been really interesting because we've always worked together, but this is the biggest team we've also worked on because it's a small school. So it's definitely the biggest opportunity we have before we go out to the industry to work on a game with someone else. So
do you find you guys all? Oh, sorry.
It's worth the note. They have a humongous team, and the ability for you guys to like work together and finish your product astounded me.
Donuts. I bought my team donuts almost every week because that was the only thing that kept them together.
It is a secret, I guess.
We have the donuts as well, so that must be the key.
So making it to E3, secret is Team Donuts.
Team Donuts, yeah.
You heard it here first. Donuts.
Well, you're really letting the cat out of the bag here. That actually brings up an interesting point, though. So you said you were the producer for the title. What do each of you do individually? Do you feel like you end up wearing a lot of hats in the development process, or is it you still find time to specialize in individual parts of it?
Cappies?
No. You stay over there.
No.
So personally, I'm the environment artist for our game, but we kind of shared responsibilities across the art team, programming team. Dan did some art as well. We enlisted him when we were running short. So it's definitely more of an indie vibe where we have a lot of different roles. But me personally, my defined role is environment artist, and then Dan's our producer.
And like she said, all of our teammates had to wear lots of hats. They all had their specific hat.
Sorry, I'm staring Ashley down to make
Lots
sure she
of
doesn't say Cappy again.
Look, it's going through my head every single time, but
know.
I'm practicing some serious restraint. Should I go get my Cappy?
No. No more Nintendo. Until the next part. Sorry, please continue.
No. So our sound designer had to wear, actually, he wore a lot of hats. He worked as our lighting artist. He worked as our a 3D artist and a texture artist. So everybody has like multiple roles because, I mean, we're not a huge studio, but we just get done what we can get done.
Anybody that can do something does do something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was the producer on my team, and like Dan mentioned, we have a bigger team with 17, so we were able to split up into programming, art, and design. So it was mainly one person who had one role, and you didn't really divert from that. But then design team was a mix of both programmers and artists, so that we were able to, make sure no team was not represented in the design decisions.
I mean, imagine if you're trying to build a game from scratch like that, you really have to have kind of a diverse background of people coming into this.
Oh, yeah.
You pull from a lot of different departments that maybe not necessarily the same one you're in?
So for my school specifically, we're all in the same department, but then we pull in CS majors because we don't teach programming as heavily as the CS department does. So our students in my department more supply the knowledge of like modeling and animating and like the lighting and the engine, and then they would help us provide the actual programming side of it, so making sure that everything worked well.
That's great.
It's about the same for us as well. We networked with just, for our trailer, a bunch of film students, and then, of course, we have our sound guy in-house, which was great. But we did have to reach out for some storyboard artists, things like that, just to help facilitate the process with things we didn't necessarily have time or skill to do. So.
No, it's great. Yeah,
great.
I mean, and that's one of those things that's wonderful about college is there's so many people around that are interested in things and have free time,
Without a doubt.
if they can put the parties down occasionally.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's great. So, again, do you want to share your link one more time? Both is your game available as well?
We are not available yet. We are looking to go into market, but we are trying to more push for console development more than Steam.
Really,
development.
console
Yes.
development.
We
so
really. That's the
there's
dream.
one right now. Then.
Yes, there is one. I mean, obviously, it's a hot topic. Everyone wants to get on the Switch, and we think that we are also for the Switch, but we're cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
So.
Definitely.
All right. Well, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw it back over to Ashley and Bernie. Thank you guys, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I also wear a lot of hats.
I am. Yeah, I let her lead with that awful pun. Listen, I love when we get to feature stuff like this because really one of the moments in my gaming career that I'm most proud of was very early on when Red vs. Blue was a hit, like season 2 or 3. Early, this is like 2004, 2005. They asked me,
long ago, the before time.
the before times. Well, this will definitely date it. But they asked me to be on a panel of judges for a competition they were having at the Slam Dance Film Festival. They were having a gaming festival. And they had people out from like Digipen and Full Sail. And there was this one team, we looked at all these games, and there was one game where it was a princess, and she could make demon gates. And she could make a red one, she could make a blue one.
Interesting.
And you could put the demon gates on the wall, and you walked in one, and you came out the other.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I must have played that game for an hour. It's called Narbacular Drop, and I must have played it for an hour straight. We were supposed to look at it for like 5 minutes, and I was trying all this different stuff, and then I went in with the judges, and I was like, this game has to win, right? I go, this is crazy. This is like they made the Bugs Bunny, portable hole gun.
Right.
And I thought it was incredible. But the other judges, there was a more artistic game they felt, where it was about a dinner conversation. Great game. I mean, it was really progressive, but it was about having a conversation at dinner, and then it was the AI would interactively make it, different based on what you talked about.
Okay.
Which is pretty neat. But I was like, this game's incredible. And then, of course, that game went on to become Portal.
Right,
Yeah,
because those developers got picked up.
They got picked up by Valve. And actually, it's unfortunate the way some of those competitions work, because I do remember one or two of the judges. It was the first year of the competition, and I don't think they've had it since. But there was discussion about what is the scope and the mission of the festival. I'm like, how about we just pick the best game? This is unbelievable what they've done, but you never know. So the judging criteria, but it's really great because hopefully they get some publicity for the games and get them out there. And who knows, they could have the next Portal on their hands. So go download it and check it out.
Yeah, there's the stuff that comes out of those projects is absolutely spectacular too. And then we also, this is on a slightly different, not quite collegiate level, but every year for E3,
yep,
we look. There's the highlights, like lots of really awesome indie titles, which we're checking out while we're here at the show too. But then there's also the huge AAA titles, the big stuff. And every year, as part of E3, YouTube actually has a trailer battle to let those biggest titles fight it out. To see which one brings their A-est game.
Who is the engine of the E3 hype train?
Yeah, who's running it this year? So there's trailer battles, which you can check out if you're watching this stream on the youtube.com/E3 hub. You're already really close. There's actually a trailer battle tab. If not, just check out youtube.com/E3. One of the big contenders this year is actually Destiny 2.
All right.
No surprise there. So we're going to check out a trailer for that. If you are digging Destiny 2 based on the trailer, you can go ahead and vote for it in the trailer battles, and that's going to be running through the show. So definitely check it out if you get a chance, because you get to help crown the winner.
Made by the small upstart studio Bungie. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
Good luck to them.
This is, I believe, their first endeavor.
Well, it's second, Destiny 2.
Well, second endeavor.
Yeah.
Welcome to a world without light. You are weak, undisciplined, cowering behind walls. I command legions, conquered worlds, waged war across the galaxy to prove my worth. I alone am worthy of the Traveler's light. You're not brave. You've merely forgotten the fear of death. Allow me to reacquaint you.
Pre-order and get open beta early access.
We are back. I am excited.
You seemed confused for a second there.
No,
we're
are
back.
definitely back.
You and I are sharing a couch
That's
again.
one thing I know.
It's going to be okay.
This is the Odd Couple couch. Welcome to the Love and Hate couch. One of the most exciting things for me during this entire E3 was the Skull and Bones reveal.
Yes.
And we have the creative director of Skull and Bones here with us. We got Justin on the couch with us. Pirate, I want to be one. I've always wanted to be one.
How can we get this man?
How can I pirate?
I mean, it's a base fantasy, right? Like
Yes.
ever since we've been little kids, we wanted to be pirates, and for us at Ubisoft Singapore, this is our chance to really bring that fantasy to life. So we're super excited to be able to share not just the vision of the game with the CG and the assets, but really the experience of being able to take control of these huge, tall ships during the age of piracy.
It's amazing. And if you guys haven't checked out the trailer, we'll roll it right now because this is absolutely wonderful. This, to me, is the fruition of sort of a dream that I had, and I'm sure a lot of you had within Ubisoft. As soon as Assassin's Creed 3 was announced, I was like, oh, I love this. I would also love something that is entirely this part of Assassin's Creed 3. I would love something that is entirely about... No, it was 3 and then Black Flag.
Black Flag was the
Well,
first one.
yeah,
It was in
in
3.
AC3 we did the
Yeah.
naval missions, which really were the impetus for AC4's naval. Yeah.
This is
I
I've
don't know
been to
why. I'm
E3
not-
before,
I'm
my
not-
dude.
you know what? I'm never correcting you again. You win forever.
But no, so how long has this idea sort of been gestating for you and been in the back of your head and the back of your team's mind?
Well, personally, I came to work at Ubisoft because of those naval missions, and it was really a driving factor for me. And when I found out about what Ubisoft Singapore's mission was, and when we started to work on AC4 Black Flag, I was hooked. The idea of being able to bring that fantasy to life was really, really one of my career goals. And you know, as a creative, it's super exciting to be able to bring that to life. Our studio really focuses on, you know, the naval tech and naval gameplay in AC3 and AC4. And also the online service stuff that we did with Ghost Recon Phantoms. Those two synergies really allowed us to bring this stuff to life.
So one thing that I wanted to discuss is, because we have seen naval missions in Black Flag and in AC3, some people were seeing the trailer and they were not fully wrapping their mind around how this is differing from these naval missions and how you've expanded and broadened sort of that gameplay.
Well, I mean, it's really just the tip of the iceberg, showing the PvP, our loot hunt mode. That's the mode that you guys saw at E3. We have a vision that really brings that to life. You start out as an upstart pirate captain. You leave the Caribbean. You refuse the king's pardon. You say, "Fuck it, I'm a pirate. I'm going to keep this life." You head for the pirates' round in the southern tip of Madagascar, and you reach the Indian Ocean, which, compared to the fishbowl of the Caribbean, the Indian Ocean's massive, right? So being able to have that huge canvas for us to tell a story and for the players to be part of shaping that story and the world is the ultimate pirate experience for us.
How will it feel very familiar if you had played the previous Assassin's Creed game in terms of control and how the ship functions?
Well, we've done a lot of research in how we're building our 3Cs, the way that the game controls, and players who are familiar with Black Flag are going to feel right at home, as well as exposing them to a brand new depth that they've never seen or been exposed before. As you see in the gameplay trailer, one of the key things that we've integrated is the wind as a fundamental aspect of it. I mean, these ships are massive, and the wind is what really fuels, their positioning, their tactics, and their speed. And it's a key part, not just of being able to sail, but the customization and how you're able to be an effective predator.
So let's talk about that. We're watching some of the stuff pop up right now. First of all, eye patch customization. Yes or no? How many straps? I see 3.
Well, yeah. I mean, being able to shape your captain and being able to have a look of a captain that's that fits your play style, your preference, what you have an affinity to. Like, I really like the guy that has no shirt, and that's the guy. And all of our captains have backstories, and you'll be able to select from multiple captains when you start the game and start your journey.
You've brought some gameplay, and I want to jump into that and kind of dive into what's going to be happening when we're playing Skull and Bones. So if we can pull that up. Sure. So as these different captains, these are pre-made captains with stories that you can then customize?
Well, you start out with a little bit of a backstory, but over time your journey is shaped, as well as the characters, and your crew is shaped by that journey. So we want players to really be proud of the way their captains look, the way their crew looks, and the way their ship looks, and that's where customization comes in.
Oh Lord, this is gorgeous.
Do we also have to fight off scurvy?
Scurvy?
This is an important pirate
question. This is a good question. Very good pirate question.
I've actually this is the first time in my career that I've had 2 people ask me within 24 hours to add disease to a video game. So, I mean, I guess we'll look at it. Maybe it's too early to talk about the disease
Just a barrel of
feature.
oranges. That's all I ask. Just throw it in there. That's a little bit of loot that'll just keep everybody happy. The game looks amazing. Now, it's going to have a campaign as well, correct?
We built the game from the ground up so that our narrative is integrated not just in our PvP modes, but in our shared systemic world. So the story that you go on, the journey that you go on, is a single journey. We didn't want it to be a one-off or a side campaign like you see in a lot of games. We wanted players to feel that we have a single world with lots of things to do, both co-op, single player, sailing solo, as well as in our PvP modes.
So let's talk about some of the stuff we're seeing right here. We have it looks like a couple different classes of ships. Can you start off by talking about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Our classes are designed with traditional RPG archetypes in mind. So if you think about other RPG games, the role of playing support, damage, long range, those are things that we wanted to bring to our world that were familiar to players. So if you have a particular playstyle, like me, I really like to stay from a distance in our game. So I use a Sleep of War, which is what's on the screen right now. I use my long nines from a distance. I'm able to effectively stay out of combat for me. I feel safe. And other players are able to use really heavy defensive tank-type weapons and ships like the frigate, or up close and brutal ships like the brigantine, which is almost a melee-type ship. You have a very heavy, devastating ram, short-range, high-damage broadsides, and it's all about your play style. And customization is another layer on top of that.
Was it kind of a challenge to get all of those balanced and working well together?
Well, I think when you develop a new IP in general, the toughest thing is to make sure that everyone has a shared vision of how we're going to bring that to life. So customization was, part of that challenge. But ultimately, people understand RPG archetypes. They understand the roles that they have in other games. And face it, we have lots of games that we play in our lives, and they're competing for our time. And I don't want players to have to relearn everything. I want players to go, oh yeah, I want to do this in this game. I want to be this kind of pirate. I want to have this role, and I do it with my friends. I do it with my guild mates that I play all, my other games with, and it translates well into the experience of Skull and Bones.
Now let's talk about sort of crew control. We are a captain. We are choosing our captain to be, but we also and I don't mean to keep going back to the Assassin's Creed naval missions. I'm just using them as a touch point,
Sure.
And I do know that in the Assassin's Creed missions, I was able to move from station to station within my ship, but not necessarily have sort of direct control over crew. How does your crew work?
First of all, I love Assassin's Creed Black Flag combat. What I wanted to bring in terms of the vision is a feeling of intimacy with your crew stations. So we don't hear the audio right here on this trailer, but every crew responds. They tell you what they need. You hear them calling out when they have targets, when they're ready to reload. They're begging you to fire, and the cameras go down close. And here, even boarding, you have crew abilities that will really strengthen a lot of these activities from every weapon station, every activity, every ability. That's where we really feel the pirate fantasy comes into play. The relationship between a captain and his crew is a key part of the fantasy.
And including in that is the shanties, which we heard before. We're still going to have a good diversity of those.
All new shanties.
Yes!
All new shanties.
Hashtag all new shanties.
And, Skull and Bones is being developed by, not just Ubisoft Singapore. We have partner studios that are really helping us bring this to life, and shanties are a big part of that. And we're really proud of the type of shanties. You can hear a couple of the new ones in the trailers and the gameplay videos.
So we are seeing multiple ships against multiple ships here. I assume that there's some matchmaking. I assume that I can play with my friends if I want to. How do I kind of put together a fleet?
Well, there's two major approaches. The first one is you as a pirate kingpin. Your goal is to become a pirate kingpin, to build your fleet of ships, to have more power and choice, and you do that by developing new ships. Additionally, if you form a gang of pirates with your friends, you're going to have a different objective of being the most powerful gang in the Indian Ocean. And everyone's going to have their own ships to bring to the table. So let's say some missions you want to be the guy who's really the frigate, holding down the control points and capturing basically a physical space in the ocean, and maybe you're helping support him, or you're the melee leg of it. But it's all based on the situation, the type of merchants that maybe you're attacking, or your enemy that you're facing in the PvP disputed waters of the Indian Ocean.
Is that something where you start with a single ship and you build your own fleet to your taste, or do you have access to each of the classes early on?
Well, you're going to start with one ship, but we want to make it really something that the players have a very clear path to get to the play style that they want. But it's just the tip of the iceberg. But I would love to share with you all the things that we have. And, the demo is just to show that we have diversity in our classes, that we have roles that you can take. But, let your imagination run wild, because that's what we're doing. And we're trying to bring all of the different play styles to life that we all associate with not just the pirate genre, but working together with your friends, and not in PvP, PvE, and, co-op.
It's absolutely amazing. We were running our poll, which if you are at live@e3.com, you can weigh in on our polls throughout the day. We're going to be asking you things. What are people excited for? All new sea shanties.
Right on. Well,
there
you're luck.
That's
what they want.
Nothing but new shanties.
New shanties all the way down.
And I promise some never before heard shanties too.
These are you may think you know all the shanties. You may think that you are
don't
a pirate.
You don't know shanties.
We don't know shanties.
Yeah. They have all new shanties, and they mean it.
The Indian Ocean's a brand new territory, so we want to bring to life a lot of the lore and the history of the regions that will unlock over time as a live service.
That's a couple things that I wanted to hit on here as we're kind of closing up. Number one, we did see that battle was going on in a very wide open section of the ocean. When you come into a battle, is the Indian Ocean like a whole persistent ocean, or are we sort of going into as we go into combat, certain sections become the combat section?
Well, personally, one of my favorite parts of AC4 Black Flag was being able to sail on my own and decide what I wanted to do. To get information about the world, to get intel about maybe a convoy that's rich with treasure, and then go after it. That's key. So it's not just matchmaking. It's not just going into a lobby. That's not the experience we want. We want players to feel as if the world is rich with opportunity and they're able to get information. They go to their hideout, they learn about the world, and then they go do heists. They go, I mean, it's really about creating the ultimate pirate experience. We're not just PvP. That's really just the tip of the iceberg for us.
I love it. I want to go with a couple quick things that people had on Twitter. One of them, how is weather going to play into the scenario of combat?
First and foremost, when people play PvP, they want it to be fair. They want to make sure that no one's pay to win or that no one has an advantage that's unfair. And so that means that what you see in our mode today is about a fair and equitable PvP between two teams that both have the right to the same treasure. But weather is a big part of the ocean. The Beaufort levels are something that's real and dynamic. And we have dedicated servers, right? So we've replicated our ocean so that when you play online, everyone is experiencing the same waves, the same height, the same ocean settings, storms. All those things are a rich part of what Skull and Bones is all about.
Oh, that is
That's
so
amazing
rad.
to hear. Yeah, no, that's nothing worse than having a markedly different experience happening for the other opponent.
And what you're saying is also ties to our progression. We have a single unified progression. So when you're in the hunting grounds and you're sailing by yourself or with your friends or with strangers, that progression, the things that you need to fuel your progression in the hideout for new ships, new customization, new characters that you want to interact with, new crewmates, those things are the same as PvP.
I got to ask, though, okay, so on the back of that, there's definite benefits to winning. Are there consequences to losing?
Well, my approach on this is to make sure that we create worlds and opportunities that where the risk is commensurate with the reward. So the safer regions, you're going to have a little bit less, riches that come your way. But if you're willing to risk more of your own loot, put yourself on the line against other, predators themselves, then you're going to have some consequence to that.
Amazing. Final question. We saw a quick boarding scenario. Will boardings turn into a melee situation or a crew-on-crew situation, or is this something where you are going to create your crew and they will sort of fight the other crew on their own using their skills?
Well, first and foremost, boarding is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. It's all about the positioning, making sure that you expose the weakness on your enemy ship so that you can make them boarding ready. It also has to work in a multiplayer context. So if we're playing, we don't expect someone to have a 10-minute boarding sequence. We want it to resolve in a way that makes sense in multiplayer. But, as we look at moving forward, the idea of creating an experience where boarding matches the fantasy, that's absolutely what we're shooting for.
Awesome. And do we have a timeline on Skull and Bones?
Skull and Bones releases in the fall of 2018 on Xbox One, Xbox X, PS4, PS4 Pro, and PC.
With all new shanties.
Nothing but new shanties.
Nothing
The old
but
shanties
new
are out.
shanties.
Those are yesterday's news.
Forget those shanties. They are old and
Those
busted.
are 1600s.
Just a couple of them, just maybe like a couple DLC old ones.
No!
I want some.
Let go
I
of the
love
old
some of the old ones
shanties.
too. They were good.
Justin, thank you so much.
Absolutely, man.
So
Thanks
looking
very
forward
much.
to it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Ashley, what's going on?
I heard heists, and I'm all in. I got heists. I got shanties.
That's what it's all about. My life is nothing but heists and shanties all the way down. This is a game for me. Heists, shanties, and clothing customization are my top three things in life.
What if you could get a 4-strap eye patch?
Justin hasn't actually walked away. 4-strap eye patch.
Parrot.
You see how our tone is a little bit different. We're not a cartoon game. We take it very seriously. The idea of being a predator is really at the essence of piracy. Piracy is defined as the act of robbing a ship at sea, and that's how you're going to feel. You're going to feel like a really powerful predator.
Okay. We'll leave the 4-strap eye patch on the table. We don't have to.
We'll
we don't have to go into it now. Thanks, man.
Man, look, I'm just happy to be a predator. So we're good here. I also just want to take a quick moment to say a huge thanks to our sponsor for this show. It's War for the Planet of the Apes, which is going to be in theaters on July 14th. These guys have been really super helpful for us being able to put on this show. So they're sponsoring this entire huge week of E3 and making that all possible. So huge thanks for that. If you actually want to see the movie early, you will be able to. They're going to have some early screenings. You can find out exactly where those early screenings are going to be in your area by going to warfortheplanetscreening.com. But in the meantime, check out this trailer because they are doing some serious cutting edge work on effects. It looks amazing, but I'll let it speak for itself.
Who is child?
I don't know.
But she was you.
She has no one else. We are not savages. Apes fight only to survive.
Bad human can kill ape. All dead now. A long time. Long time.
Bad humans.
Soldier.
Years from now, your children will ask you, what did you do in the greatest war? And you can tell them, I fought to protect this world. We created them. But now, we will bring an end to their kind.
No mercy, no peace. This is war. Apes together, strong.
You are impressive. You're smart as hell. You're stronger than we are. But you're taking this all much too personally. So emotional!
I did not start this war. But I will finish it.
You guys can't see the fist pump I do every time that
He
that
does.
ape throws a grenade, but it's literally
dramatic.
every time.
He's too close, though. He should really back up.
I thank you for thinking about ape safety.
I mean,
No
I
one
know
else
he's in a
at E3
dangerous
is.
zone, but that's not good.
This E3 full of surprises, full of things that we did not see coming. How about a strategic Mario and Rabbids squad-based game? Did you see that coming?
I did not see that coming.
I did not see it coming.
Right from the blind side.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, like a monkey throwing a grenade, I
Yes.
did not see it coming,
Nice
but I
tie-in.
loved it when it happened. Right now, we have got Zevi, who is the lead producer on Mario Plus Rabbids. Mario Plus Rabbids.
It's the first title in a long time I can remember that has math in it.
Yeah, it's it was a surprise we wanted to make first in the title. So Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. It's cool, right?
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you something. The first screenshot came out of Rabbid Princess and Princess Peach, and I cackled, audibly cackled, and was so ready to see the game. And then I was 100% surprised by the gameplay. I would have thought, with the Rabbids pedigree, I was like, oh, well, this is kind of like a Mario Party meets Rabbids thing. This will be like a fun party game. And then you sideswipe me with an XCOM.
Yes. It was part of the surprise as well. So, you know, since the beginning, we wanted to do something, very surprising because, you know, the Rabbids are surprising themselves. And so I remember very well the first meeting we did in Japan, in Kyoto, when we met Mr. Miyamoto and his team. And
no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Nothing more than just a meeting. And basically we went in and we felt like we had this strong turn-based aspect idea, and the rabbits were bringing this craziness and just riding to the action. And it worked. And he said, hey, this is different, it's fresh. I never saw that in that way. Even at the prototype level, it was already quite strong. And since then, we've been working on adding more and more strategy, more weapons, more craziness, more maps, everything. So it's been an adventure.
Yeah, let's take a look at the trailer that you guys ran during your press conference, because it is absolutely unbelievable. And
thanks.
When you decided, I mean, how do you decide that it is a squad-based tactical Mario Rabbids? How?
Who's got that idea in the stone?
Who's like,
to
I
take
have
that
it.
to Nintendo?
Yeah.
Well, it's coming right away from the team. We love turn-based gaming, and we felt that if we had to do something surprising, we had to go the way that we love those games. So what about doing this kind of game as well? And so for us, it's a lot of references from game we love, and we're super happy to show a new approach, a fresh approach to turn-based gaming, and so we're super proud of that. It's we believe that first it was different, and today, from the reaction of everyone, like, it works.
I love the look on Mario's face when he's handed his arm cannon. He just looks like so overjoyed to have an arm cannon, and I love it.
So he's like, he has a cannon, he has a hammer. Like, with his hammer, we don't see it here, but later on in the game, he can use a hammer and just destroy all the enemies around. And he looks super badass, he looks in to the enemy's eyes and he's like, okay, I'm gonna do this. But it's all about fun, Those guns are crazy. We even have side effects like burn. You can freeze enemy, you can ink them. You can even put honey on their feet and they can't move anymore. So it's all about just complete fun, and we went full throttle.
Now, we're seeing in the trailer, I mean, some environments that obviously look familiar. They look similar to Mario environments and Rabbids environments that we've seen before, but are they new? Are they pulled from classic games?
So it's totally new. So basically, when the rabbits arrived in the Mushroom Kingdom, they destroyed everything. Aside the Peach Castle and some other stuff we have in the game, but I don't want to spoil because it's at the end of the game.
Okay.
Basically, everything is totally new. It's a mix between some elements from the real world with elements from Mario's world. So we wanted to have those references, but it's totally new.
And you brought some gameplay as well that I want to show off, so we can run that.
So I mean, this is two amazing universes to collide. And the interesting thing for me was coming from a background where I was mainly a Xbox/PC gamer, so I don't have a strong background with Mario or Rabbids. So honestly, this was not hugely on my radar until I saw what you guys showed off this year, and now I'm all in. Like, I want this now because I'm a huge fan of that genre, and you guys have really found a way to make both of those properties now much more relevant to me than they ever were before. Was that kind of a hard thing to mix these two together?
Of course, it was a challenge, that's for sure. But we knew it from the beginning at the start. We knew that if we had to do a game with Mario, it would be a big challenge in terms of what we had to respect, what we had to do in terms of, Mario games are super accessible, Rabbids games as well, but it needs to be as well with a genre and this type of game that sometimes, it can be a lot of UI, a lot of text, and a lot of explanation and stats. And we have depth, but we did it in a way that it looks accessible. It's direct into the action, and we see here, it's all about contextual actions, combo, domino effects. But of course, behind you have all those statistics, depending on the weapon you have, the cover, depending on the enemy, depending on your hero, depending on the techniques you're using. So for us, it was a good thing to start first with something accessible, and as the adventure progresses, you start to have more and more of that. And we felt it was a good way to do it, between accessibility but also having depth. And it was a big challenge, but we're pretty happy with what we have today.
You've already kind of showed off the ability to kind of a combo jump attack, where you have one character lay down and then springboard another character towards the enemies. Are there other combos that we can expect?
So at first you start doing, for example, in your moving phase, you can go in pipes, you can use your teammate to do the team jump. But then you start to learn what we see here, the dash. So it's not because you're moving that you cannot do damage. So even in your moving phase, you can dash the enemy, then do a team jump, then go. Or, for example, you go in a pipe, dash the enemy, team jump. And later on in the game, you can double team jump, triple dash. You can team stomp with Mario. So you start to add up, all those elements, and it's really fun to play with that.
So we're seeing sort of an overworld structure where we sort of go into these different arenas where the battles pop up. Are these paths that are branching? Do we have decisions as to where we're going to go within the Mushroom Kingdom?
So the way we want it to work is, we have this adventure that goes on, chapter after chapter, because we have chapters in the game, and it's a chapter has multiple fights. And what you do is basically you start to have some branch out, some secret chapters that you need to find, but it's not mandatory. You can also have puzzles bringing you to new places as well. But we wanted to focus on this experience. Here what we see, for example, is in Chapter 4, it's Battle 2. In Battle 1, you learn stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In Battle 2, we challenge you on what you learned. So, for example, the pipes. And that's something we wanted to keep in the end, having this progression. So, of course, you have this approach that is really important for us, but then we branch out in exploration mode with those puzzles and stuff that you can discover. And things you can discover are super good weapons. So it's good to explore and potentially find new weapons that have new effects as well. And it's going to go quite crazy in terms of effects.
So we're seeing some different blocks, different types of cover that have elemental effects. We just saw a fire block. What other kinds of variables are we going to see on these playing fields?
So you have burn, like we see here. We have push that push you. If you push an enemy and an enemy is behind you, he will be pushed as well. Then we have bounce.
Oh, look at that pipe surprise coming up. That's awesome.
That works well. It's flanking directly the enemy, and then he's on his back to do more damage. Because if you're positioned behind the enemy, it will do more damage.
And the pipe is cover too. That's great.
Yeah,
you can use that as
is
cover.
So amazingly dynamic there, where you accomplish so much with the move that wasn't just a move.
Exactly, and if you like those kind of games, we don't have any steps. So it means that you can go and go back if you want to. So you can dash, team jump, and go back to where you were. So it means that quickly enemies will be in front of you, or you can be behind the enemy. So in this map, for instance, it goes super quick. You have multiple pipes. So in a few rounds already, you can be at the end part of the map. So that's something we wanted to really focus on for the action itself.
Well, traditionally with this type of game, you would normally have multiple kind of character classes or ways to modify them for specialty roles. Are you using the different characters in that regard, or is it something you can customize individual characters to your liking?
So each of them are, flavors. So for example, Rabbit Peach is a really good healer, and later on in the game, she's also very good in terms of defense, and her dash damage is really high. Luigi that we get later on, well, this guy can shoot from very far, but his life point is really low. His team jump is really interesting, goes really far.
He's got that Mario too, Luigi.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's the way we did it. And then we have the skill tree that we don't show here in the video, but basically the skill tree, you can upgrade your character the way you want and spend your orbs that we call into what you want. So more damage, team jump, etc., etc.
Look at this red coin puzzle right now. I love this.
It's cool, no?
Yeah, I love ways.
Yeah.
You're doing such amazing things with doing these callbacks to Mario mechanics, but presenting them within this genre that is so
we're
wonderful.
big fans of Mario, so basically it was just a blast working on this. So yeah, we have the yellow coins, red coins, we even have blue coins in bug zones. So it was just something we really love working on.
So we picked up some new blasters. We're able to equip and change out our loadout. I love this.
So you see, those are basic weapons. So you only have few stats, few elements. Like Rabbit Luigi is a wizard type character, so you can. So
that's a sentence.
Yeah, and he can use a lot of weapons with different type of effects. Because normally each character can use specific effects, but this guy can use burn, ice, anything on all his weapons. It's a magical yo-yo, and and at the beginning, for example, he just equipped a weapon with vampire effect. So every time he's going to shoot at an enemy, he's going to steal life. But what is cool is that when an enemy is vampired, all the other characters can get life as well from the enemy itself. So it's like a life pool, and it works well. So he's an interesting character.
So Beepo is telling us about techniques.
Yeah.
It looks like we have every character has some special things that they can do.
Exactly. So you move, you attack, and you do techniques.
Okay.
And for instance, Mario is way more offensive. So the first technique is Mario's hero sight.
As an Italian American, I agree with you.
Oh yeah, well, you know, it's really offensive. So, and basically, he can attack even if it's not his turn, which we showed yesterday. But his second technique is to boost the damage output of all the characters around in a certain zone. So he's really useful for dealing maximum damage.
Look at that scared green boy.
So this little guy is actually the cutest threat ever. He's responsible for all the enemies in the game.
Oh no!
Because he can fuse a white rabbit with something from Mario's universe.
Oh!
And here, Piranha Plant will be fused with this rabbit, because every time he's scared, he's gonna shoot at the source. And this time he's scared of the Piranha Plant rabbit, and he's gonna transform those two guys into one. And it becomes the mid-boss.
Oh, but how do I stay mad at him?
You can't.
Look,
you
so
can't. What? Stop that! How dare you? How dare you, Xavier? That's adorable.
Thank you.
Why do I just want to hug it and fight it?
So we're about to see a boss fight here. We have a preparation phase.
Yep. So you can check, the movement range of your the enemies of your guys if you wanted to check back. You can see as well up to where they can shoot, so you can plan ahead. So this is something that players can do. Really analyze what they have in front of them, what they could do. But this mid-boss is surprising in itself because, first of all, he cannot be in cover. He's too big. So this guy can be shot from anywhere. He can also use an attack that we'll see in the video just after. He's burning everyone. So he's so much into burning that sometimes he can even burn himself. So he's unpredictable. And it's something important in this game as well. We wanted to bring unpredictability because those guys are rabbits. So sometimes they act in a way that you don't expect. So instead of thinking ahead 3, 4, 5 moves ahead, it's more about reacting to what is happening. So that's a big part of the game, reacting to what is happening on screen, depending on what they wanted to do.
Now I would assume, we're seeing this demo, which is going to take us through this boss battle. But I assume that you guys you're thinking about multiplayer. You're deciding how that's going to go. Can you tell us anything about multiplayer plans?
So it's a challenge, doing turn-based gaming with multiplayer. So what we decided to go for is to go for local multiplayer in what we call challenges. So we created completely new maps, and it challenged the player to play together. It's between 20 minutes, 30 minutes, sometimes 35 minutes for more advanced maps. And those maps are there to challenge you into what you know from the single-player experience. So it's meant for you to play with your friend and see how you can communicate to finish. So for example, we have an objective in co-op that is double escort. You need to escort Todette and Todd. So you need to reach your own zone, and then you can switch and then help your teammate, and then you have 4 heroes instead of 3. So we completely reworked, the approach we wanted to have for multiplayer.
And then as far as characters go, we're getting a couple questions, and if you guys have questions, remember to send them to us on Twitter, #YouTubeE3 or #RTE3. Can the characters have customized outfits? Are there things that we're going to unlock for these characters? Can we dress up our rabbids?
No, we put all the focus on the weapons themselves.
Gotcha.
So we have specific weapons for each character.
I'm good with that. That's fine. No, yeah.
And then we obviously saw all of the traditional Mario characters in the trailer. We're just seeing Mario with some rabbids here. Are characters things that you choose at the beginning? Are they unlocks? How are that's going to work?
So you start with Mario, and he's going to be your hero up until the end. And then you have Rabbid Peach and Rabbid Luigi, but those are just the first guys you get in your team, and then you unlock them throughout the adventure. Luigi is the one you unlock after this fight. It's not a spoil, we see it in the video. But for the other ones, it will be unlocked in, it could be a fight, could be somewhere else, so throughout the adventure.
Well, thank you so much for bringing it by. The game looks amazing.
Thank you, guys.
I am so excited to get my hands on it.
What is the release date on it?
So end of August, so August 29th.
Oh, it's
So
soon. It's
So
soon.
This morning,
Bam.
I quote Ryan. What's coming out for the Twitch anytime soon?
Yeah,
The
well,
Switch.
okay, you found
Yeah.
something.
I found something.
And I'm on board.
Awesome. We're super excited.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, nice meeting you. We're going to throw it over to Mika and Ashley.
Mika, any squeals for this Nintendo property?
Obviously. Have you seen Rabid Peach?
How many squeals out of honestly, I'm kind of happy that they're not going to have too many costumes, simply because I don't need any more of that side eye from
Right?
Rabid Peach.
Like, oh my goodness, what a shady little rabbit.
Man, she's whew, sassy.
I love it though.
So we sent Mika Burton, intrepid field reporter. I just like calling it because right now it feels like the show floor is kind of a war zone.
Oh my goodness.
But we sent you into it anyway.
You did, and you know what? I came out only slightly scathed.
And we appreciate that. So we asked you guys a little bit earlier in the show via live at e3.com which booth tours you wanted intrepid field reporter Mika Burton to check out in terms of priority. So we've seen the Ubisoft booth tour,
Yes, we did.
but number 2 on the list was Microsoft.
That's
so
where
you
I got
checked that out.
scathed.
You scathed a Microsoft.
Oh, that was so packed. So many people ready for that new Xbox.
All right, so we're actually going to see that booth tour right now.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Rooster Teeth and YouTube's live at E3 coverage. The booth that you just saw there at the end that Mika was touring the floor and showcasing was the Sea of Thieves booth, and we're going to have the Sea of Thieves developers on a little bit later. They'll be on later this afternoon. But we have a very special guest.
I played Sea of Thieves yesterday.
Did you?
It was really fun.
I just seen everybody.
Hi. It was actually way more fun than I thought it was going to be. Because I feel like a lot of people, like, they were kind of, like, poking fun at it. I was like, let me tell you what. I had a great time playing
They're
it.
poking fun at a rare pirate game? Wow.
I was like, what? Hello. No, it was great.
I'm trying to think, what was the last big rare title that came out? Anybody?
Anybody?
Like, massive one. There was speculation on one of the press conferences where they had the fox running around, the red-tailed fox, that people thought it was Conker for a second. And I thought it was Tails from Sega. But anyway, yeah, but Rare is one of those developers. They make video games intermittently. Like, they take long development cycles. So newer gamers just might not know, like, the story of Rare.
No, and I feel like everyone was jumping on the pirate bandwagon recently. So they're like, oh, cool, another pirate game. But it was actually really fun. And I had more fun playing with, like, these random strangers that I didn't even know. And I captured a bunch of gameplay, but you couldn't actually hear the interaction, so it kind of just looks like I'm talking to myself. So I'm like, man, you guys are missing some really good stuff. But it was a lot of fun. I also played Forza. I played the Minecraft.
Are you a big racing fan?
I mean, I'm a racing fan fairly recently, but not so much playing the games because I'm absolute trash at it. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm terrible.
So your Drivatar's out there right now?
It is, and people always tweet me. It's like this incredible camo car. They're like, why does your Drivatar just keep knocking me off the road? I'm like, that's how I drive.
Well, the one of the happiest moments of my last year was when I redid my car to make my car look cel-shaded, my actual car.
I didn't even know that was real.
It actually, yeah, it was in Forza. Like, the
Yes.
next day, somebody had modeled it and put it in there. So I was like, that's a proud video game moment.
It was so cool. I loved it.
Yeah, I
'cause
feel like the Angeline of Austin with the instead of a pink Corvette, I have this cartoon-looking car.
It looked so cool, though. You did a great job.
Thanks.
I was quite impressed.
It looks better in person. I need to do some stuff with the wheels and everything.
Mhm.
We're gonna be talking about this. We can't show it because we don't have any footage of it ready. But
it's there.
Yeah, and
Just
then
Google it.
I got upset because the Borderlands guys who are in Dallas, I'm based in Austin. They said, "Oh, look, somebody made a Borderlands car." I'm like, "I know. How dare you?"
No.
just cell shaded.
No, but
That's
it
all.
looked great.
Yeah, but Sea of Thieves, I'm looking forward to. There's Pirates, there's Skull and Bones.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
It does. It looks really, really cool. I really loved Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I had a blast playing that.
I was talking about this on like another show. Just I've never really played any Assassin's Creed games, but I was actually kind of intrigued about the new one.
Really? See,
Yeah.
it's funny because that always comes up in these E3 press conferences. I know you host a lot of events. You hosted the EA Battlefront 2 event.
Yeah,
that,
the EA Play event.
that I
it was
took
really
part in,
fun.
where I beat the hell out of Jack Patillo. I just want to point that out.
Let's talk about it.
No, it's a scoreboard. That's all we need to talk about. Just look at that.
No, Battlefront 2 is really fun.
But what always comes up in these press conferences when I'm hosting stuff, and I'm sure it does for you as well, is like there's always a franchise and everybody goes nuts for it. And I'm like, I've never played that one.
I know, and then I feel bad, and then everyone's giving me crap on Twitter, like, I can't believe you've never played that. I'm like, I'm so sorry.
You can't
I
play
don't have
everything.
time to play absolutely everything.
Nobody
And-
does.
No, and I have, like, my set games that I've been playing and have played, and I think that for most people, that's sort of how it is.
Yeah.
And if you have time to play everything, I am envious. Let me come hang out.
You also don't know what games are eventually going to become a franchise. And you
That's
just like,
true.
Oh, I missed the first one. Like, I remember I tried to play the first Mass Effect 3 different times before
Yeah.
it finally caught on. And I'm really surprised by the number of people who are diehard Mass Effect fans, but they've only played 2 and 3. They never played the first one.
Far Cry, I am an absolute Far Cry obsessed fan.
Yep.
Never played the first one. Played 2, 3, 4, 5, played Primal, which I wasn't a big fan of Primal, but...
Why weren't you a big fan of Primal?
Because I felt like I was basically playing 4, and
Yeah.
also there's no guns, so I was like, hello, I need my weapons.
I love the bow and arrow in any game, though. That's like the
Yeah.
perfect FPS weapon to me.
It was kind of nice because it was sort of a change from the usual games that I'm used to. But
Yeah.
it was fun, but I also felt very familiar, because I believe... I'm not 100% sure if this is accurate, but it was like they took basically Far Cry 4 and reskinned it
You
for
are
Primal.
correct.
So
It was the
really,
same map.
It felt like the same thing. But 5 should be fun.
I might be the only person who actually liked that because I felt like I was already so familiar with that map.
True.
And now I was seeing it 10,000 years or whatever earlier. I don't know why. That resonated with me, but you're definitely in the majority.
Well, now that you
Most
put
people.
it in that perspective, I'm like, that's actually a really, really great thought. But no, most of the time I was like, did I already play this? Where's my guns? But it was fun. I mean, I played it until I was over it. But
If you haven't had a chance to play it, give the bow and arrow another shot. Horizon Zero Dawn on the PlayStation. A lot of people didn't play it because everyone was busy playing Zelda.
Yeah.
And,
that was me.
Really great game. They just announced, I don't know if it's an expansion, but it seems like another campaign. for Horizon. They announced it during the Sony press conference. Just a really tremendous game.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad because everyone kept talking about it. I was like, I'm a little bit busy here in Hyrule, so I've got some things I need to tend to.
Yep.
I think I almost hit 200 hours, and I feel like I've not accomplished anything. I beat the game, but I feel like it's just unfinished.
And see, there you go. That's another one for me. I haven't played a minute of that game, and everyone in the world's played it.
Don't start. I mean, I've played Zelda games, but I've never been like a super Zelda obsessed. Like I've always been obsessed with like Mario games, and I was like, yeah, okay, there's not many game options out for Nintendo, so I'm gonna play this, and I was pleasantly surprised.
That's
at
our
how
message from
amazing it was.
YouTube's coverage of E3. Don't start playing video games. Just
Don't
even start.
Don't start. It's a problem.
Just walk
Even
away.
mobile games. Playing mobile games like Best Fiends, like games like that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, those microtransactions, they add up.
Well, now you have a Switch. You can just take it with you, Mario Kart on the fly if you want to,
I
right?
know, but I wish that they had Street Pass.
Oh, right.
Like that completely just really took a piece out of my soul.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
I didn't even bring my 3DS here. And that was like the main reason that I would come to E3 is to collect Street Passes.
Yeah, when I got the 3DS at any event, like PAX was a big one.
It
RTX.
was so great, yeah.
Yep, you just get loaded up. And it also was really exciting, too, because especially like at RTX, when a lot of our community comes out, they would get, a Street Pass from Gus and his big grumpy face on his Mii. And
Wait, remember the Street Pass dilemma that you guys had? I forget what the name was. What was the name?
The name of it was Fart Hoofer.
Yes!
Somebody made like a ghost Street Passer, and they wouldn't explain who it was and wouldn't take credit for it.
Yeah,
and
I
so
remember.
we all started to freak out in the office of who is this?
Because I was there and I got it. And it was the best time of my life.
You
I
got
was
the
like, we
secret
just
one.
made history.
And then Gus doesn't like when I talk about it because then I did the thing where I would go to his house and I would stand outside his bedroom window and Street Pass with him in the middle of the night.
Oh
and
my
he was getting
gosh.
freaked out by that. But
well,
Yes, and then seeing the light flash on when you're sitting at your home on your couch, like, who is that?
oh my
Why did that just happen?
goodness. That's a really great story, though.
yeah, well, we made a video out of it like we do with just about everything in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Surprise.
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 Well, Justine, great to talk to you.
Yes, thanks
we're
for
gonna
hanging
kick
out.
it over to Gus now, who has one of the standouts of E3 2017.
We're going to kick it?
What did I say?
You said we're going to kick it.
I said we're going
This
to
is
kick it.
You kicked it.
So we're here with Sean and Aaron from Sledgehammer Games. I'm sure everyone's very excited to hear talk about Call of Duty World War II. Justine's dancing back there. She's actually really excited about it. We have so thanks guys for taking time to join us. I want to remind everyone right away that if you have questions or stuff you want us to talk about here right now, you can tweet at us with hashtag YouTubeE3, or you can leave us a chat in the YouTube chat, and we'll try to get to it. But I understand that we have a little something we want to take a look at here.
Yeah, I think we had some multiplayer to show off.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah,
There's
let's-
multiplayer in Call of
is
Duty.
multiplayer.
Announcement.
So I don't know if we're ready to cue that up. So it's been a long time since we've had Call of Duty in World War II. I think I had to actually look it up and reference it. It's been since Call of Duty 3 back in '06. It's been over a decade since we've seen some World War II action. What was there any inspiration or what was the thought process to bring it back?
Well, I think we couldn't be more honored, really, to I think go back to Call of Duty's roots, and something for some of us up here might be a little older than other people up here, but certainly I was playing those games and huge fan myself, and so I was fortunate to start with Sledgehammer in 2009, and so we've really worked on the spectrum of, we started with Modern Warfare 3, and then Advanced Warfare, and now World War II. So to me, we've gotten kind of all the different time periods of Call of Duty. So that's been extra exciting for me personally.
Yeah, I remember when Modern Warfare came out, it called Modern Warfare to differentiate itself from
Right.
the World War II era, which Call of Duty was known for. I've always loved FPS games and combat games that are in the World War II era, though, because from a game development standpoint, it seems like the real-world conflict was the most balanced conflict in to me in the history of the world. Like, we've passed a period now where combat is balanced anymore, where it seems like all the weapons on either side, even the vehicles and everything, there was a balance.
No, that's a great point. I think we feel it the same way with a lot of the research that we've done. Just the weapons themselves, the locations. It just kind of gets us back to kind of gun on gun, boots on the ground. It really is something that I think we just lose sight of that over the years, and you go back to it and you wow, this is really rich, and there's a lot of really interesting play with Axis and allies.
And speaking to the guns like you're talking about, I felt like in playing those early Call of Duty World War II games, like I learned so much about the different rifles, and even just listening to them, I knew like, oh, that person's got a Garand, or what they're doing. I know, when I hear the ding when they're clipped,
because they actually put that in the trailer too. There's that moment.
Yeah, like time to reload. Like it was there's just so many iconic moments and pieces of equipment like that. I'm excited to see it now, in higher definition, more fidelity. Hopefully some crazier multiplayer.
Right, definitely.
And I think we also have some additional multiplayer that we're going to take a look at as well.
Yep, there we go.
So we're taking a look at one of the maps here. Is this the name of the map, the Ardennes Forest?
Yeah, Ardennes Forest. This is domination mode on Ardennes Forest. This obviously snow map, kind of out of Battle of the Bulge. And that's been one thing that's been really cool about working on this game is being able to kind of bring that element of history into MP gameplay. So that's been really fun. Just doing the research, learning everything about the conflict and what went on. So that's been great.
And
go ahead.
One of the things too that you'll be seeing in the trailer that I think we're really excited about is something again that World War II when we specifically with multiplayer, we thought, hey, we really want to relook at some of the key staples of Call of Duty and what could World War II really bring something really fresh, and that was Division. So you'll see some different Division skills happening in here. And that just really was a way for us to allow players to enlist in these 5 iconic, you probably heard about or seen some of that in the materials that are out there with like airborne, infantry, and each of those has their own iconic sort of Division skill that the player can interact with in the second to second.
Have you all talked at all about what those skills are or what that means?
Yeah, a little bit. Here's a few examples. So if you're airborne, for example, your Division weapon skill is a silencer. So I think you can equip it while you're in battle and take it on and off. So Call of Duty players will know that without the silencer you'll get some more range. So then there might be times when you're kind of needing to kind of maybe creep into a bunker, or like in this case, get into an area where there's going to be some enemies, but you don't want to show up on the mini-map, so then you'll equip your silencer, and that allows for, I think, some new tactical gameplay.
That's it. That's neat. Are there other Division perks that extend beyond equipment or accessories? Are there any like passive abilities?
Yeah, so the one important aspect of Divisions is the divisional training, and so that's where you start getting into the way that we've kind of reimagined how you create your classes. And part of that in Divisions is divisional training, which is unique to each division. It kind of progresses as you level your divisions, and it's a training that gives you passive abilities that are unique to that division. And each division has a set of those that kind of plays to the strengths of that division and the theming of that division history.
I love that calling in the bombing run, how it's guided into where you saw some enemies on the map, guided in here.
Oh, so is that the player controlling the direction of the bomb there?
Yep.
That's a neat way to do it. So, speaking of things falling from the sky, are we going to see supply drops as well? Are those going to be in there at all?
Well, we're not quite ready to go into supply drops yet at E3, but there'll be more for that coming soon in the beta.
I mean, how much is developing? Obviously, one of the biggest franchises in the world, especially historically on consoles, just absolutely the top of the food chain. I mean, as you guys come in as developers and you're working with a franchise like this and going back to the World War II era, which is the roots, how much of it do you feel a lot of pressure to honor the old stuff or to develop more in the new directions?
For me, it's a little bit of both,
Pressure, yes.
Yes.
Pressure, yes,
Answer to
always.
Your question is yes, pressure.
Always pressure. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a little bit of both. It's, you want to pay homage to the history of the franchise and but also, fans are always looking for, the new cool thing. And we've got some really awesome stuff that we're bringing to it. So we want to have a little bit of the old, a little bit of the new, and have a marriage of those things.
I'm really looking forward to it because this will be the first Call of Duty World War II era game that I've played. I actually started at Modern Warfare.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, our company is we're known mainly as we're associated with the Halo franchise because of Red versus Blue. But our gaming division, we actually launched with Call of Duty. We had an achievement race in Modern Warfare because all the achievements were in campaign.
That's right.
So me and one of our other guys, Jeff, we spent a weekend just racing through trying to unlock everything. It basically came down to the Mile High Club, which was that airplane level where you had to go through in like a minute 30, and it was just all muscle memory, but took like 20 hours to get. So yeah, that's the Call of Duty franchise has a very special place in my heart, and I'm looking forward to playing in World War II.
I do want to note that we're on a different map now. It was I'm gonna butcher it.
Yep.
Point du Hoc?
Point du Hoc, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was almost like I was sitting next to a French person for a moment.
So this is another, good example of just kind of bringing the history into multiplayer gameplay. This was a key location for the Allies in the invasion of Normandy. So this was one of the, it's kind of a cliff top, bunker and trench complex that was assaulted by the Army Rangers on D-Day. And so it's been just really cool to be able to kind of create these environments that are true to that history that players can do battle in. So
when you're dealing obviously with real places and real events that happened and that are so iconic, how do you even begin the thought process of researching or approaching paying homage to these locations?
I mean, some of the first things that we do obviously is just a lot of research and reading up on the history of what happened. We get influence from a lot of different places, but definitely bringing the history of what actually happened at these places, and that definitely does help shape how these environments turn out. So we want to make sure that we are giving players a great gameplay experience, but also treating the history with respect and
absolutely
as much as we can.
For real world comedy, it's one of the great tragedies is that all these environments that you can use in a game like this are so gorgeous, but it's because this war was fought in these incredibly beautiful places, and it's like you can see the destruction that you guys have built into the maps here. It's one of the great tragedies of this particular war, but it's also in a way it really kind of drives home the point of warfare and where this conflict takes place.
Definitely.
Yeah. Are we looking at a different map here?
Yeah, so this is one of the things we're super excited about that we're showing here at E3. This is War Mode, which is a brand new gameplay experience that we're bringing to Call of Duty for the first time. It's kind of narrative-driven, objective-based gameplay that players haven't seen before in Call of Duty. And our main goal here was that we wanted players to feel like you're really playing a World War II battle, right? So there's a primary mission objective, and everything that you do from the beginning of the match on is kind of driving towards that objective, and it's kind of the purest representation of World War II in multiplayer gameplay. It's
got it.
Axis and allies, defenders and attackers, and
like here they're attempting to secure this house. It looks like is that the first part of this objective?
Defend the command post.
Yeah. So we start by kind of capturing a forward operating center. Next, we move on to actually constructing a bridge. So you're doing all these things that happened in World War II. They had to build and demolish bridges. Right. They had to escort armored divisions, escort tanks, and you got the infantry and the armored unit kind of pushing forward together. And we wanted to represent those things and let players, live out that fantasy in empty gameplay.
Yeah, it almost like is being able to play a war movie is what it sounds like. Yeah.
And one of the things too about War Mode, I think that just to show kind of the dedication to this mode is a lot of our modes, they all exist in a map, right? We'll put Domination or TDM in the same space, but War Mode is all custom tailored because it really needs that for this asymmetrical, objective-based gameplay. So we feel like that's, we're just proud of that fact that these things are very tailored to make sure you have the best experience possible.
Well, as a gamer, I appreciate that because I've never really been super passionate about, Slayer matches where you just get in and try to kill everybody, or even Team Slayer matches or whatever it's called, like free-for-all. I always prefer something that's objective-based, and this seems like the marriage of the two best aspects of online gaming to me.
Yeah, I'm never one who's very good at the Slayer aspect.
I'm also not good at it. Yeah.
I can't shoot very well, so if there's other ways I can contribute to team success, I'm happy to do whatever I can in that respect.
Definitely.
We have some very specific questions regarding very specific weapons.
I'm sure you're prepared for this.
On social media. I understand if you can't answer it, but I feel I'm just impressed by the question, so I have to ask it. Who is this? John T. Real User's asking on Twitter, is there stationary heavy guns, 20mm flat cannons, 88s?
Yes to stationary mounted guns. You can see that in one of the maps that we have that we're showing at E3. I think I'll probably leave it at that for now.
Okay, there you go.
We'll save some surprises for down the road.
So there you go. I asked your question, jaunty. I didn't want to think I was ignoring it. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, again, that goes back to what I was talking about, like the passion people have and like the depth of knowledge everyone has about those weapons, not only from video games, but from film and, from history class. And just, it was such a huge event in the world to go over.
Definitely.
Yeah, the same way with our studio. And, we're fortunate to be able to work with a couple really amazing military historians and with all our research. And that's, down to little things like belt buckles and buttons and things where we're like, and then we're like, no, let's get it right. And we know that people are looking very carefully and the passion's there. It's within our studio, and we know it's within our fans as well.
And as we announced on our stream today, multiplayer. So that'll be a huge
multiplayer.
Huge new era for the Call of Duty franchise.
I'm super excited to get into this game and to pick it up later this year. I'm really, really happy to see this return.
I almost feel lucky that I get to play a Call of Duty World War II experience for the first time, like this year. That's crazy. Or I shouldn't say this year. When is the game coming out?
Game comes out November 3rd.
November 3rd, so
This
we'll be
year.
playing by the end of this year.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you so much for
Yeah.
joining us. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you taking
Thank
the
you.
time.
Thank
We're
you,
going to kick
guys.
it back over to Mika and Anthony over there on the side.
Saw, dude.
When I think of anything I can do to help my
Yeah.
I think about as I'm hiding in the corner of every map.
As I do too,
yeah,
as well.
I think about just getting on my mic and telling people, turn on voice chat.
Yeah.
Turn on voice chat.
Well,
And then when they do, I go, proud of you.
you're doing so great, sweetie. You shoot those bastards.
It's just positive reinforcement
And
is
they're
my
like,
best way to contribute.
Where are you? Are you helping? You're just doing so great.
I believe in you.
Win for us.
I need XP.
I need to level up.
Thank you.
Love you. So what I'm hearing is we should never play Call of Duty with other people.
Esports, that's me.
Hit
Anthony
me up,
Esports is what they call me.
Mika at esports.com is my contact.
Mika,
Yeah.
we have been having you just run around like crazy all day.
Because I'm intrepid field reporter Mika Burton.
That's what I hear.
Yes.
You guys have been going to YouTube at E3.com.
Yes.
And voting on all kinds of things all day.
Live at
at
E3.
E3. Live at
That one.
E3.com.
Live 8-3. What?
What? That's confusing. You're confusing the message now.
There was math involved and I'm scared.
I don't speak Leet and I don't do well at Call of Duty. So
As we've heard.
So if you go to live at E3.com, we are putting up various polls throughout the day. One of them in the early morning was, yo, where do we send Mika Burton?
Hopefully it's to Paris, but this time it wasn't to Paris. It
No.
was to the Bethesda booth.
Equally good.
Equally as good.
Let's check out the tour of Bethesda Land.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're doing our coverage here at E3.
Live at E3?
Want to remind everyone, if you have any questions for us, you can tweet us at hashtag YouTube E3 or ask us questions in YouTube chat. We're lucky enough right now to be joined by Mike Chapman, design director at Rare.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, you know, we were just talking about this in an earlier segment. What's the last big Rare title that came out?
The last big,
I don't
let's talk before Sea of Thieves.
Yes, before Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, we did Connect Sports Rivals, and then we did the Connect Sports series. It's
Right.
actually I think it's just, in terms of sales, Connect Sports is like the second biggest Xbox IP of all time.
Is that true?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Combined sales, if you add all the IP sales together.
Yeah. That's those some of those motion games early did very, very well. Like Wii Sports it was bundled, but it's the best-selling video game title of all time, which I find to be fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, they're great games to kind of pull out and play with your friends. They're just they're great things to keep going back to. You know, they sell well at Christmas.
Well,
they're,
well, Rare's a studio that just has an incredible history and
really varied kind of like IPs, and we've done some great stuff.
Speaking of great games to play with your friends, Sea of Thieves.
Nice tee up.
Got it.
I have not had a chance to get hands-on with it this year. I had a chance to play it last year, and of course I saw the presentation in the Microsoft event, and it seems like the scope has really grown. A lot more has been added in over the course of the last 12 months.
Yeah, I mean we've added. I mean in the gameplay trailer we showed at the briefing, we've got we're showing storm gameplay for the very first time. You know, these big epic storms that you can sail through with your friends. You feel the resistance on the wheel. Your ship can get struck by lightning. You know, your kind of visibility is obscured by this kind of epic rain and these rolling waves. And we showed off riddle quests as well for the first time. So you know, kind of that classic pirate trope of solving a pirate riddle. You know, if you grew up in the 80s like I did, the Goonies. You know,
Right. That's exactly what I said when they jumped out at the end. I said that's a very Goonies vibe to it.
I just grew up wanting to be a Goonie, and now players can have that adventure with their friends and go find some pirate treasure.
I just recently saw a photo, totally off topic here, but Josh Brolin, who was in the Goonies way back in the day, he just recently cosplayed as his own character from that. So.
You know, I can't watch a Josh Brolin movie without imagining him on the bike. You know, he's
Really?
got the bike
Yeah.
with the stabilizers.
Yeah.
I can't like watch a Josh Brolin movie with any seriousness.
But what you also showed sharks, which are huge.
Yeah, sharks. So the crew, we open on the crew kind of the way it works. You know, you're out there, you're on a voyage. You can see some like seagulls above the water, and you know that means there's a potential shipwreck below the waves. So that's what we opened on in our trailer.
Okay.
So you know that crew's having an adventure in the world, and they come across this potential shipwreck. They dive down, they find some treasure. They kind of run out of air. They find the air pocket, and then they've got to kind of battle the way out and. As the sharks kind of chase them.
Well, it's so funny to talk about a loot mechanic in a pirate game, right?
Yeah.
Because it's literally loot.
They are the masters of loot.
Exactly. And you had that great moment where they also dug up a chest, found a chest, dug it up.
Yep.
And I had a really specific question watching it. I hope you can answer it about that mechanic.
Yeah.
It appears as though you can't open the chest until you get it somewhere.
Yeah, so I mean that was a really intentful design decision. So, I mean the cool thing about Sea of Thieves, I mean I'll give you the tee up to the answer where, it's a world where you can live out your pirate fantasy, and the best thing is you share it with your friends, but. The magic, that kind of secret source of Sea of Thieves is the fact that there's other crews out there in the world doing their own thing like you are. They're having their own adventures parallel to yours. So you could come across them anywhere in the world. So one of the reasons we made the chest this physical object was the fact that it could change hands.
Right.
So that chest that you get at the end of that voyage, it's in the gameplay trailer, that on the show floor, it's never really yours until you get it back to an outpost. And it gets cracked open, and then the gold gets shared between the crew. That was a deliberate choice. So that chest is like it's a catalyst for stories and encounters between players. That's kind of a deliberate choice that we made.
And I'm assuming an outpost, when you say that, you mean literally it's a location you have to go to. So even if you get it back to your ship, it's still not yours.
It's a complete physical object. When you get it back, you got it on your back, you haul it up the ladder, and then it's like, right guys, where should we hide this? And someone will go, hey, let's hide it in the crow's nest, no one will know it's there, or let's hide it on the lower deck. It's up to your crew where you hide it. So imagine you're out there, you're doing all these quests, you're finding these chests. Some could come from these directed specific quests you go after, like the riddles that you choose to go after. Some could come from just things that would surprise you, like you found some chests in a shipwreck you've just come across. So on your ship you've got all these chests, maybe some you've stolen, some you've found on island, some you've dug up. And then it's kind of your nerve really, like when do we go back to the outpost?
Right.
Do we push on? But then you get all these cool stories of coming across another ship in the bay. There's proximity chat as well, so people can hear you when you're on voice comms if you're near them. Enemy crews can. So you kind of all going, right guys, it's going to be really quiet now. And you sneak on board their ship and you go to their lower deck or wherever, and they've got like just a chest, just full of chests, like a treasure hoard on board. you know, you get to have the ultimate pirate moment of pillaging a ship.
That sounds
epic.
fantastic.
It's epic.
Yeah, and the proximity chat is, I love that mechanic in games where it's just you get close to somebody, you can automatically hear anything over their mic.
Yeah, it's such a special thing, especially in our game as well, where you know you could go to an island and then think you're completely alone, and then you just start hearing voices like you're in a cave, like, guys, I don't think we're alone here. Yeah. And then everyone's getting really scared, and then some skeletons pop up, then you're both fighting the skeletons, then you both fight each other. You know, it's just these great moments happen.
So how is there a structured organization of the way the crews work? Like, are you bound to a certain crew, or can you like swap between your friends and different crews?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing that was really important for us was like we didn't put barriers in place for who you play with, or you know, friends you can play with. So you know, you can play with whoever you want. You can have a mixed group of friends. There's a matchmaking system, so we'll find a crew for you. And when you're in a crew, you know, you're not kind of locked into any way of play. So you know, you can choose the play style you want to kind of build a reputation in. So you're on this quest to craft a pirate legend. You're on this quest to become a legendary pirate. But you kind of progress and build your legend in the play style you like. And it's up to your crew to choose what we're going to do today, guys. You know, we're going to go do bounties, or we're going to go do treasure quests, or should we just explore and find shipwrecks? It's kind of up to you, really. And when you're in a crew, you're not locked into being the cannon guy or locked into being the guys on the wheel, because every game of Sea of Thieves plays differently, because you're in this shared world. And, you know, we've got all these kind of mechanics in there that take you by surprise. So no two sessions play the same. So it was important that for players on the ship, they can, 1 minute they're on the wheel, then they just detach, then they go get on a cannon, then they go load the cannons for somebody else, and then they go grab a plank and repair. That free-form nature puts the emphasis on the crew to decide, you know, how are you going to strategize? How are you going to react to all these things that happen in the world? That's kind of the magic of it. That's what makes it play differently each time. Makes it different.
Yeah, even last year when I played, I experienced that, where I realized I was terrible at firing the cannon.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right, we've taken a few hits. I'm going to go below decks. I'm just going to work on fixing the ship. Someone else, it's your turn to shoot.
I'm not good at this, so I'm going below decks.
I'm going to take my hammer. I'm going to go hit the ship.
Sorry, everybody. Well, when you say sessions, too, can you describe that a little bit? You know, because it's a game, when you first look at it could be a persistent world, it could be a match.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
how does the session work?
Yeah, so for the session on the show floor, kind of you're already kind of on a voyage, you know, to kind of get people into the kind of gameplay. But the way a session works is that, you know, you form a crew at the start of the session, and then you kind of go to quest givers. So you visit an outpost, and there's NPCs there, and NPCs, you know, they kind of have a role and purpose in our world. So they kind of specialize in different play styles. So depending on what you want to go do, you can go get a quest from these people, and then between you as a crew, you know, you've all got your own maps. You go, what we're going to go do, and then you kind of vote on the kind of session you want to have, and then you head out into the world. You find the chest, and you find other quest rewards that are also physical. And then when you get them back to an outpost and you get the gold, that gold is shared equally amongst the crew. And then that gold is yours. You can't lose it at that point. You've banked it. You've overcome that challenge, and then it's up to you, right? Do you want to invest in? Do you want to get more quests with like the treasure hunters or some other play styles, or do you want to customize your character, customize your ship, get some new weapons? You know, there's kind of a deep progression system, but the choice is on the players on which area do you want to go deep in. It's kind of up to players.
And so those things that you bank, like the weapons or items when you get them back, and your gold, then that persists between sessions?
Yeah, that's entirely. So you create a character at the start of Sea of Thieves, and you're kind of going on this quest to become a pirate legend. So you're going that kind of zero to hero kind of like arc as a character. So you're starting in the game, you've got to the Sea of Thieves, and then you're building your character up, and you're becoming a pirate legend.
So I've heard you use the word becoming a legend a few times. Like, is there a meaning behind that? Is there something in the game that you're aiming for?
Well, it's kind of a cool thing we kind of like realized early on in the game's development was that, you know, when you think of all these like classic pirates, everyone's got, you know, the Blackbeard and the Calico Jacks, Dread Pirate Roberts, and, you know, who can forget, you know, Jack Sparrow, of course.
One-eyed Willie.
One-eyed Willie, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's still just there. No, he escaped the cave, didn't he? He escaped the cave at the end. But yeah, we didn't want to have NPCs that took the limelight, that took that limelight away from players. We want players to have the chance to become the Blackbeards of our world. This epic pirate world where you can live out your pirate fantasy. We want players to build up that reputation, where your reputation can precede you. That's kind of, I think, what's really special about the game.
So, like you said, like the Jack Sparrow moment. You have heard of me.
Well, it's you turning up on our crew, having that Jack Sparrow moment where I look at you and go, oh, cool hat. Yeah, nice outfit, nice sword. And I'm like, so you've been doing you're a legendary treasure hunter or you're a legendary explorer. And kind of make a judgment on you based on the weapons you have, the kind of how you present yourself, the name you have. You know, you're building up that legend across kind of several kind of things that are visual to other players.
That's kind of scratching my old World of Warcraft itch, where you could look at someone's gear and quickly assess, you know, what have they done.
And
you know, how much have they played this
Exactly.
game?
It's so important in a game like ours where it can be a great icebreaker, where you meet someone and you're kind of like eyeing each other, like, what quests have you got? You know, have you got anything good we could go do today? Because you bring that quest to the crew and you kind of need them. You need them to sail the ship, but you all share in the reward. And you've got that icebreaker of, yeah, nice hat. There, I really want one of those. What did you do to get that? And then it kind of breaks the ice a little bit, and it's a great way to bond the crew.
See, going back to the 80s now, game I used to play, Sid Meier's Pirates.
Yeah.
To me, this is like the game that was in my head. Like, this is what I always imagined what I was doing, you know, and sailing around and listening in taverns and things like that.
Yeah.
You really did the same thing over and over again, but in my head it was all these different quests and these big adventures, and it's now I get to actually live that with Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal game. I adored that game as well.
Really great game.
And also, like, can't forget Monkey Island. If like viewers are old enough to remember that game, such an impact on such a lot of people, I think. And what's great about Monkey Island, obviously, was the kind of colourful characters and the tone and the humour. And I think we're doing a really good job of capturing that as well with the grog, the musical instruments, and their beautiful art style, which feels like this fantasy pirate world you just want to step into, get lost, and have adventures in.
So if you don't have, so how many players is it per crew? Is it 5 or 6?
Yeah, so it's 4 players on the ship.
Okay, 4.
I mean, we chose that number because it felt like it's a good kind of decision around the roles that you do. But the thing is, because we've got our insider program, so seaofthieves.com/insider, all the gameplay that you saw in the gameplay trailer and what we've got on the show floor, real players are playing that now. So anyone can sign into the insider program on our website and you'll have a chance to play. So our game's coming out in early 2018. But players, as we go to early 2018, we'll be doing more and more playtests. We're already doing playtests on a weekly basis, but we're going to do bigger and bigger playtests. We add more progression. We add the character creation stuff in there. We want to get more players in. So please join our expanding community. But yeah,
I'm signing up right now.
To kind of to answer your question on the crew size. I mean, that's one of the things. What's so great about our program, because our game is so unique. Kind of that, like, what's the right crew size? What's the right amount of time before you encounter another ship in the world?
Right.
Because our game is so different, that it's so great to test it with real players. So every time they play, we look at the data, we send them questionnaires, we get their feedback, and we're already, I mean, they're loving the game, by the way. Like, people are falling in love with it. Like, the reaction we get on the show floor is the reaction we get at home, and people are coming back every week. Some people are playing a ridiculous amount of time in the game.
And that's a heck of a statement, because the lines at E3 this year are ridiculous, because now it's the first time it's ever been open to the public. So people are trying to come back and have the experience again. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, at home, we kind of asked them to kind of rate the features in terms of fun scores. I mean, incredible scores we get. Lots of feedback around the features, and we balance it based on their feedback. We prioritise the features we put in the game. We're working on a lot of stuff, and the things we kind of turn on for them first is kind of based on their feedback. So we're really building the game in a new way, I guess.
Well, it definitely seems like that. It seems very core to the philosophy of the game itself, because last year at E3 in 2016, that was the first experience I had seeing Sea of Thieves, and your presentation, huge part of the Xbox presentation, it was all centered around just following a crew and listening to their native gameplay and their audio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've shown off a hell of a lot more this time, and actually showing off actual quests, and we're talking a lot more about the progression system. So, yeah, kind of the game is kind of getting bigger and better, and it'll continue to do so.
And speaking of getting bigger and better, is this the kind of thing that once it comes out, you'll still add to it, this world, or?
Yeah, I mean, already, as I talked about becoming a pirate legend, players are already crafting their legend, not only just giving feedback, like technically and like balance on features, but they're also kind of having adventures in the world, and they're making their mark on the world. So some of their most engaged players, like the people who kill the most skeletons, or kind of key forum members, we're renaming parts of the world after them. So people have got taverns named after them. We've got we've got one guy who's like Amir, who's one of their biggest super fans. He kind of died from the most fall damage. So there's somewhere on an island. He's found this, by the way, which is an incredible moment. There's just a skeleton's feet sticking out of the ground, and his name's scratched into a rock. And one of the first tests we did with real players, the first person to die, we actually saw this live. We're all at Rare, kind of watching all the data come through as people are playing live. The first person to die, when you die, you go to the Ferry of the Damned, which is a ghost ship, by the way, and I'll explain that mechanic in a moment. So we scratched his name into the ghost ship. As almost like who's the first person to spend some time on the ghost ship.
What an honor,
Yeah.
you know, and a shameful monument at the same time.
Really, the time to make your mark on the game, then.
Well, absolutely. You know, we want people to just join this community, and we're having this great dialogue with them. But like your original question around like continuing to support the game, like we want to get players into the game. Like already, we've seen players fall in love with it. When we throw this world open in early 2018, as long as we've got players in their game loving it, we're going to continue to support it. We're going to continue evolving it, make sure that world reflects their deeds. You know, this is an incredible experience. We hope to continue building it for a long time.
Fantastic.
And I assume you'll have some type of matchmaking for people who might be playing on their own, who don't necessarily have any friends who have the game, can find other people to match up
we already
with.
have that now in a technical alpha. That's already there, and players will also be able to play in a small ship as well. So although you'll always be in that shared world, because that's the magic of Sea of Thieves. If your friends aren't online, you'll be able to head out there in a small ship. That'll all be there in early 2018.
So like a small ship by yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I mean, you've still got that great gameplay of you can still see a sail on the horizon and know other crews are in that world. But if your buddies aren't online, you've still got the option to go out on a small ship.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't think that you would have any single-player ability. Okay, that's really cool to hear. Because I know sometimes it can be hard to wrangle all your friends.
It's just about giving players the freedom, right? Giving players, living the pirate life is all about freedom, and a game needs to reflect that. Let players play in the way that they want to play.
Well, it's such a great, new style of play, and your approach to it is and Rare as a studio, you go all the way back to like GoldenEye.
Yeah.
When it's hard to remember this, but there was a time when people didn't think you could play a first-person shooter on a console, and then Rare did it with GoldenEye.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was incredible at the time. GoldenEye, and I guess the mighty Halo came along.
Yeah, I think those are the kind of what changed people's mind. But
yeah.
I mean, GoldenEye doing it on the N64 was mind blowing.
Yeah. Phenomenal game.
I'm also a huge fan of Viva Pinata, so anytime you guys feel like making another Viva Pinata game, just let me know.
I mean, the art director who kind of defined the look of Viva Pinata is the same art director on Sea of Thieves.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a good
timeless
pedigree.
art style, hopefully. Yeah.
Well, it's been great talking with you. I'm
Thanks.
super excited. I'm most of the way through the survey right now. I'm going to finish signing up for the Insider program.
And I'm about to close this tab.
Come aboard.
All right. So thanks for joining us. We're going to throw it back over to Ashley and Ryan.
Early 2018.
I'm sorry. I heard Viva Pinata, and now I'm just fully focused in, imagining like all the next gen pinatas that we can smash.
I suppose that's true, but you know what would go great in Viva Pinata?
What would go great in Viva Pinata?
Succulents.
That's true.
Welcome to the succulent side stage of succulents.
Hold on. We have
we
some
need
work
more
to do.
succulents. Hold on. 2? Is 2 enough? No, 2's not enough. We've got more succulents. Don't worry. There are succulents all over the room, and you know what? They're coming here, just like you came here to watch E3. Thanks, audience. You know what? I still see a lonely succulent. I'm going to go get it. Thank you, Gus. Appreciate that.
Now.
Oh, more succulents.
Oh.
You know what? This is how committed we were to quality.
We even got non-succulents.
Marcus.
We want them to feel better about themselves.
The wonderful Marcus who built the stage came in and saw these non-succulents and was unsatisfied.
He said, "This will not do."
These
and then he made us all of these.
Thus creating the succulent side stage.
So welcome to the succulent stage, the succulentest stage of any E3 live show. We're pretty sure. Asterisk.
Legally, we're not allowed to necessarily say for sure, but we're reasonably confident that it is the most succulent side stage.
I mean, look at this, right? Like, who's not gonna give it to us at this point?
Now it's even bracketed by ferns or whatever those are called.
Between two ferns. Welcome. We'll have.
This one's Zach Galifianakis.
Oh yeah, what's up, Zach?
Kind of looks like him.
So it's actually kind of crazy. I can't believe this. We're now at the end of day one. We had an entire. We survived. High five! Congratulations. Yeah. We all survived. Most of us. I'm not sure about Gus.
50%.
But so this is day 1 of 3. This kind of actually makes us done with day 4 of 6, though, depending on how you want to count, because we did cover the press conference
5
days.
out of 7, sure.
And we have 2 more days just like this of all the biggest games and the developers coming through and showing us what they've got. Lots of live gameplay, which I'm super excited about. I'm going to continue to collect as many cappies as possible, so we'll see how many I can possibly end up with by the end of the show.
Are you a cappy pirate now?
Yes.
Yes, a cappy pirate.
I am.
Okay.
I am that. I will take it. So we've got a lot to do, but it's also worth taking a moment at the end of a day to reflect on what's come before. Some of the biggest days at E3, oddly enough, take place before E3 starts, and that's the press conferences. So we want to hear from you guys what your thoughts on some of the most impressive press conferences were. So we're going to break it out because there were quite a few, and we want to know, first of all, which press conference for the various platforms of gaming you thought brought it the best.
Also, I had to fight to get PC gaming on there, so don't let me down. Come on, guys. Represent. I know it's
You're not supposed to beg for votes. You're supposed to let this be impartial.
If this is by platform, though, please remember, Play Anywhere means playable on the PC.
That's true. So if you liked the Xbox press conference, the PlayStation press conference, the Nintendo Spotlight that was this morning, or the PC show, which we unfortunately were unable to stream because we did have to sleep at some point.
Suck it,
Nintendo. And chose that, hey!
It's PC gaming's beating Nintendo.
How?
I feel like
that's because you pandered.
I did pander.
You're pandering
I'm
to the
pandering
audience.
heavily. No, what? Look,
This is
I
like Quiplash all over again.
One of my favorite things so far was from a Nintendo, but at the same time, I don't want to see PC gaming go down to last. So, they were not as well represented as the other ones. Oh, no. No,
okay,
Nintendo's coming for it.
So we're seeing so far.
I love you, PC.
So far of the platforms, it looks like you guys have been most impressed by what Xbox was bringing to the show. They did have they had a lot to offer, which is cool. Obviously, this is kind of a hardware year for them. They have the Xbox One X. Still trying to make Onyx happen, and no one will listen to me.
I'm on Onyx. Absolutely.
All right, here we go. It's the Onyx.
And yes, we can all agree that a win for Microsoft is also a win for PC gaming. So.
Yeah, because on.
Right. Yes.
Right, just co-opt that one. Sure. But so they brought that. Of course, we had Xbox One X on the show a little bit earlier. Albert Pinello was nice enough to come by and talk more about it and what it's going to do, what it's going to be capable of. So that's really nice. And big shout out. Thank you to Microsoft for bringing it by. We've been doing our live streams from the show for a couple of years now. It's the first time we've really had hardware combined. Normally, it's just all games. So doing hardware was something a little bit different for us. But I was excited that he was able to come by and explain, more of what it is that they want to do about Xbox One
and succulents,
and
less
also
about flops.
the succulents.
Less flops, more. Give me some real world application. So
right. I mean, we've had a lot of fun with the flops jokes over the last couple of months, largely because that's all we have to go on. So we've enjoyed it, but yes, it is nice to have concrete details and like what are you supposed to do? Like what's the what's the priority?
I'm kind of impressed, honestly, that Sony's not faring any better, even though I lobbied heavily for PC gaming, which probably didn't.
Well, it also too kind of depends on what it is you're hoping for out of a press conference. I think PlayStation they went very hard on here are the games, here's gameplay, and they focused heavily on going straight into that. It was very experiential. They had people like hanging from ropes.
I mean,
from the
theatricality
ceiling.
was amazing.
There was a lot of showmanship there. Yeah. They had snow. They had the whole waterfall thing. And then they let the games speak for themselves. But one of the things that a lot of people were not as satisfied with, what they had hoped to see from PlayStation was more titles that were going to be available now that we maybe hadn't heard about before. A lot of them did feel like titles that had already been announced and we were getting updates on. So, for example, God of War, I'm glad that we saw it and got another look at it, but it was on the show last year. We knew about the new Uncharted coming. We all knew that they were going to work on more content for Horizon Zero Dawn. Great to see it. Like, really awesome, all that's there. But I think people were maybe hoping for a couple of new bomb drops.
That's true, yeah. It was definitely a year of re-announcement.
Also, games that are coming this year. A lot of them were coming in a year or two.
Or some future.
Right, as opposed to...
Though Nintendo was also guilty of that.
That's true. I mean,
here's a logo.
Look, you're going to have to fight Anthony about that logo because he's a believer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me pick the other fight. Here's not even a logo.
Oh, just a...
Tasteful brushed metal?
There is no such thing.
Reflective? It has the classic Samus logo in the background as a subtle ad?
Did it have a screenshot?
It's beautiful!
What was?
The logo!
That's not a game.
But
that's a Photoshop.
In 2 to 7 years.
It's okay. Calm down, Anthony. It's gonna be
Okay, all right. No, he's going to go put his head between his knees.
I want a Metroid though, so that's okay. I'm happy to hear it, but not in like so.
No, I agree.
Nebulously.
I agree. I think like Nintendo obviously had a mix of like, we started development on a thing, not anywhere close to showing it, but just so you know, yeah, it is a thing now. And then they also had their, here's coming, obviously Super Mario Odyssey is coming in October. I was really pleased to see, obviously it's not first party, but the release date for Mario plus Rabbids, which I wouldn't have expected myself before the show to be highly anticipating Mario plus Rabbids, but here I am because when we actually saw what it is and not just that leaked key art, it's surprising awesome.
Thank you, Nintendo. Well, actually, thank you, Ubisoft, for finding a way to bring Rabbids into a vehicle that I could get behind. Because they're always been such zany little guys, and I like that. I just haven't had any desire to play a game they've been in.
But that does bring us to the next thing we want to get the feedback from you guys on. This is your opportunity to weigh in, have judgment. So you need to go to live@e3.com in order to weigh in on that. But I want to see what you guys think of the third-party offerings as far as press conferences go. Obviously, we had several. There was the Ubisoft press conference. There was the EA press conference, the Bethesda press conference. Devolver had their own press conference as well. So curious to see which of the three major publishers came the mostest to E3.
Now, look, several of them were there. There were so many different press conferences that we don't all have to vote for one. But hey,
Wow, this is okay. That's pretty definitive.
How does this? I feel like you need to vote less for that because that's just making Jack's nipples hard somewhere. I mean, they're not wrong. It was an amazing press conference, but just deflate Patillo a little bit.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can allow a Jack to be quite that happy.
No. That's going to be a problem for me.
Why is that?
And I have to live with him.
That's true.
Office life.
But if you need, say, like box cutters and you don't have them, bam, use his nipples.
Right through glass, actually.
Exactly. There you go.
If I need to escape a car that no longer has power and I can't find that little hammer thing, Jack Patillo's nipple.
Just make sure you keep him with you at all times.
Maybe I'll just cut that bit off.
Okay. So that got dark really quick. So far, this is a
dark
this
as
is
it is for EA and
pretty
Bethesda right now.
Pretty
on this
resounding judgment from you guys with your feedback. 86%, 85 to 86. It's a range. It's adjusting. This is a live number. Percent of people are saying that Ubisoft had the best third-party publisher conference at the show this year. So congratulations, Ubisoft. That makes it a good year for them. I'm sure they were hoping for sure. I mean, stave off that Vivendi, guys.
I mean, arguably the best show or press conference of the show. So.
Yeah, actually, when we were asking people about just the press conferences in general, a lot of them were ordering it with Ubisoft right there at the top. We were going to try and do all the press conferences together, but our system has a max of 4, so we decided to break it out a little bit.
But we all know in your heart of heart that 86% means crushed.
It does mean crushed. So we have those are not high numbers.
They're grayed out now, so we don't have to. They're buried. They've been put in the ground where apparently they belong, according to the audience.
True tragedy.
Not to say that there wasn't some interesting things from both of those developers.
No, there was from EA. I was particularly happy to see A Way Out. Brothers, fantastic game. Super excited to see what they're doing now because that is another very interesting, unique take on couch co-op. And obviously, do we have what is Bernie doing?
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, what you got?
One of the things that happens at E3, if you've never been to the show before, is that
I never have. Tell me more.
I'm speaking to you, all of you. The is that the news organizations or the gaming sites will have an award that they give to their best games or whatever. Should we give Ubisoft one of our succulents?
Do you think they'll accept
I got a gasp from the control room. Wow. Okay. So we
can give them Zach Galifianakis.
So tomorrow we can award Ubisoft for having the best press conference. We can give them one of our succulents. I have my Invisalign in, so now I'm lisping, by the way.
How many prestigious Rooster Teeth awards we can give out at E3.
We currently have 6 succulents.
Ooh, only for the big dogs.
We are giving you something that's impossible to take back home on the plane.
You will literally be stopped at customs.
but the best one gets the biggest succulent.
I'm
Top
also
dog succulent.
pretty sure that these
one's the biggest?
Marcus constructed these from something he may have borrowed from a hotel room. So
Oh, that's
Look
fine.
at it. It's so
Yeah.
big. They get the best succulent.
Yeah. We have 6 succulent awards to give out. Just everybody keep that in your heads as we're
Yes.
doing the
So-
next couple.
Right. Yeah.
So this is
6 awards, very
succulent,
limited
succulent of
edition.
the show.
Yeah.
we just need like a sticker or something. Otherwise, they won't know who awarded them a succulent.
Well, see, typically
But
what
call
they'll
it the superb
Supreme.
the supremely
Succulent
succulents.
I don't know why
of
everybody keeps
Roo-
running away from the couch. I don't know what's happening. Everyone's literally running.
I think
They-
they're
as
just
they
running
leave.
away from you.
I might be.
They
I might
ran
be.
in and then ran right out. They abandoned ship.
But the thing is, though, we're gonna have to. We gotta. They're normally publishers try to like affix them to the wall somehow. So I don't know. Maybe you have to like put in like.
We'll just walk by and throw it on the wall.
just walk by each of the booths.
Hey, you're great.
Chuck and be like, "Good job."
You did a great job. Clean this up.
This is how we close the show.
Here's some rocks and broken glass with a dying succulent in it.
I mean, is there any more Rooster Teeth way to congratulate people?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, we know what we're doing.
Our
at the
love
end of
is
the
like
show.
a punishment.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up for today. This has been awesome. I had such a great time. We saw like Mario in action. We learned more about Battlefront 2, about Battlefield
kinds of
1,
pirates.
about so many pirates. In
Happy pirates and serious pirates.
You know what? This is a great final thing to get your feedback on. Eddie, I hope you're quick on that machine back there. We should have. as I can tell.
He
I can-
literally collapses.
Oh, so. Oh no!
It's unmanned. He thought he was safe.
We're good? Okay.
he
Be
better
quick
sit
on
down
this,
or we'll-
Eddie. This is what we're going to try and do. We need to have an end-of-day pirate off. We managed
Okay.
to have both Skull and Bones and
Mhm.
Sea of Thieves on the show today. So we had both of the big pirate extravaganza games on the show in one day. So you guys have had a chance to see them, close to back-to-back. Which one should we chuck something at?
Do a good job, Eddie, or we'll award you best in show. It's a dangerous thing to happen to you.
Do you want to be best? Do you really? So we're going to pull that up really quick here. If you want to vote on best pirate game, then make sure you go to live@e3.com. You can go to it from the browser on your phone, on your tablet, on your PC. If you've got a browser, you can go to live@e3.com. What?
Live at E3.
I know it looks like it also sometimes looks like
Live 8-3?
Live Eat 3. No, Live Eat E3 or Live 8-3.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that sounds like the setup to one of those number jokes.
Right.
Because 7, 8, 9.
Right. So we
Waka waka.
got a face-off happening right here. So right now, 63% of people are 64% are all in on Sea of Thieves.
All right.
But we've got.
I mean, both of them scratch a very different pirate itch. I mean, and
They
pirate
do.
itch is the name of something you could get if you were a pirate. Yes. It's not as bad as scurvy, and it involves a lot more sea winches.
And before we close out for the day, I wanted to show you something.
It's not a sea itch, is it?
It's not a sea itch. It's not a sea itch. But it's something really cool that I was just shown. I knew it was coming, but I hadn't seen it all day. Have you seen that the UDL, the YouTube logo, has been changed to our show? Have you seen that yet?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
I'll show you right here. So if you go to YouTube, if you go to the desktop website, it shrunk on me a little bit. There you go. The logo's been updated.
That's so exciting. So the YouTube logo, if you go to youtube.com right now, the logo is for youtube.com/E3, which is
Or
going to
you
make
could
it
just go do it, look at it yourself, and click on it a whole bunch of times. That'd be great too.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Do it.
This
Go
is- let's see if I
click.
can
Show
do it.
them how to click.
There it is. It's got a cool
That is how you
animation
phone.
on it for all different games and everything. So if you click on that, it leads to our coverage. That's awesome. Thanks,
so
YouTube, for doing
fancy.
that.
I'd give that the
Yeah,
pirate
no,
itch.
that's awesome. Huge shout out to YouTube. In fact, YouTube got us this space. They've been the awesomest partner. It's been great to work with them the last couple of years to do this live show. It wouldn't be possible without them. So huge shout out to YouTube. Huge shout out to War for the Planet of the Apes, which is also they're also making this possible. I'm having a great time. I'm so tired. I'm so tired and I'm so caffeinated.
And now we shut it all down.
And now I'm gonna go throw rocks and plants
Go
at
give
things
someone best of show.
and congratulate them on their injuries. But we'll be back tomorrow. Yes. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern time.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. UTC, and from there I will let you figure out your time zone. And we'll have another 6 hours straight of all of the biggest video games the show has to offer. I hope you join us.